players with the 50 and with an open net to tuck it into, Portsmouth are still alive.
I'm absolutely baffled. You rarely see those kind of goals conceded anyway, let alone by a team like the Berlin Phoenix, clearly leveraging their newfound advantage of holidays in Mallorca and having a go from the German side there at going away on vacation. They seem to just leave that defense completely. You know, you were saying earlier in the series, and I fully agreed with you, that once you go behind to the Berlin Phoenix, you have to score a miracle goal. And while that was kind of a miracle in how unlikely it was not perhaps the kind of miracle play we were expecting.
It certainly wasn't. It was surprising. I think Berlin were as surprised as us that they had no one back on the defense, which they've done so well when they have taken the lead. It's been the thing that, you know, Portsmouth just have to chase the lead to the point where they end up conceding again, and yet that hasn't been the case here in this game 6. We've had the first comeback from Portsmouth. They still look terrified on the defense, rightly so. You know, Tigri nearly finding the double touch there, but Mercy is again winning 50s downfield. Psycho has a difficult shot to take and he cannot get it past Nagflo, but the chance was there, and Berlin having to respond. Psycho in the middle to take the shot, and he is going to turn it around with just over a minute on the clock. Portsmouth are trying to do the impossible.
First lead change we've had in almost 6 full games of Rocket League there. Fantastic display from Portsmouth of not only, obviously, Rocket League skill, but mental resilience, you know. Of all the games to pick, to do this in your elimination match is very, very impressive. I mean, obviously they have that cushion of a lower bracket to rely upon, but my goodness, a time to shine, if any. Ryko looking to make it sealed, perhaps, in Game 6. Portsmouth got time on their side, but that's, I think, a double commit. Mercy caught out of position. He's done well to get it back. These last seconds could be very, very nervy.
It certainly is off, and a chance is here for Quint. It's a beautiful pass in field. The save is made by Psycho, though. Tigri, he's up with the shot. The save again difficult. It's on the goal line. All 3 Portsmouth players mounting a wall in front of the orange net. Psycho is going to rise up and make another save, followed up by Mercy. 20 seconds on the clock. Ryko is going to run it away. He's going to try and hold it in the corner. Referee, blow the whistle. Psycho is there again, trying to kill the clock, but Berlin, they have time to make one more chance. Quint is there with the dribble, but Mercy, he intercepts, he takes it high, he tries to block it across, and he does. There's time. Berlin, can they read it? He can, but Mercy getting in the way again, punching it down, and we will have Game 7.
Mercy earning his MVP award in that Game 6 for those last 10 seconds alone, single-handedly just saying, you guys stay back in case I miss, but I'm pretty sure I've got this, and get it, he did. Stifled anything the Phoenix had. A Game 7 is not the kind of situation you'd expect Berlin Phoenix to find themselves in. It's not the kind of situation Berlin Phoenix might expect them to find themselves in, you know? This could be a historic upset.
It really could. It was so easy to write it off. I know I wrote it off. We hadn't seen Berlin Phoenix, you know, leave their defense open at any point when they'd had the lead, and maybe it had gone to their head. Maybe they thought they were going to cruise out to another win and cruise into that grand finals. But again, Mercy so clutch on the counter-attack has kept the British University in this one. And who knows what is about to happen in the next 5 minutes of Champions Field to decide who secures top 2 and who goes to the grand finals.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, I think perhaps many people at home would be expecting to see these 2 teams on again later tonight. You know, maybe.
Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to predict.
Have to give Salford's lower bracket run credit as well as the Berlin Basilisk. Yeah. If we can have a series like this, then who knows what could happen.
Well, exactly. But what we do know is that whoever wins this will, even if they do meet... Yeah, we did that in minor thirds, but I think we deserved it because that was so uncharacteristic from the Berlin Phoenix. I was just about to say bracket advantage, so important in the grand final, but the Game 7 nerves really getting to both sides.
I mean, they've never had to be in this situation before, have Berlin Phoenix with this roster. And Nagflo, you'd have backed it, you'd have put your life saved, you'd have put your mortgage on him to put the Phoenixes in front right now. And Portsmouth, they're going to get away with it here. And they are still at this even scoreline. And, you know, they have managed to come back from behind last game, but boy, you'd back them a lot more if they can get their noses in front to open up, as Berlin have certainly had the lion's share of the possession. And Tigri, he still looks like striking at any moment.
The Berlin Phoenix are obviously a constant threat. That infield pass, though, going completely unconnected. Psycho looking to set Mercy up here, perhaps a little high for him. Nagflow looks to clear it away. Quint gets dunked out, though. That's, again, more offensive pressure set up. Mercy needs to push this. Tigre's got no boost. He's spotted that. Nagflow beats out Psycho with a roller up the wall, though. Mercy last back. That's off the post again. It's a second huge chance. Half chance even, but that's all you might get in these games, and Berlin Phoenix have yet to convert.
Now it's again dangerous for Berlin, but they haven't found the breakthrough. But suddenly you realise that there's still so much time on the clock. It's felt like an eternity here with Portsmouth stuck in their end, and it's going to keep up. Surely they cannot continue to hold, and they will not. A beautiful pass from Quint is going to open up the net, and Tigre, he is going to put Berlin in front.
Yeah, unfortunate for Portsmouth. You know, they did really, really well defensively. Just needed that boost, I think. Pushed out a bit too far to try and consolidate themselves, but didn't have time to consolidate themselves before they conceded the goal. So
it was coming for so long.
Yeah, it was. It really was. But they came from behind in Game 6. You know, we would have written it off before as just completely impossible. First goal means Berlin win. That is not the case anymore. You know, we would have written it off saying, well, no team's going to take Berlin to Game 7. That's not the case anymore. The Paladins playing really well. Mercy. You know, it looks like a stretch at times, I won't lie, but they are stretching fine at the minute. They've conceded once, but they conceded once in Game 6, so just have to see if they can turn this around. Tigre shutting me right up with a brilliant doink.
I mean, Portsmouth can't get out their own half right now, and Berlin are looking like once again they can't stop scoring. It's a beautiful backflip shot over two players, and Portsmouth, they are on the ropes right now.
They really are. You know, one goal we saw them do last time. 2 goals, obviously, much more of a stretch. But that said, Portsmouth scored 2 in Game 6 from behind. That would force an overtime. A Game 7 overtime against Berlin. You know, that could go either way. Obviously, overtimes are always very nervy. Quint's just stopped Berlin scoring a third. I wonder if that'll come back to haunt them here.
I don't know if it can. They've had one shot, have Portsmouth. They just seem to have no boost at any point. They seem to have no pressure. This is their best chance of the game. A hopeful shot towards the net from the halfway line, and a demo could maybe open it up, and it actually is their best chance of the game, and it only takes one. They have converted, and they're back within one.
They are, and, you know, like you say, doesn't matter, you know. You can compare it to that infamous Celtic-Barcelona stat sheet all you like. If you have more chances, you're more likely to score lots. It doesn't necessarily mean you will. Portsmouth had one converted one. This could be awkward for them, though. Psycho down to the right-hand side. Quint will be first to this. He lofts it high. Smart play from him, but he didn't land as well as he would have liked, so he's forced Tigre up. Nagflow has the shot. Psycho has the save, keeping Portsmouth in it almost single-handedly at the minute. That's a huge double whiff, but Psycho is the man of the hour again for the Paladins. Ryko in an awkward spot. He's been caught out. Tigre will restore the 2-goal lead for the Berlin Phoenix.
He will. It's just too easy there. No boost on Ryko. Lost in no man's land and running rings around the defense are Berlin again. They've got a little under 2 minutes, do Portsmouth, but still, you know, you're talking about the stat sheet. Berlin have had 12 shots to 3, and yes, that does make them more likely to win. Peepo G, I'm taking my notes and I'm studying my sources here, but it's telling me that it's pretty damn difficult for Portsmouth to come back from this.
Yeah, 4-1 is a big lead, particularly with the amount of time left on the clock being so low for the Paladins here. Like you say, though, obviously Berlin now have bracket advantage in the grand final should this scoreline stick. But they will always have that little corner of doubt in their heads, you know? I think nobody expected this to go the way it has. Yes, Berlin Phoenix will go out probably on top, and that's what we would have expected. But 7 games is a very promising sign for Portsmouth that they could really give it a run if they can make it back.
And that's the thing. How many Game 7 series have you seen where one of the teams has been Brazil during it?
Well, exactly.
How common is that?
Resilience is impressive, you know? Yeah, they took some really harsh pummelings here. This could be another one, obviously, but yeah, they lost 7-1, and we went, well, yeah, all right then, Berlin, you know, you've made your point, you'll win. And yes, they might well win, but not in the way we would have thought. Mercy's still trying to make a game out of this here. He'll go high. Double bump would be necessary. He's bumped Tigre, but not enough to send him away. Psycho looking to get something going here for Portsmouth. It's really you know, again, kind of promising for them going forward, but in the remainder of this series, it's not looking great.
No, it really isn't. Time just ticking off too much. And I mean, credit to Berlin Phoenix as well. We don't often do give them credit because they don't seem to really need it very often.
No,
they really have been tested here. They may have Braziled in some games, but it's certainly a big reality check to be forced this close. And they've been tested under pressure and expectation, the likes of which no team will probably know in this tournament. And yet they have performed under it here, and they've done it when it mattered convincingly in Game 7 with 19 shots to their name. By the way, Nagflow, he had 10 on the board and yet didn't manage to score. Shout out to Quint for saving one of his that was on target. But it will, and that's actually 11, by the way. He's not managed to put it away. It won't matter. Berlin Phoenix will take it. They will secure top 2 at a minimum, have that bracket advantage going into the grand finals.
So yeah, I think, you know, the result we'd have expected, even if the way of getting to it wasn't quite how we might have predicted. But that's, you know, that's a big, big step for the Phoenix, obviously, because they've made it to the grand finals. But, you know, we were all asserting that a best of 7 was the Phoenix territory. You don't see any teams beating them there. For quite a while then, we saw Portsmouth beating them. You know, it was possible. Yes, it didn't happen. Yes, it perhaps wasn't the most likely outcome, but it was a possibility. The problem is now any team coming up against Berlin Phoenix has to do it twice in a row.
No, that's exactly so. But I'm just so excited and happy that we got a great series out of that one. And really, we've proven that God can bleed. But Portsmouth, they will be maybe thinking about a potential rematch. But boy, they're going to have a hard time getting there. Of course, our next series will be the Berlin Basilisks going up against the Salford Lions. Two teams that have had fantastic lower bracket ones, particularly the Salford Lions as well. It's going to be a shame to say goodbye to one of those teams, but the remaining matches for this bracket, they are going to be fantastic. I'm going to want to see them. You're going to want to see them. And unfortunately, we're going to have to wait for a small break, and then we can.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we're gonna let it rain. Tonight, we're gonna let it rain. Tonight, we're gonna.
And welcome back to the desk for EURC 2021 Playoffs Day, where we are joined by Quint, who, not content to flex on us with his room last time, is now flexing on us with his outfit, and flexing on us with gameplay as well, because Quint, you had a pretty strong series there, at least in the first half, but I think towards the second half, Tigray and Nightflow definitely stepped up.
Yeah, it was an interesting series. We've never actually played people that are this good, especially Mercy. He was popping off. It was incredible. But we actually love to see that. Like, some competition is it's otherwise it's boring. So we made sure to drag it out as long as possible, so that we have some good watch time, and that's why we made it to Game 7.
Absolutely, it was a lot of fun to watch as well, and of course we're lucky to have Wet Tiger joining us here on the panel. Hopefully you don't slip back into German during this interview now, Wet Tiger, as well.
Yeah, I'm trying my best to keep it in English. It was pretty much the first time I've seen you struggle, and from what I've been told by the other casters, Salford could even be a little bit better than Portsmouth is. So if you're facing them in the grand final, is there anything you should be scared about?
I don't think so. First of all, we actually had all of us had planned that we were going to warm up before we play, like individually, not together. But then we got moved up front for like an hour, and that was a surprise. Two of us were not warmed up. Tigray was not warmed up. I just woke up, so it was kind of surprise. But I think that is why we struggled. Cold hands, you know the deal. And from what I've seen from the Salford Lions, I think they're strong, but they're not strong enough. I think the fact that people play good against us is only due to the fact that they don't see any way out of it. They have to perform at their best, so it's an all or nothing situation. So that is why they perform against us. And we'll see. Maybe the nerves will be there in the finals. I don't know. I hope for a good series and a long series. Yeah. And let's see.
Yep, absolutely. And speaking of long series, Ash was there for all 7 games of that, casting on that desk, and I think getting a little bit excited the longer it went as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's safe to say I should probably have some kind of medical exam first thing tomorrow morning, just to make sure that everything's still in order after the paces I've been put through at points during that series. Yeah, like you say, a long series. All for the viewers, of course. You had it all under control at every step of the way. I fully believe. But you've got that bracket advantage now in the grand finals. Does that make any difference to you? Obviously, now any team coming to face you has to beat you in a best of 7 twice. Does that matter to you, or were you confident either way?
We are pretty confident about it. I think Gnagfla already said while we were in the game that we were going to face them again in the grand finals, but this time it's not going to be this long. We'll see. I am definitely hyped for the grand finals. I want a good grand finals, and I don't care who it's against. Of course, I'd love to see my German colleagues there, but we'll see. I don't know. Let's hope the Berlin Basilisks do some upsets, and then we'll meet in the grand finals.
Yep. Absolutely, and I suppose that's one thing to look to. You said Gnagflo thinks that it's going to be Portsmouth running into you guys back there. You're saying you hope it's Berlin, but if you had to look at that lower bracket, 3 teams still remaining, is there a team that you think is the most likely to come and meet you guys there in that grand finals at the end of the day?
In the end, we'll have to see how Portsmouth are playing against other teams than us. But I think they are very strong because, of course, I as the worst player on the team even know for a fact that Mercy and Psycho are better than me. So that is new for us to actually have players, multiple players that are better than the worst player on our team. So I think we're gonna face Portsmouth again because they're actually very, very strong. But we'll see. I've heard that some English teams are likely to throw when it's when they're playing against worse teams. So we'll see about that, because Berlin have Basilisks Berlin. They have a huge upset potential. So
yeah,
I guess
absolutely.
we'll see.
Yeah, we will see. And thank you very much for joining us here, Quint. It's always a pleasure having you on the desk. And we'll hope to see you again victorious at the end of the day, looking as sharp as ever, if there's any upgrades available to the outfit as well. Very, add a nice top hat or something to it. We'll see. We'll see when we get there, okay? Yeah, no pressure or anything. But you set very high expectations there. As I say, thank you very much. Congrats again on the win against a hard-fought match against the Portsmouth Paladins. And we will now look forward, heading towards our next match. We're going down to the lower semis. It's going to be the Berlin Basilisks versus Salford Lions shortly after this break.
Careful here. Yato looking to capitalize on this, and he could. There's the flip reset. There's the shot. He's dished it off the crossbar. The Basilisks showing that they're not just here for fun. What an absolute screamer from Yato. Hit it so hard that he had to get it again, otherwise I'm not sure that would have gone in. Really lucky there, I think. It's not 2, and it might be 2 now. Rebels have completely missed that. Lockie has not. And the Berlin Basilisks, for all we were talking about their deficiencies a bit in game 1, Martini seemed to have taken their eye off the ball, and Berlin Basilisks have a very decent lead here.
The Chad, bro, if you're eating the fries near the beach or something, they are massive Chad, but I'm pretty sure that's an eagle, or at least I can't imagine anybody. Oh, maybe it's a seagull. Maybe
it's a buff seagull. It is a buff seagull. You can't be saying this is an eagle defense here. I mean, to be fair, it would have had to have been. Camo's shot was top shelf, and Callio. Okay. Maybe elimination point for Engine Stuttgart. Okay, I was going to consolidate them. I'm going to take it back. But just in case you didn't notice, guys, you are 1-0 down. Arn has scored the slowest double touch has ever been recorded. And welcome back to the desk for another time. Yet again, we are here. I'm joined again by Wet Tiger and by Achnal, and we are heading towards the matchup between Berlin Basilisks and Salford Lions. We're about to decide who the top 3 in EURC are. And Wet Tiger, there's still a chance that 2 of those teams could not only be from Germany, but could be from Berlin.
Yeah, Berlin is like the big city in the German University League. Just to go a little bit deeper into this Berlin Basilisks team, they've made a roster change in the new EU German series where they've switched out Yato for Hyro, and they've been pretty dangerous with that one. So Moki and Shima have to adapt to 2 people, so they're playing with 2 people at the same time. But we've seen them play with Yato, and they've played great with him. So I'm really, really excited for that series.
Yeah, absolutely. It's looking forward to be a good one, and that's interesting. We'll definitely, I think it's going to be me and Atch casting now in this game, so we'll keep an eye on the synergy, make sure that those teams have it going on as well. But I mean, Atch, speaking of Salford, speaking of synergy and how they're feeling today and all the rest of it, Camo, had some scrims earlier against the Berlin Basilisks for the Salford Lions, and he said after those, apparently, according to Aaron, that he felt that Rotterdam were the main team standing between the array. They seem confident coming into this series against Berlin Basilisks.
They do. I feel, for me though, that is perhaps exactly what Berlin Basilisks would hope for. I feel certainly out of the teams to the left, but out of most of the teams in the whole, of the whole of the URC so far, they're a team that thrive on being the underdog. They are a team that love people underestimating them, as I think a lot of people have so far, Certainly I did. I had them going nowhere near as far as they have, and they've played brilliantly. We've seen arguably some of the best goals of the entire tournament so far coming out of these Basilisks guys. Even in their series against Berlin Phoenix, perennial underdogs though they were, they put on a fantastic show. Yes, they didn't win, but they scored some fantastic goals. They played some fantastic Rocket League. That kind of underestimation could come back to haunt Salford.
Yeah, I mean, we heard it just there from Quint as well. He said, he's heard rumours that the English teams can tend to underestimate other teams and pay the price at times. It's, I think, happened a couple of times in this tournament as well. We can look back at the results, and if anyone wanted to go browsing through them, they could definitely find series that on paper shouldn't have been as close for the English teams as they were. But this is it, yeah, in our final four. 2 German, 2 English teams left. We'll be down to either 2 English or 2 German teams by the end of this, and it's looking to be an exciting one. Berlin Basilisks, they've definitely been a fast team, Wet Tiger. They've shown, as Atch was saying there, that they can kind of play with the big boys, and on their day can probably beat most of the teams left in this tournament as well.
Yeah, Berlin is a team that really can go off. Like, if they catch fire, they're really hard to defend, and it's so much pressure that they can put on the enemy team. But as a matter of fact, they really stated the Salford Lions gave them fits. But I would never bet against my favorite German team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, we're going to have to do that. We're going to have to ask you to bet in some direction very shortly with those predictions. In fact, why don't we roll straight into it? Because that sounded dangerously close to a prediction, Wet Tiger. Are you saying Berlin Basilisks, for you, that's going to be the team to take it down in this series?
To be honest, my mind says Salford should win it. Even after the scrims, it really shows that Salford might be the stronger team. Well, I'm hoping for my boys to catch fire and to win this game. So I'm going with a Game 7 where Berlin is taking it.
Oh, all the way to Game 7 as well. That'll be our 3rd series of the evening, managing to go the distance as well. Achnal, how are you feeling about it? Are you thinking Game 7 as well? And if you are, which direction do you think it'll swing?
I think both of these teams thrive quite heavily on that momentum. You know, we saw that Shermer and Yato in particular, obviously Mocky I'm sure has it in his locker as well, but from the last series I casted, it was Shermer and Yato lighting it up with the solo plays, getting real, clippable moments for them that really help them. They get these plays, even the team plays, the ones that they've worked really well on with the infield passing, those kind of plays really set them up. If they don't get them though, they start to struggle. I think it's the same for Salford. We saw all season long, domestically and in Europe, they've been lighting it up, they've been doing really flashy plays, and suddenly a team that perhaps do even more of that in Bournemouth come up and face them in the NSE finals, and it goes to bits. They just can't get anything going. It's going to be a really interesting series for me. I think, personally, the Basilisks will be the first ones to get things rolling, and I think that they can take this in 6.
Yeah, and I think... it's rough. I don't feel like it should be 3-0 on the desk to Basilisks, but at the same time, my head is saying Basilisks have come in today. They've looked really hot in Salford. I said it earlier. I do think the Basilisks could be the team to put an end to the fairy tale run of Salford all the way through that lower bracket. And so I am going to make it 3-0 on the desk for Basilisks. I'm going to say I don't necessarily think that that's entirely fair. I think Salford, they've withstood this pressure of the lower bracket pretty effectively. But I think it's pretty clear that with a little bit of German bias thrown in as well. I mean, the only person who actually said he thinks Salford might be the team to win it anyway, and then voted Berlin. Wet Tiger throwing that in for us. We've gone 3-0 for the Basilisks, and with that, we're going to say thank you very much to Wet Tiger. We're going to send you far away, and we are going to head towards this game, which I will be casting alongside Atch. And we're looking forward to a great series here as well.
Yeah, 100%. And like you say, I think it will be a close series. Salford have every chance of winning this. Berlin Basilisks are the team that took down Salford's nemesis. They have come here off the back of a win against, yes, a slightly less than full strength Bournemouth Barracudas, but a Bournemouth Barracudas side nonetheless. One that I personally, and obviously there's no way I can substantiate this, I personally think would have beaten Salford on that night in NSE Grand Finals anyway, if they'd have fielded that side. I think Berlin's thrive against these kind of teams, stifling them, stopping them from getting their own plays, and puncturing them with their big plays of their own. It will come down to who can find the limelight first.
Yeah, it will, and we'll see a bit of a fake on the kickoff there early on from Salford as we get into the match. It's going to be yin and yang, black versus white at two ends of the pitch. It's going to be an exciting one, and we're saying yin and yang, but it's going to be similar play styles, I think is what we're looking at. It's going to be aggression, it's going to be early shots on target, but the target was not quite found there for Berlin. They can't put in that early goal, and you were saying it, Berlin's come out of the gates firing. It definitely looks like it as they rattle a couple of shots off the woodwork early.
Both teams, I think firepower is the way. Camo! An absolute clanger into the crossbar. He'll want that one back. Mocky gets beaten out by Aaron, but Aaron in turn actually gets a very good dunk on Yato there. Shermer, into the corner it goes. Jiggy puts it back out. Mocky's up and he'll beat out Camo. But like you say, both teams going full force at the minute. I think that's their default option.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll just be looking to run it down other ends of the pitch. And I don't think we're going to credit the defense so much as we'll credit misses on those last shots off the woodwork. This time around, I'm going to credit the defense. So that's a good save coming through from Mocky. Watch that all the way. And then it was rotating into offense as well. Good dunk onto it. We'll send that ball sailing over into the far right corner of the Salford defense. Jiggy is the first player back, though, will now have a chance to move the offense forward for Salford themselves. And it's been back and forth Rocket League after those first couple of chances came through in minute 1. And, early on in the offense for both teams, we haven't really seen much pressure on either net so far, Ash.
Both teams have been, so far at least, doing slightly better on defense than which, I would have been slightly surprised by. It's a series that I would have thought would be a fertile breeding ground for lots and lots of goals,
Yeah.
But so far, so quiet on that front. Both teams, though, really looking for it. That's a very, very bold manoeuvre from Yato, deciding to wait for that there. He'll get another chance at this here. There he goes.
Oh, sure.
Just send this to distance, but Camo is back in time. Basilisk, it must be said, had most of the play so far.
Yeah, but it has definitely been not without chances for Salford as well. This is another chance for Basilisk to move it forward. That's a good infield pass. Who's moving forward? It'll be there for Yato, who puts it directly into Jiggy, who pre-jumped well on the defense for that one. Sherman's just going to knock that one backwards. Maki is backwards with a bit of boost. It's a little bit difficult. It's a little bit scrambly on the defense for Salford, but they're getting away with it for the time being here in game 1.
Oh, Yato trying to ruin them. That is the kind of play that would really get in Salford's head. If you can land a key fake, a huge demo, something like that, that would set you up brilliantly for success, I feel, for the Berlin Basilisks. But Camo clearing it down, trying to make sure that they're the ones that strike first. All sorts of problems on the defense there for Basilisks, but managed to get it away. Like you say, not been pretty defensively at times, but it's been good enough. Pretty, but
not pretty, but effective. Of course, it is game 1. There's 3 members of the Basilisk here. Surely they'll find one of them gets a shot on target. It's a little bit weak from Yato. I thought that was going to finally be the shooting chance, but it does definitely feels like a game 1 of a best of 7, doesn't it, Ash? Where, both teams are feeling each other out. They're not 100% throwing everything they have at goals.
Exactly, like you say, it's a a fairly nervy start, I think it's fair to say, from both sides. Both had chances, goes back particularly to that Camo shot early doors in this game 1 that cannoned off the crossbar. No one back. Yato having to just beat Camo out onto a touch on his own backboard. He'll get another one here. Tries to fake. Aaron baits him out, calls him for it. Shermer clears it down the right-hand side here. He'll get a good bit of distance on this and the mid boost. But Camo is up. Jiggy looking to continue this, which he has. That's a great touch, but Yato pulled out in time to make it back. And it's the final minute beginning to approach now. We still haven't seen a goal.
Yeah, nothing to separate these two sides so far, and I think that's in gameplay as well as in terms of the scoreline, as they've really just been backwards and forwards, pushing it, not really pushing it far enough to really stretch a defense, though. But defense has been stretched nonetheless, as you were saying. It's not been pretty defense, and that's not necessarily a result of the offense. Sherman, chance finally, but Jiggy just about gets in the way. There it is again. Defense, it isn't pretty, but it works on the goal line. Salford will keep it clear as well. We'll head into the last minute, 0-0, no matter what the odds were against that happening.
Yeah, if I didn't need a medical exam after the last series, I think I might do after this one. The amount of so near misses from both sides. Not even near misses, just close calls on defense.
Yeah.
Leaving it to the last second to make something happen. A big demo, another huge bump. Jiggy playing Enforcer, which we saw nearly work out very well for the Basilisks just a moment ago. Mocky trying to get something started here. He gets bumped out of the way again. Bolford looking to play a bit more physical here. Aaron carrying it down, but Yato equal to it. Camo gets a touch. Mocky should be first for that. He leaves it for Yato, who's cleared it off to the right-hand side. And now he'll try and go again. Final seconds ticking down. Perhaps one more chance in it for either side. Shermer gets to clear. It looks to be Salford holding the cards.
Yeah, and it all comes down to his boost and who can get the bumps right now. Aaron will have one chance to put this on target. Is there a defender there? Yes, just about. Sherman's put it out to the side, and Yato has full boost but doesn't have the ball. There's a collision in the middle of the pitch. It'll be won't be a clear. Jiggy recovered well after being bumped. I see it's going to bounce. It's rolling in, but it's going to bounce, and it'll deny us the goal. It'll send us to overtime. That could have been Salford Lions after 5 minutes of gameplay.
That really could have. My goodness, Berlin got away with one there. Just one tiny lapse. Shows you how small the margins are in games like these. That could really have cost them. What a shot! Jiggy showing us that offensive firepower does win through eventually. A brilliant read off the corner. Salford perhaps slightly against the run of play. Would be interesting to see. They were slightly outshot in that game, but what a way to end it.
Yeah, and I think a hint of Final Destination around that one as well. You know, Salford were destined to get that goal at 5 minutes of regulation time. It only takes them 12 seconds then, as there was nothing Berlin Basilisks could do after a fantastic shot from Jiggy. Found it out of that corner. But I think, the word you used in the middle of that game, a little bit nervy from both of those teams. And given what I've just seen from Portsmouth Halberds and the Berlin Phoenixes, I don't think you can afford to be nervy heading into the rest of this tournament.
Not so much. There's no room for nerves is very, very small at the minute. One interesting thing that I spotted on this scoreboard that I don't think I've ever seen before. All players on the Salford Lions side putting up equal shots and saves. 4 for Jiggy, 2 for Camo, 1 for Aaron each, which is in itself a fun little statistical sort of oddity. But I think it shows more that even though the Basilisks ended up losing this game, they had the bulk of the offensive pressure. Their 10 shots have forced out 7 saves from Salford there. Yeah. And, that's really promising for them. They definitely can in a best of 7. They've got plenty of time to turn this around. Personally, I'd like to see maybe a bit more of those team plays. I think the Salford defense, very capable, all very good ones players, very mechanical. I think if you start getting those passing plays together, working out on the synergy for the Basilisks, it could work very well.
It absolutely could. And I think you're absolutely... What we've seen is a lot of both teams kind of just trying to run the ball at each other one at a time, and then another player will rotate in if they get the space to and continue the attack that way. But there's been very little in terms of deliberate linking together when they get into the opposition half. And that could be a series changer here. When it's only 1-0 at the end of game 1, just the slightest change to how you're playing the game can catch your opponents off guard, can go for it again. I mean, this is just exactly what we saw from Salford in game 1. The boys in white will just go for the fake at the first kickoff of the game, and nothing really too much to come of it except a bit of pressure that they'll be under in their own half.
Yeah, I rate the idea though, I won't lie. It's a bold manoeuvre, the fake kickoff at any level of the game, especially at this one. What a shot just off the stanchion there. Sherma in no man's land, but he'll get a key touch. Mocky launches it into that left-hand wall. He won't get a clear though, because Jiggy's up onto it. Sherma needs a touch that was probably a bit better than that. All 3 Berlin Basilisks players throwing themselves at the ball. Camo lofts it high. Aaron is there. That shot won't be on target. This one would be. Oh, no. Camo's missed, but Jiggy bailed him out. More shooting mishaps for Camo and Salford, but they find the lead nonetheless.
Yeah, and that entirely came down to the fact that Berlin Basilisks just didn't have any boost left on the goal line. There was one player left with boost. It was Yado. Went up, couldn't get the touch ahead of Aaron, and from there it was just down to Camo and Jiggy finding the score between them. I mean, you said it, Camo, the shooting is a little bit wild, a little bit woeful, but they've gotten the goal. They'll get another one here, not quite, as it gets denied by Yado. But it has all been Salford here at the start of game 2 so far.
Yes, it really, really has. They've been brilliant so far. The Basilisks still have plenty of time to turn this around. Of course. But Salford are doing all the right things at the moment. They're looking for link-up plays that I was perhaps suggesting the Basilisks try more of. Obviously, it was their recipe for success. In game number 1, the Basilisks...
Is that what happened with Camo? Is he was actually passing to Jiggy across space? He wasn't shooting. No, okay, he was going for the link-up play. I'm glad we sorted that one out. Recovered Camo's good name here in this series.
He had it. He had it.
That was a decent shooting chance by him. He was carried away by Aaron as well, but that was a little bit of a link-up now from the Berlin Basilisks, and it was really their first foray into this black half of the pitch, into the Berlin Basilisks half. As now, it's been swiftly denied. They're straight back on the defense again, but at least they're not out of this game. And with only 1 goal the difference, it doesn't take much to just swing it. It just takes 1 good offense. But Camo double touch it then, didn't quite have enough boost to get under it.
Cost them here. Salford are really short-staffed on defense at the minute. That's a good loft. Where's the play? Sherma gets the shot, but it's saved by Jiggy. Must have been a nearly blind pre-jump on that, but he knew where the shot might come. That's an awkward touch again. Basilisks not their own friends on defense at the minute.
They're not, and that could have been their chance up the other end to tie it up 1-1, and will they come to regret that? Will they drop 2-0 down here? Aaron looking to try it, it's on target, but Sherma is gotten in the way of that one for the time being. Once again, Basilisks need to be careful that they don't run out of boost, that they're not being boost starved here in their own half by the Salford Lions, because that's what led to the first goal of this game. It looks like this time around they've matched Weatherstorm, this time around the pass is through, and this time around the counter-attacking goal is put away by Mocky. What a finish.
Yeah, again, not very pretty. Yato, I think, was perhaps expecting to dribble that, and then Mocky just goes, no, bugger off, I'm scoring this, and in it goes. But in it goes. That's obviously the key part of that sentence. They are tied now with just over half this game 2 to play. Those kind of team plays, they don't have to look pretty, they just have to go in, and that one did. So Berlin back in it here, but Salford still seem to have the Lions' share of possession.
Oh, I see what you did there, actually. It's the word lion, like in their team name.
I'm on fire.
Yep. No, I mean, if I hadn't called it out so explicitly, I think you would have gotten away with it, I'm sure. But you're right, they have had the lion's share possession, but they'll still find themselves tied 1-1. In fact, they'll be down potentially, as it's going to just be put in. As Yado gets the goal credit for that, but I think all other things being equal, that's Jiggy.
Yeah, unfortunate for him. That's a great finish. We give him that. Look at that. Into dish off his own crossbar. Top notch. Unfortunately, again, the key part of that sentence, off his own crossbar. It would have been very pretty. He scores that at the other end, but it's the physical plays from Berlin. You know, yes, Jiggy made the final mistake, but he was in a very, very dangerous situation thanks to the bump plays, the demo plays from the Basilisks coming through very, very well timed there. Another shot opportunity for Mocky. That's brilliant placement. The Basilisks, it must be said, making much more of their chances so far.
Yeah, they completely are, and it's something. Oh, well, that could be a chance for Jiggy now. Yato's upside down. Will get under a really good 50. Could have a chance. Oh, that was so well played by Yato, and the defense from the Basilisks is definitely starting to step up. I think it was something we saw in their series against Bournemouth earlier. They spent a lot of that series just sitting in front of their own goal, weathering pressure, and they were so good at it over and over again. They get in the way of the saves. They get in front of that ball one more time on their own goal line, and then the counter-attacks from Basilisk when they get off the goal line. Oh, not this time around, it'll just be turned back around, passed into the middle, and put away by Jiggy.
Oh, Jiggy. I don't feel he deserves that. He went for the most unnecessary fake the world has ever seen. All he needed to do was flip forwards into that ball. Yeah. Got the brilliant fake, but obviously there was going to be a second man back in that time, and Mocky was there, but they still managed to convert. It's a harsh one for the Basilisks to concede, particularly with the disrespect in the build-up, but they're only level, you know, they're not behind again, it's not the end of the world, time ticking down. If they can score again, which this play could bring, it could well be the last goal they need.
Yeah, absolutely. With just a minute left on the clock, one goal for either team could put them into the lead of this game, could bring them all the way through. And with Salford leading 1-0, I mean, you'd feel like right now, Berlin Basilisk, you don't want to drop 2 games down. 1 game, not so bad. 2 games, you're starting to feel a little bit worried, even in a best of 7.
Yeah, you are. I know what you mean. It's not match point, but it's halfway there, and you really do start to feel like, you know, they've got your number then, even though really Salford haven't. You know, if Berlin do go 2 games down, apologies, in this series, I don't think it really means that much. It just means Salford had the edge twice. Mocky nearly reaffirming Jiggy's commitment to the own goal cause. He doesn't quite get it. 2 gone from the Basilisks. Yato should get a big clear. It's a big demo, but that'll actually help the Basilisks. Shermer very far out of position. That's a key touch from Mocky. The final seconds tick down though, and it's again Salford with the question.
Yeah, and once again, I think this could be a shooting chance down for Camo. Shot on target, not going to be enough to really test Mocky as his Basilisk doing a good job in their own goal line. Aaron's trying so hard. Mocky needs to get a touch to that. Camo sitting directly behind him. Jiggy up in front of it. There's 1 second left on the clock. This will bounce up. This means that there is a little bit left in it. There's potentially a chance to put this on target. Aaron, I think, has done that on target. It will be safe for the time being. Camo lobs it off the back wall once again. It will be just knocked down into the corner. Jiggy's kept it alive, though. Jiggy has teammates in the middle and has a lot of boost. He's carrying this ball high. It'll go off the ceiling. It'll go into the middle. It'll be touched by Yato. It'll head towards that corner. And I mean, we're still here in this game too. It'll finally touch the ground and we'll head to an overtime. That got far tenser than it needed to.
I think, yes. Couldn't agree more, personally. My heart's had enough. But
12 seconds. 12 seconds.
Exactly. Aaron will get it. Will he? No, he won't. He's been ruined by the woodwork. That's so harsh for Salford. It was a brilliant air dribble, and now they're very, very short-staffed again at the back here. Looking for that bump on Jiggy, but Yato will still get a shooting.
Oh, what a shot.
Aaron with a save, but Yato will convert. It's a fantastic turnaround from the Basilisks. They weathered that initial storm from Salford this time through fortune, perhaps, but they've converted it nonetheless, and we're tied at 1 in the series.
Yeah, and this overtime is kind of in microcosm what I was trying to say about the Berlin Basilisks versus the Bournemouth series earlier. It's kind of what we've seen in this series as well, which is that the Basilisks, they're not great at getting boost when they're on defense, it seems, but they do a very good job of scrambling the ball away from their own line at times anyway. And then when they do finally get a bit of boost, they get another save in. And they just managed to get up to the other end of the pitch and score, just kind of out of nowhere. And that's what happened in that last overtime just there. You know, Camo not quite able to convert on that goal at the beginning, and it just gets turned around on them at the other end of the pitch. Yato with a really, really nice finish. And Berlin Basilisk will find themselves tied in this series, despite the fact that Salford Lions really has, as you said, the lion's share of possession so far.
Yeah, I mean, the stats speak for themselves there. Look at that. Salford have put up 14 shots. They've doubled, in fact, the Basilisk's shooting tally there. You know, obviously, sometimes that's not a very useful metric. When it's close, you can say, well, actually, you know, sometimes it's just a couple of clears being registered that tip the balance. When you're shooting double what your opponents are, that's a big thing. And again, it's the lack of clinicality from the Salford Lions there. You know, Camo missed a couple again in that opening exchange. I think even again, Aaron perhaps got a little unlucky, particularly in that overtime, but they do need to convert on their chances a bit more effectively because the Basilisks now look a lot more warmed up.
Yeah, the Basilisks are starting to find their way into this game as well. And I mean, it's the boost. I keep harping on it, but I think it's been critical in a lot of the goals that have been scored so far in this series. And if the Basilisks can start to claw their way back into that, mini game here in this series of Rocket League as well, it's going to start to get a little bit more difficult for Salford Lions to have their own way in front of that Basilisk goal. And if Basilisks find an early goal of their own for once, that would have definitely been a little bit rough for Salford.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, is that Basilisks have yet to really hold a lead in the game.
Yeah.
They had a little one midway through that game too, but it didn't last very long. And then, of course, they just won it out in an overtime. So now holding a lead there. Yato, big miss for him. Mocky in an awkward spot. Aaron looking for Jiggy on the left. That's a great play. And he's caught them napping at the back post. Jiggy with a well-placed shot will put Salford in the lead.
Yeah, it's a little bit... I mean, it's obviously just a beautiful pass, beautiful finish. The shot's really nice. I think maybe a risk here for Basilisks as well, given that they've been a counter-attacking team all day long so far. You need to be careful you don't get caught out on those counter-attacks. That was the start of a counter-attack that got stopped in the middle. That's a goal. That's a goal. That's Mocky in the top right corner. Whatever point I was making is out the windows. We're just back to a 1-1 game. That's a really nice finish again.
I think he could have hit that any better. Look at that. Bins from Mocky. Absolutely perfect placement, and it's the clinical Basilisks again. That is the first sniff at goal they've had. Granted, obviously Salford converted 2, but Basilisks, that will really help them here. That kind of ability to just turn things around. Yes, they had the lead, Salford. Did the Basilisks scare? Not so much.
Not even a little bit, but Basilisks, they're looking a little scrappy in the middle again, and Aaron has a chance on net. It was a little bit open there. He had a rough angle. That's a pass again in the middle. It was nearly the 3-man passing play coming through for Salford, but at the end of the day, it breaks down just in front of net, and there's a chance again for Basilisk's counter-attack. Boost is secured by Sherman. He's past one. He's over another, not quite as Camo deletes the attack attempt on that one.
Yeah, and it was very, very close. I mean, Camo was effectively second man, but that ball goes over him. I'm pretty sure it's in the net. And that last man, again, Salford, I think, will find him targeted more and more as Berlin settle into this series. Yato looking for 2. He won't get it. Sherma ran out of boost. That was probably taking it away from Mocky, who was waiting. That's a brilliant touch from Jiggy. Camo herring down the left-hand side. Off the corner it comes. It doesn't really bounce in as much as he'd like, and that should give Basilisks a chance to move away.
Could, but there's a very good aggressive defense coming through from Salford, and there has been all series as they look to just keep Basilisks pinned down in here. It's the first time we're really seeing it in this game, and it's worked out perfectly for them. There's no defenders left on the line, as I think there was just havoc being caused by Aaron there.
Yeah, Camo setting him up. Must have been Camo, yeah.
It was Camo, yeah.
He's in his right-hand corner. Yato gets sent to the shots, and Aaron just had to get that angle, and he did.
Still a tough one.
It was a very tough one, and he nailed it. And yeah, Salford have turned things around a little bit here. Even though they won game 1, we still had issues perhaps with their overall level of offensive prowess, particularly when it came to taking their chances. They've been creating good chances all series. Now they seem to be taking them at a rate that we know Salford can. So worrying for the Basilisks, but they've still got time left here in game 3.
Yeah, they do, but Sherman could just put one in off the double touch here. Had the angle, but put it a little bit too low. Jiggy on the goal line will get that one clear for the time being, and now it's the counter-attack for Salford. They find themselves on the traditional side, and the double touch at the other end of the pitch for Aaron is clean.
It is clean, and this is perhaps the trademark Basilisks play. 3 touches from box to box, but Salford have appropriated it there, and now they're 3-1 up in this game 3. It's a big lead, I don't think we've seen a 2-goal deficit run by either side so far in this series, so I can see what that does to the Basilisks.
Yeah, we haven't, and it does kind of make Basilisk's preferred playstyle so far, just sitting back, absorbing pressure, and then explosively counter-attacking. A little bit more difficult to run. That's potentially another goal. Camo denied by Yato. This is again Basilisk highlighting good defense, but they now have to score 2 goals at the other end of the pitch, and counter-attacking for 2 goals in 2 minutes, that's a lot harder than actually getting a bit of pressure of your own. And Basilisk, when they're on the offense, look a little bit susceptible to that Salford counter-attack then.
They do. It's, it's interesting. Yato, though, looking to turn things around. Now, Jiggy gets a pass from Aaron. Mocky will get another touch. Aaron, in there it goes. Yato into the corner, out of the corner. Sherma into the corner again. Berlin Basilisks really hammering that down. That's a great pinch, but Camo ready, even at the front post, to make the save. Yato battering the backboard, but Camo's going to bring this clear, and Salford have weathered that particular storm, and it looks like they might be able to hold it out.
Yeah, they might well be able to hold it out here, as well as It will be the boost on the Basilisk, running dangerously low as well in this play. The corner boost is spawned, but Maki can't go for it. It picked up pads on the way through and is able to get a good clear off the back wall. Yado to follow up the attack to keep the pressure up. There's a deny of Aaron from the ball there. Infield pass, Sherma shoots, but it just drifts well wide of the right post on that play. Clear isn't very good though, but the 50 is better from Jiggy, and that means that this ball will probably get clear off the... Never mind, Salford can't get this ball clear of their own half, as Basilisk now managing to keep up the pressure, but they've waited a minute after we talked about, you know, the 2-goal deficit to do so. And now they just have a minute to find those 2 goals, and they haven't managed to find one in any pressure they've had just recently.
No, Sherma, though, with the right idea there for me, had to be going for that bump. Aaron very isolated, but he managed to avoid it well. Jiggy with a touch off the backboard, which he gets, but Sherma will be next to it. And again, Aaron isolated at the back, Jiggy racing back to help him out. Sherma looking for the awkward roll, he nearly got it, but Aaron clears it away. Time really ticking down now for the Berlin Basilisks, and Aaron has the ball into the corner. Where's the shot? Oh, it's not great from Salford. Mocky needs to clear this down the left-hand side, but a brilliant 50 will buy a lot of time.
Oh, good fake by Sherman. That will keep this play moving forward. Camo had a chance to put that one out, but not able to. But with only 24 seconds on the clock, there needs to be a little bit of desperation, but controlled desperation in the Basilisk's attack now, as they really need a goal to show up very, very soon. Mocky takes one too many touches out of that ball, nearly finds his teammate in the middle anyway. Jiggy is just under this, and right now Salford being scrappy and just preventing this ball from getting anywhere cleanly is all they need to do. Getting it clear is just a bonus on top of it, and with 3 seconds left on the clock, this is going to be game number 3, heading the way of the Salford Lions.
It was much, much better from them. You know, they shot less, but they scored more, and that's really what you need to do. You need to manage your opportunities in such a way that you're not just snatching at half chances all the time. You know, we saw them, I think, perhaps in games 1 and 2, get so excited at a clear-cut chance that was so unusual to them that they were snatching at them, they were desperate to get them, and then they were putting them just slightly off. This time, a lot of their chances were of a very good quality, which means they're ready for them, they're prepared, they're setting them up well. You see that Jiggy goal again in the replay there. You know, that was textbook Salford. It's what you need. Just a little outfield cut, properly brilliant shot from Jiggy, found the back post corner. That's all you need, you know? It's bread and butter Rocket League, but it's working. The Basilisks have yet to find much success in the physical play department. I think they will eventually, but it might be a little too little too late.
Yeah, because we are, of course, now heading towards that kind of all-important game 4 in a best of 7, where with Salford Lions now 2-1 up in the series, it's the question of, will Salford Lions manage to keep this momentum going, roll it all the way into a match point and potentially a series win at 4-1, or do Berlin Basilisks turn it around? Do they manage to take it to 2-2 and claw their way back into the series as it stands?
Yes, I mean, this is the exact situation, in fact, in which Tylacto coined his rather confusing phrase, a 2-game game. Which, you know, when you think about it, when you look at it from a certain angle, kind of makes sense. You know, it's a 2-game swing between 3-1 and a tied series. It's a huge difference, and if Salford can really put this up, I don't think the Basilisks will have much answer for over 3 games of winning. That's a great play, Camo, well positioned, and he won't miss that. And that is a really, really good start for Salford.
Yeah, do you get the sense that Jiggy maybe just wanted to make a fake work at some point in this series?
Yes.
No matter where it happened. Yeah, it was on the sidewall, middle of the pitch, on the enemy goal line. Doesn't matter where it happens. Jiggy finally makes the fake work on that sidewall, finds Camo in the middle of the pitch. And Camo as well, credit to the player who we'd kind of been calling out for scuffed shooting. Jiggy pulls off another one, has a player in the middle. This time around, Camo can't finish it under pressure from Yata, but it's still in front of the Basilisk goal line, and it definitely does feel like Salford are starting to feel their momentum a little bit, and they're starting to play like they're the team on top.
Yes, very, very much so. You know, they are playing some brilliant Rocket League at the minute. They might get another one in at the near post. Aaron can't quite squeak it by. Jiggy just gets that boost to spawn underneath him. Bit of fortune, perhaps, or a brilliant read of the play. Aaron looking for a pass. That's not the pass he would have wanted, though. Jiggy manages to keep it in for now. Sherma is there, but he has no boost, and that boost's gone to Camo. The Basilisks will struggle to put on some sustained defensive pressure. Mocky puts it up. No one goes from Salford. Yato into the corner. Yes, and now Sherma gets a chance. Off the backboard he goes. That's a free drop, but no one expecting the shot to be missed by the Salford defender. Basilisks, though, much more promising.
Yeah, much more promising, and still a chance in front of Ned, as now they are starting to settle into this offensive role that they were struggling to find at the end of game 3 a little bit more. You know, they're looking for these shots up the road, and that one will drift wide of the right post, but Yato is nearly in positions to put it on, and they're not letting Salford out of their own half. This is what Salford have been doing to the Berlin Basilisks in the first 2-3 games of this series. And a taste of their own medicine. So far, Salford holding up well, but it might not last much longer. If Mocky had landed a little bit better, that could have been the chance. Salford is the attacking team, though. We've seen what they can do with this ball and with the boost that they have at the moment. Aaron will take it high, will pass it in. It'll be a shot on target. Yado had to make that save and does, but still pressure, still Camo with the ball. Pass to Jiggy in the middle, and the passing plays from Salford are definitely coming together, even at times when maybe they have shooting chances.
I was going to say, I feel like Camo probably should have, and I think maybe he was trying to, but just couldn't get the angle. Jiggy won't get the angle again there. Aaron, though, that's a brilliant play just off the... One of those. Camo didn't expect to hit the ball, stopped trying, and then suddenly started wishing he was trying a bit harder because Mocky just completely missed it. Yato into the left-hand corner. Big demo perhaps on Jiggy, and that's another big miss from Camo. Aaron, out it comes from the corner. There's two Berlin Basilisk players there, but he puts it past them both. And again, well played from Yato with patience on the backboard to stop the Salford onslaught.
Absolutely, and I mean, I'm reminded here in this all-important two-game game that we were talking, that's just in, is it? Oh, it's off the post, just about. That pinch was so close to going in. Aaron, the lucky recipient of that ball, didn't look like he knew what to do with it when it landed on top of his car, has finally managed to get it clear of his own half, has finally managed to put a bit of pressure here at the other end of the pitch, maybe just a shooting chance back the other way. Is that the own goal again, or was that Camo actually getting the save, getting the shot?
Camo's here.
It's the own goal,
big misread. Yeah, Yato dished it past Mocky into the wrong net. The mental landmine of a goal for the Basilisks to have shipped there, and they're 2 down with just over 2 minutes to play.
It is. It's a little bit rough, and Yado will look for a kickoff goal here. Will not quite manage to find it, and Jiggy's managed to get it clear. Aaron back to Jiggy, puts it very high. Jiggy, I don't think he's enough boost to really get up this, but is faking the other defender out and bumps Sherm away as well, and sets Aaron up for an easy tap home.
Yeah. You know, again, textbook Salford, beautiful. Jiggy
beautiful.
Decides not to go for that, just goes for Shermer instead. I'm not even sure if battered. Aaron probably had that well and truly covered, but again, it's so hard to tell, you know, when you're making the player hesitate. That's what Jiggy really did. The bump wasn't so important. It was the fact that Shermer knew if he tried to get across the goal, he'd just be flattered. So he had to wait, and then Aaron had plenty of free space. So brilliant work from Salford. They find themselves 3 to the good here.
Absolutely, and I think, 30 seconds ago in this game, I was about to try and make the point that I'm a little bit worried for whichever team does finally advance out of this series to face up against the Portsmouth Paladins, who just took Berlin Phoenix to 7 games. But in the last couple of, the last few plays, I think Salford have started to put some of those doubts that I had to rest, Atch.
Yeah, and, again, it's a big thing, I think, in particularly, I think it was Aaron who said, or maybe it was Quint, any of these teams can beat each other on their day. When we were talking to Aaron, he said any of these teams can. Coming in hot is a big thing. Whichever team comes off this will have a win in their locker from the last series. They'll be ready, they'll be prepared. Portsmouth obviously coming in a little bit cold. So it'll be interesting to see if that makes that much of a difference. Salford keep playing like this, I can see them taking it. They are sky-high confident right now.
They're just so quick, and you can see, I think, 12 wheels glued to the ground on that goal, essentially. Sherman was up to try and contest it, but Jiggy just too quick across the face of goal. And Salford are playing with confidence. They're playing at angles that at the start of this series, they definitely wouldn't have been landing either.
No, definitely not. And, it's a worrying sign for the Berlin Basilisks here. They're not managing to do very, very well out of it. So we'll just have to see. Aaron lofting it high. Off the crossbar it comes. Yato will clear it down. Jiggy's there. Is Sherman going to get a shot? Not one that's on target. Oh my goodness, as the time ticks down, it's almost a formality here. Camo taking a good 50 into the corner. Salford look to set themselves on a triple match point.
Yeah, they'll have plenty of time to do it. Essentially reverse sweep in a best of 5 as Yato will deny his teammates a shot on target as well. That's what we're looking at now for the side of Berlin Basilisks, is what would be reverse sweep 3 games in a row if this was a best of 5. It is a best of 7. They did pick up game number 2, but it's still a lot of games to win in a row against the Salford Lions that have really picked up momentum, not just here in this game, but in just the last 2.5 minutes of this game. They found their form, they found their shots, and they found their passes as well whenever they get given a chance in front of this Berlin Basilisks net.
And that will do it. A commanding Game 4 victory for the Salford Lions there. They did really, really well. And, it's do or die now for the Basilisks. Coming off the back of that, it's going to take a big shift in performance to turn it around.
Yeah, absolutely. It did look maybe like, midnight was approaching on this Cinderella run for the Salford Lions, but they pushed it back. Daylight savings, another hour has been added on.
Sometimes
Yeah, pretty summertime. They've thrown it on. And they've definitely turned it on here in game number 4. We called it out, how important it is. Do you keep that momentum going, or can Berlin Basilisk actually manage to break it up here in the middle of the series? And with a 4-0 win to put the series on 3-1, you have to feel that at some point in the next 3 games, Salford Lions can probably just put the Berlin Basilisk out of this tournament, secure themselves that spot in the top 3 of EURC 2021.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. The Basilisks, they've just struggled against this Salford team who just got that edge so early on. You know, it was a small difference, such a minor difference. They took that game 1, set them up. You know, they love their momentum. They love being able to just gradually start, and then once they start snowballing, it's almost impossible to stop. We saw a miniature version of that in this game we just saw. They got 1. It was okay. It was just 1. Berlin could tell, oh, they've got 2, and then the 3rd and the 4th were just spectacular. So Salford really, really feeling it right now, and Basilisks need to turn something out of this game 5.
Yeah, no, it feels a little bit like it'll all come down to who the first goal of this game 5 goes to. If it goes to Salford, Berlin Basilisks may not be able to find their way back into it. And if it goes in this early, good save by Sherman, just about denied off the goal line and off the post as well. And that honestly could have been the series right there, as Aaron tried to put that one away very early on.
Yeah, they really did. Camo again looking to turn things around. Jiggy in a horrible position, but he managed to get a touch into the corner. Yato will follow him there. Big boost steal from Mocky. He'll get 2 boosts in a row there off the Salford defenders. So big for them. Sherman taking that. Mocky with all his newfound boost, setting up for Yato. He didn't expect the ball. Managed to push it in. But my goodness, Basilisks, it was nail-biting.
Yeah, and a lot of this comes down to what you were calling out and what we called out earlier in the series, that boost minigame. Mocky managing to steal 2 away from the side of Salford Lions means that they just struggled to reset, and Yato, even though he was contested on that shot, wasn't as contested as a defender with a lot more boost might have been able to pull off. And that meant that it is a scrappy goal, but a goal nonetheless. Goal number 1 for Berlin Basilisks in game 5, and a bit of light at the end of the tunnel for them, as it was 4-0 in the last game. They didn't find their way through once, and they won't want to concede here. Mocky needs to get this ball clear. Aaron, though, wins the 50 out hard. The defenders come flying through. So do the offensive players. The 50, it's so scrappy on the line, and the ball will somehow not end up in the middle of the net. That just needed a little bit more power behind any of the Salford players, and not a single one of them could find their way through.
Yeah, but they still got offensive pressure here. Camo looking to turn things around. He's popped it high. Sherman's completely missed that. This could be a shooting opportunity. Mocky gets it clear, and he'll manage to chase this down, but Aaron has skimmed 2 of them there. He's done really well. Will he get past Yato? Not quite. Who's next? Mocky decides safety is the best option and puts it out to the corner, but Salford really knocking on that door at the minute.
Yeah, they are. They will have to be a little bit careful, because this is kind of reminiscent again of game 1 and 2, where Salford were pushing really hard but didn't have a big series lead, didn't have those goals landing for them, and those counter-attacks were so lethal from Berlin Basilisks. This time around, though, no, Salford have gotten their eye in at this point in the series. Berlin Basilisks, you cannot get away with just sitting on this goal line anymore.
No, definitely not. Holding a lead against Salford's hard enough if you're going to try and push it, but sitting back on defence, they will score eventually, and that is just what they've done here. 1 apiece now, and it's really, really got to be nervous moments now for the Basilisks.
Yeah, so we're kind of back into that situation. Another goal could decide the tone of the rest of this game. Will it be Berlin Basilisks trying to hold on to a lead? Will it be Salford just starting to run away with it in the last minute and a half, 2.5 minutes of gameplay, as they did in game number 4? This is a pass into the middle of the pitch. It'll be missed by Camo, who's looked at times a little bit questionable, a little bit inconsistent under those high balls, and has had some misses. But this time around, they won't be punished for it, as Aaron just looks to put one on target instead. Good save by Sherman, but this ball is still in the danger zone if you're a Berlin Basilisks fan. And those 50s are starting to land in favour of Salford as well. This time around, it isn't enough to keep the play going. That's a big miss off the back wall. Once again, I'm not sure which player that was, but if it was Camo, we'd have to be having words.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine though, isn't it?
It's just in.
Aaron just capitalised on an alleyway of opportunity presented by the Basilisks, taking a little bit longer. Yato just did us a little bit in the midfield there, not back quickly enough, and Salford have a lead, the only lead they need, as long as they can keep it for the second half of this game.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to feel that we saw Berlin Basilisks trying to play from a deficit a couple of times in game 3 and in game 4, and they struggled to keep the offensive pressure off their own going. They looked a little bit too uncomfortable when, you know, there was more than 2 of them out of their own half at any given time. I'm worried that that's where we're heading again, Atch.
Yeah, unfortunately, much as I'd love Basilisks to try and turn this around, I'm tempted to agree with you. Aaron had an open net, but he missed it off the post. Not the best from Salford. That could come back to bite them, but they've still got offensive pressure. He's got a free shot, and he's missed that as well. This could really come back to haunt Salford now.
Oh, you want to score those on the open net, the ball sailing across. That's exactly what the basic shot training packs look like. And this time around, Jiggy not quite able to land on that ball. They'll have another chance though. Aaron's flying up underneath this one. It got the pace. Jiggy's looking for the bump in goal. Aaron will touch it back down again, but Moki's come through for the player. Can't find Yato cleanly on the wall, but it'll mean Moki to just continue the attack alone. We can't see anything. The demo came through on that one to deny vision, but nothing happened. The goal not to come of it for the time being. Sherma up, denied by Camo, bump in the face of net, and now the physical play starting to come through from the Berlin Bastards. There will be 2 players in the middle for Moki. He misses the last touch though, and that means Aaron just gets an easy roll under that ball, an easy clear, and now a run on net at the other end of the pitch. 2 defenders in the way. We'll fire it into Yato, and it means that we have no goal. 1:20 remaining in this game, and Berlin Bastards still looking to find a way through. Still Salford Lions trying to put this game and the series out of reach.
They're looking very, very threatening at the minute. That's an awkward one for Moki, who's
That's
not going to reach it.
That's
Jiggy
it.
Doubles the Salford lead. A minute to go. It's possible, but it's looking less and less likely for Basilisks now.
Oh, and it's nice from Jiggy,
Yeah.
All the athleticism of a dolphin diving through the waves on that one, leaping out of the water and up to that ball. And the ball, I think again it was a little bit of a boost issue for Basilisks, as there just wasn't a defender in the position with boost to actually get up to that ball, and it's haunted them all series long, and it could be the reason that they are going to get dropped out of the EURC here.
Yeah, I think it's looking more and more likely that that will be the case. Aaron keeping the ball in the wrong half for Berlin, looking for that flip reset. Either he didn't get it or he chose not to use it. Moki looking to turn things around. If Basilisks can get 1 now, 2's definitely possible. Yato dot more than fine for Camo. Sherma keeping the pressure up, but Camo should be able to clear this again. Off the ceiling it comes. Is there a Basilisk player there? Not one that's going to hit it very hard. That's a big touch from Moki. Does he have it again off the post? Yato will finish it though. We might have a game on our hands here in game number 5.
Oh, I was so ready to lament the end of the series, the end of Berlin Basilisk's EURC run when Moki missed that double touch by inches. But Yato, there's the janitor, cleans it up as he's asked to do. And that will mean now 28 seconds left on the clock. It's just 3-2. There's room for Basilisk. It's do or die time. They have to find a goal with an offense that has felt a little bit shaky at times, and they need to keep their own goal clean while they do it. You cannot let Salford get back through right now, as that's Moki pushing it forward. We'll see now if the goal can come through for Berlin Basilisks.
They are leaving it late, to put it lightly. Yato off the ceiling, off to the left-hand side. Who's there? It's a Salford player. That's still in the air, though. Still in the air it is. Moki might not reach this. He won't. It drops. Salford Lions make top 3. And you can't really say off the basis of that that they didn't deserve it.
No, Salford Lions, they had a very good series. They'll close it out 4-1 in the end. A little bit less dose than I think we were expecting on the desk, especially the direction it went. When we were all saying Berlin Basilisks coming in hot, they might have Salford's number. But no, it's the Cinderella story, man. It cannot be denied. Salford Lions, from starting in the lower bracket, have made it all the way into this top 3. And they've looked good while doing so.
Yeah, they really have. It's the Salford that we saw get to the final of NSC rather than the Salford we saw in it. They played really, really well, and the more they play like this, people have been saying, oh, we've seen Salford, we have our doubts about them now after that performance. The more they play like this, the more you think that was the bit that was the blip. The bad performance was the bit that was just an aberration, a one-off. They really seem to be trying to prove that point to us, and playing like that, you can only think the same way.
Yeah, absolutely has been the case here. And that means we will see Salford versus Portsmouth in the losers final. And it means, of course, as well, that we have a guaranteed grand final between a German team and a UK team. It's not going to be one nationality all the way through. And we will be back with that losers final after this break. It should be a very, very enjoyable.
And gentlemen, welcome back to the EU University Rocket League podcast. And I'm here joined by Hemi. Of course, Hemi, it's been quite a while since we've been here. How have you been?
EURC been like for you? Yes, Hemi. Well, I'm really just abusing the travel budget at this point, so I've whipped out the company car and drove along the Autobahn here to Berlin, where I was just enjoying a pretzel in front of Brandenburg Gate when I coincidentally found Yato of the Berlin Basilisks. How are you doing, Yato?
Yeah, what up?
EURC been like for you as an experience, and what highlights have you had ahead of finals day?
Yeah, I was also kind of surprised to see you on my daily stroll to the Brandenburger Gate. You know, that's what we do here in Berlin. We just go here every day and look for a white Talecto. But yeah, man, I'm good. You know, lots of real life stuff lately to do. That's why I can't play as much as I want to lately. But yeah, it's a good time nonetheless. To your EURC question, to be honest, it's a blast for us. It's really amazing considering we weren't really prepared to play, you know, because we thought our season was kind of over after basically we placed 5th in the German playoffs and kind of gave up on their spot, and we could, you know, slide in, take their spot, and just basically wing it, just see how far we can go, you know, saw it as a bonus, still see it as a bonus.
Yeah.
And yeah.
So I was just going to say, well, you've done really well despite that. You know, you're the only team to have taken a game off of the Phoenixes after you beat both Dusseldorf and the Groningen Martinis in the upper bracket of playoffs. I mean, how was that Berlin Phoenix Series 2 play, and how much does that boost your confidence given that you got that game going into Championship Sunday?
I mean,
the rest of your days here go fantastic.
Thank you very much. Amen.
Okay, Hemi. Yes, thank you very much, Hemi. I'm actually down here in Portsmouth. I found a very special guest on this fine sunny day, believe it or not, and it's, of course, from the British team, currently sat up in what most people call heaven and what we commonly call the winners' final of EURC. It's Raiko of the Portsmouth Paladins. How are you doing on this fine day? You're looking fantastic. And how has this split been for you, playing in both NSE and EURC?
Well, thank you. You're looking fantastic yourself. NSE's been pretty great. It was my first time being in nationals, apart from one time I subbed for the A team like last season. But it's been great to play all these games at like the highest level in Uni Rocket League, and it's like every team we come up against, I'm always like to Psycho Mercy, I'm always like, oh, they're really good, and it's just like, yeah, every team is really good up here. Yeah, and in EURC, it's honestly been the same. I'm just loving playing like at this higher level.
No, I mean that's fantastic. I mean, I'm glad you're enjoying. Unfortunately, of course, NSE didn't necessarily go your way in sort of the most potential. I feel like most didn't see you dropping out so soon to UWE after that crazy series in uppers against Salford. And you know, in hard series like that, is it hard to keep your confidence up, I should say? Sorry, you know, the heat of the Portsmouth sun getting to me there. You know, when you're often, I think, labelled, I think it's fair to say, as what people say the weak point of the team, which is no fault of your own. You know, your teammates very, very good, of course, but more so, do you feel like that disappointment domestically sort of motivated you to perform on the European stage? Because really, all tournament long so far, at least, you've looked like the best us British have to offer.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. With my teammates being Psycho Mercy, they're like really insane players. So it's hard for me to keep up with them. And like generally, I'm not as confident as a player because most of the mistakes I make are mechanical anyway. But with both of them backing me up, it's really easy to keep my head up during a series. Like most of the time, I'll mess up and I'll just start apologizing or saying my bad, and they'll often like critique the whole play as like themselves as well as me. And I think that helps me keep my confidence as well. And then, I mean, we also weren't expecting us to end NSC as we did. When we were in uppers against Salford, we knew that we were one of the only teams, if not the only team, that beat them during league play. And like in uppers, we were like, okay, we can do this, we can win. I know they've got first, but we can do it. And then we were honestly kind of shocked when we lost them, but they played absolutely amazing. And then when we played UWE, like they also played really good. Especially, I think we had lost to UWE in the last week of NSC as well. So I was still had my guard up on them, but they played great both times. And then from that in NSC, it definitely motivated us to perform in EURC, because literally as soon as we lost in NSC, we were just like, okay, well the last thing we've got is EURC. Let's prove that we're one of the top UK teams. Yeah. And I think we've done well in that. I mean, I will say we have been a bit shaky at times in EURC, but we've been able to clutch up as well, like that Erasmus series the other day. But it's going well for us in EURC.
No, that's good. I mean, I feel like you said you've looked shaky. At the end of the day, you're still topped Group D, and I've got to really commend you on that. You've been consistent throughout the tournament, and what a series that was against Rotterdam, going all the way to 7. Like, I mean, how nervous were you during that semi-final? Has got to be crazy, right?
Insanely. I was insanely nervous because I think they had won a couple of games and we won one and started to bring it back, and it was like, I think it was either 3-1 or 3-2 to them, and we were like, we just sat there the whole time just talking about what we need to do. We were like, okay, they're playing fast. If we play really defensive, then they'll give us the ball and then we'll get an offense off. And I think it was so scary to be put in that position, but we knew it was going to work because our defense is usually our strong suit. So I think that really paid off.
I mean, that's great. And of course, I can see you've got there. I don't want to keep too much of your time. You've got your lunch. You want to give you time to go eat that, of course. But I also see, if I see that right, that you've also got in your hands an EURC Finals Day prediction bracket. Would you like to go into detail and explain what results you've got there and why you think that they'll be the case this Sunday?
Yeah. I was actually filling it out and running it over to Psycho. You caught me on the way. But firstly, well, let's start off in uppers. I think the uppers finals. I do think we'll lose the upper finals. Obviously, obviously, ideally we win the whole thing. Like that's obviously best case
our
scenario.
Sources do say that maybe Nagflow won't be available for Berlin Phoenix, and that may give you an extra window to the grand final. I don't know if that changes your confidence about things. I can't confirm it, but I do know that it is a great possibility.
Well, I think even if that happens, I'd like to keep my predictions the same, just in case, because I don't know how good their sub is, and obviously it could be really good.
That's fair.
But yeah, I still have us to lose the upper finals. I mean, Berlin Phoenix, with or without Nagflow, could have a stacked team. With Nagflow, they obviously have a stacked team as well. And it'll be our first series of the day, so I reckon we'll lose and then go into losers finals. And then from there in lowers, it's really tough predicting this lower bracket. It looks so scary. Like there are so many good teams and so many teams that I personally just want to make it through. They're all in losers. Like Berlin Basilisk, they were in our group. I really like their team, Moki and Yato as well.
Yeah.
Bournemouth, we haven't actually played them much this season, but I love them as a team as well. I think they play really well. Salford as well, same. And Erasmus, obviously that close series the other day. I think anyone can take it. But I predicted Bournemouth to be over the Basilisk in Game 7 as well.
You've got a lot of Game 7s there.
I do. It's so hard. I'm so indecisive when it comes to predicting, so I'm just like, I think they take it, but barely. Yeah. But yeah, I think Bournemouth will take it over the Basilisk, and I think Erasmus will beat Salford. I mean, I know Salford came first in NC, like in the table of league play, but I think Erasmus, just the way they played against us, I think it will work well against Salford, even though like they are very consistent.
Okay, no, I respect that. That's fair. And you've got the Battle of the South in the lower finals there. You say you don't get to play Bournemouth often. You say you'd like to get that rematch then? Of course, that would be 2 out of the top 3 being from the UK.
Yeah, I think the Bournemouth Erasmus series will be especially one to watch. I think that will be a very exciting series. But I think Bournemouth will take it, and then the Battle of the South in the losers finals. I think I really wanted. I think I speak for Psycho and Mercy when I say this, but we really wanted to play Bournemouth in uppers, like regardless whether we'd won or lost. Like we were literally all looking forward to that game because we hadn't played them since Society Showdown. And it was, and we just really wanted to play. And then on the day when we got the news that they weren't going to be able to play, we were actually like, obviously we were happy that we went through, but it was kind of like disappointing. Like we were very ready to play, so it was kind of sad. But I think that'll be a really fun match to play and a fun match to watch as well. Obviously, put it as Game 7 because
all the Game
it's
7.
going to be close.
And the grand final as well. You've got a full roster Berlin Phoenix that you're going to force to Game 7. Is that just for the standard across the board, all Game 7s, or do you think you're sort of getting really hopeful with that one?
I think with that one, I am getting hopeful, but obviously not too hopeful because if I really wanted to, I could put us to win a grand final reset. But I'd like to see us, if they are full roster, I'd like to see us put up a fight in either winners finals or grand finals.
Okay, I mean, that's fair enough. I am getting word from our host, Hemi, that maybe the COVID police are realising that I'm breaking restrictions by being here in Portsmouth, TJ, so I'm going to have to run back to the studio. Thank you very much for this interview, and of course, I wish you the best of luck on Sunday.
Thank you. Have fun.
Thank you very much. I'm on my bike.
You know, I keep forgetting you can do that, but, you know, it must get cold once he gets that high in the air. Speaking of high in the air and cold, we now move to Salford, where I believe Tylacto has found a secret nuclear bunker inside a special guest.
Thank you very much, Hemi. Yes, I now find myself... I'm not entirely sure where, but I think I'm in a bunker in Salford. Yes, this has to be Salford, where I've been told that the best stream producer in Rocket League is in hiding. And I'm also told he's an avid member and fan of Salford University, a fan, of course, of the Salford Lions. And here he is. How are you doing, Kizza? How long have you lived down here in this Salford bunker? And have you emotionally recovered from Salford losing in the grand finals of both UK Championships, NSE and Newell?
Well, the thing is, there is probably a bounty out for my head due to these losses, hence why the bunker. So down here, it's very safe, it's very cozy. Internet could be better, but still, it's good enough for streaming. It's a stable connection. But yeah, as for the lads, they...
Psycho manages to block it. Camo completely getting blocked by Psycho. Jiggy's actually going to make it back in time. No, he is not, as Psycho opens up the score up on the back of an amazing 50 here.
I mean, that's a massive dunk from Psycho, and Jiggy just cruising there, saving his boost at the last minute. Not sure whether even Portsmouth looking absolutely hungry, but the question is, will they themselves get a reality check if they go down this play? But oh my goodness, no, I think Mercy is just going to do it all himself.
And that is exactly the kind of play, you know, the alarm bells might have been faint in your ears at that point. You see a goal like that going against you, and suddenly they are in your face. They just
so much right now in this championship bracket playoffs.
It is the best of 7. You do have a little bit of wiggle room, but obviously always off to that good start. Jiggy dropping that straight to Camo, and that is just an absolutely lovely passing play. Let's have another look at this and just appreciate the intricacy of the pass out of Jiggy and the confidence that Camo had.
Takes it. Can he control it again? No. Jiggy is going to get it back into the corner. He's going to pop it out towards Arton, who's going to take the shot. And top shelf it is. Salford strike first again.
Yeah, the story of the series is happened again. Loughborough leaving themselves
Good evening and welcome back to EURC Championship Sunday. We're here for Portsmouth Paladins versus the Salford Lions, and we are joined on the desk by a strange man in a Portsmouth jersey. It's Geordie Unknown. Tell us a little bit, I guess, about yourself, your history with the team, and, how you're feeling about, being associated with the Portsmouth Paladin teams. Now, it's more wins against Berlin Phoenix than the entire rest of the European competition put together.
Okay, well, that's quite a lot of information.
It's a lot of things, yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm Geordie Unknown. Some may know me from the Geordie Pog. But I helped start the Portsmouth Esports Society and the Rocket League scene over there. And I basically was captaining that team for over 3 years. And obviously last year I managed to get a nice win in the winter with Psycho and Esper at the time. But now I've left the capable in the capable hands of Psycho, and he's just doing a great job. And I'm feeling pretty confident today. Overall.
Yeah, as you said, very capable, very capable. More wins for Portsmouth over the Berlin Phoenixes than literally the rest of the teams in the competition put together, which I think is just a stat that bears repeating. They got 3 wins, everyone else has only managed 2 combined against them. And that means Portsmouth, Jordy, you have to be feeling good about heading into this series against Salford.
Oh, definitely. It was a great performance against the Berlin side, even though they didn't get the win in the end. But like a team with people like Nagflow and Tigre on it is getting 3 games against them is insane, and especially coming back off of that Druid Gaming tournament win not so long ago, about half an hour ago, 20 minutes ago. They're definitely going to be feeling quite confident. So yeah, looking good.
Yeah, absolutely. Tylacto, save us from the Geordie Pogs in Twitch chat, and let's talk a little bit about Salford as well, because there are 2 teams here in this lower finals, and Salford, the Cinderella run continues for them.
Yeah, we should talk about Salford, but we can also talk about Twitch chat at the same time, Newell, because I'm not sure how you feel about this, Geordie, but there's a solid 36,000 points on the back of Portsmouth. Usually that'd be quite good. I've looked at Salford Lions. They've got 176,000 points on their head. That's 83% of the total. I don't know if you reflect that. I think that's doing Portsmouth quite harshly, I do.
Yeah, it's definitely doing them quite harsh, but I think that may be because Saf has put 111,000 in on his own side of Salford. I do not know how he has that much. He must be a Gamba master, but honestly, that is, I think, changing the odds quite drastically.
It is.
Yeah,
that's fair enough.
Yeah, Saf just flexing his wealth. And then going on to call other things a scam, I'd be a little bit careful about what he's about to do to everyone's points and calling anything else a scam off the back of that. But actually, look, we've just come off the back of a Salford victory against the Berlin Basilisks to find this match up against the Portsmouth Paladins. And they look good in that series, but it's going to be a lot of momentum for them coming through, and it might be momentum they have to carry through this series as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be crucial for them not to have the same kind of start. We were discussing it both live and after that series. Berlin Basilisks, I personally believe, should have gone 2 games up in that series off the bat. Salford, I think, really did form a bit of a heist on game 1, just sort of swoop it out from underneath the reaches of the Basilisks. That kind of slow start, we saw Camo hitting woodwork for all he's worth, and that kind of stuff, it won't fly against Portsmouth. You'll be halfway to losing before you can start sort of righting the ship. So yeah, momentum very, very important. But like Geordie said, both teams, whether in this tournament or elsewhere, have been keeping their momentum up with victories since they last played. So it's going to be a big thing for them to try and keep that going.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I could come back to Geordie to kind of look at that Salford series as well. And, Salford, they look to be coming through as a team that when they're playing well, seem to be playing very well as a team. Portsmouth, on the other hand, I mean, you've got some players who, when you even have Berlin Phoenix saying, yeah, no, they're mechanically very good players, like, are you looking then at Portsmouth to play a bit more mechanically in this series, or do you think that they'll match Salford in terms of team play?
I think definitely we'll be able to match in terms of team play. I know outside of tournaments, the boys don't play too much together, so that can be quite a bit of a barrier in terms of getting that team play through. But the sheer quality of them just helps so much, and having a big man captain like Psycho, he can just bring the team together so well, and just pull everyone together.
Yeah, absolutely. It always helps to have a player like that over on your side. And I mean, look, Tylacto, it's something we should maybe talk about a little bit, is that Salford look to have been playing well, have a lot of chemistry as well, but they have brought in a sub, and Aaron's been performing very well for the team.
Yeah, it seems to have gotten to a point at this point, at least in EURC, which is hilarious considering their history of a dramatic sort of, plenty of almost beef, you could say, in previous seasons between the rosters. And yet this time, it's been a whole lot of heaven for them. And despite the entire inconsistency of their roster, they're now currently on a 6-series streak in the lower bracket, most of which, if not all, have been played with Aaron, at least in the playoffs. It begs the question to see how different the tournament could have been if they managed to actually start in the upper bracket. Like, what a performance this has been. They even went 5-2 in the groups as well. You could think they're hard done by, but really, they've just earned it all the way here to a top 3 finish at the minimum, and to go into this series, which, I mean, last time I remember Salford playing Portsmouth was the NSE playoffs, and while Portsmouth may have started out strong, they effectively got reverse swept. I mean, it wasn't, 4-3 in terms of the best of 7, but like, it just, a spark just ignited Salford. Of course, that was the roster with Arn that time, in fairness, but it will certainly be weighing heavily on the minds of the Portsmouth players that was their last matchup.
Yeah, and we'll see as we're going to head into predictions as well. We're going to go, first of all, to the man in the Portsmouth jersey to ask if he thinks maybe can Portsmouth win.
Yeah, I mean, I have every confidence in the Portsmouth lads. Obviously, I'm biased, but I think it's going to be a solid 4-2 to Portsmouth.
Absolutely, and I wouldn't worry about the bias. I think half the desk have been biased for half of these series so far throughout the tournament, so nothing new there. And we'll come to Tylacto next. And you were kind of saying it there, Salford, they definitely can some of those sparks in important series. Is this going to be one of them?
I feel like I have to. I feel like almost a duty to predict Salford. At the end of the day, they won the last matchup against Portsmouth, and they've won 6 series on the bounce coming into us. Regardless of how great Portsmouth looked against the Berlin Phoenix, that was a series where they were really not under pressure. There was no expectation on their shoulders. It was just go as far as you can. You have nothing to lose. And while they can be proud no matter what coming into this series, how much they'd also want to get to the grand finals as well. I will go with Salford on this one.
That's fair, and so we'll come to Atch. We have one in each direction. Is this going to be it, though? Is the clock finally going to strike 12 on Salford's Cinderella run, or can Portsmouth put a stop to them?
See, I obviously have all of the same information as Tylacto, and I'm just perhaps willfully going to choose to interpret it in a completely different way. Yes, the Paladins did not win their last series in EUR. They lost to the Berlin Phoenix. Yes, Salford did win their last series also against the Berlin side. The gulf between those two sides that we're seeing Salford and Portsmouth having just played, they've played each other. We've seen the two Berlin sides face off against each other, and Berlin Phoenix were the comfortable victors. Portsmouth, therefore, I think, had a much tougher run. I think that's, something that you can't really dispute. They obviously had a much harder matchup just before against the Phoenix. To go to 7 games, I think that's such a promising sign for them. I have to predict it for them. I think it will be close. Could see 6, maybe even 7 games. But I think Portsmouth will come out on top.
That's fair. And so with 2 for Portsmouth and 1 for Salford, I'm going to steal Atch's entire identity out from under him, and I'm going to go with the underdog story. I've been just enjoying watching Salford make this run through the lower bracket just far too much. I'm hoping that it will continue. I believe that it will continue all the way into a grand final, and I'm going to leave it up to Orion and Tylacto to take us through this series and all the rest of our series tonight, as it's up to you boys to cast our way to that grand final.
Thank you very much, Nurleg. And hello, Ryan. How are we doing? We found ourselves with an all-British matchup here in the lower finals of EURC. Now, it's hard to compare because this is the first time we've had a double elimination bracket in EURC. But I think already at this point, it is one of, if not the best performances from the UK on the European stage.
Yeah, I would definitely have to agree with you, even, you know, not considering their final position, just some of the teams that the UK teams have been able to take on, and especially that game 7 between Portsmouth and Berlin Phoenix, who this whole tournament have just looked absolutely untouchable. So to get that, speaking of untouchable, Mercy not going to be able to reach that one, as Aaron is going to put in a nice clean early goal for Salford.
Yeah, that's the thing. Aaron, even earlier, you know, in the previous series, he just could not stop scoring the both times we've seen Salford did. I think Aaron has honestly, if anything, been a bit of an MVP so far. Usually, we look to the sort of Jiggy making the plays on offense, and Camo certainly being very reliable, backing everyone up. But Aaron coming in with the lower ping than usual as well. He's been looking fantastic on it, and whilst it may not be the same lineup that Portsmouth had to play in the NSE playoffs that sent them to the lower bracket in them sense, it's certainly going to be one hell of a test, and going down early on is not how they would have wanted to start.
No, they almost went down 2 there. Camo had a perfect cherry picture shot, but wasn't able to put it on target. Here is Ryko over towards Mercy, but bailing out of this one. Able to steal that corner boost away, though, so they might be able to stay on offense for a little bit. Unless Aaron could send this top corner. It is top corner, but off the inside of the crossbar. An absolute boomer of a shot coming out from Aaron. Here's Mercy. We've seen what he can do with his mechanics. Can he get the shot off? Only 40 boost to his name on that one. Not quite able to make something work, and it does seem that both teams now, after that early goal, are firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, certainly Mercy has been confident all day long, but that's the thing, all day long for Portsmouth. When will fatigue start to set in? They have played a whole lot today. In fairness, Salford likewise have played 2 best-of-7s. Portsmouth been playing 2 tournaments at once. If anything, it's just a test of endurance right now, as if this series goes the distance, it would certainly be just that. Of course, their last matchup did go to 6, and while Mercy has been scoring high-flying, fantastic plays all day as well, he looked for an attempt earlier in the previous minute or so, but didn't quite find the connection he was looking for. And that's the thing for Portsmouth. They're going to need to not be able to rely on just incredible plays like that to get their offense. They're going to need to sustain pressure if they're going to be able to reliably get goals against this very strong defensive-looking Salford side.
Yeah, and I do think that sustained pressure is, you know, a real Achilles heel of Salford. Like, they seem to defend the quite direct plays very well, but if it's just like ball after ball at the backboard, then they do start to crumble a little bit, and just a few miscommunications come out from them. So I definitely agree, if Portsmouth want to break down Salford on defense, that's what they need to do. And so far, you know, there's pressure there. I mean, if you're going to take 2 people out and get a fake like that, like Ryko has, then you're definitely doing something right. But despite the pressure, it's not quite, I wouldn't describe it as suffocating. You know, it's there, but it's not really troubling Salford just yet.
No, certainly not, as we are crossing half-time. But Portsmouth are beginning to wake up here, and even going a goal down, not tested really at all. The mental fortitude was already displayed earlier in the fact that they managed to fight back despite being Braziled by the Phoenixes. They managed to force a game 7 despite that here, but a much more level playing field. And Salford are looking to make that more uneven. In fact, with a 2-goal lead it would have been, but the numbers were back in the side of the Paladins here. They're going to have to try and get a counter-attack, but it just seems so difficult when Salford, and in particularly Camo, are always just there as a massive roadblock.
Yeah, there is a bit of a battleground in that final third at the moment, and, you know, Salford, they're not turtling up. They're really coming out to meet Portsmouth when they get on offense and forcing those challenges. Camo wasn't able to get one there, and it's sent over the top, but Jiggy into the corner. Double commit from Portsmouth could be a disaster here, as Aaron sends it long. Yeah, and it is going to be an overcommit from Portsmouth. Camo there, able to turn that one in and make it 2.
Ryko flew so fast into that ball, and yet it ended up like he just sneezed on it. The power was just nowhere to be found, and Salford straight down the middle into an open net. It was a classic, well-defended lead. Wait for the mistake, and an easy punish. Game 1, maybe even out of reach.
Yeah, Portsmouth, they must have felt forced to go for that overcommit. They might get one back here, courtesy of Psycho, who's sending this one off the backboard, but it's going to go over to that other side. Here's Mercy trying to control it, but doesn't make the touch. Neither does Aaron, though, and it's still Portsmouth on offense. Sends it over the top of one. Jiggy with an important block. Mercy trying to force it through all 3, but absolutely nothing doing there. Here comes Aaron looking for, something, an air dribble. Didn't quite do what he wanted. I think he was maybe caught in 2 minds between the air dribble and the flip reset, and tried to do both at the same time.
G's going to show him how to do it there, turning it into a beautiful pass, and Aaron nearly getting it underneath Ryko, but the man holds his ground well, keeps it at just a 2-goal deficit. But we're into the final minute, and Portsmouth, they still need that too if they want to get first blood in the series. And Camo, solid defense as always. He's actually turned it into a shot. That's a save on the backboard required by Psycho there. And the double demo by Camo. He's just unnecessary cyberbullying. He's been reported to the police over it. But Aaron, oh my goodness, we're going to have to file a report over that. Well, what an angle was this?
Yeah, Portsmouth was still recovering from that demo, and Aaron just smacked it straight in. Nobody was even back on defense expecting a shot there, and all of a sudden there it was. 3-0 now on the side of Salford. Portsmouth yet to score. Salford might get a fourth here. That's a big miss, and oh my, okay. that is exactly what you deserve for doing that.
It is. You fully deserve to miss that. Aaron trying to start. I mean, you have to respect it as much as it was disrespect. Really, to concede a goal like that, Portsmouth, it would have hurt. It would have stung. But maybe a little bit of a reality check for Aaron, who has, like we were saying, coming in, looked so confident, looked so sharp, and has been the star offensively of this Salford team. He's just AFKing in the last 10 seconds there. Went just to grab a bite to eat, went to get a drink. He's still going to be top of the scoreboard. And speaking of the scoreboard, Salford put up 13 shots to 5 that game. Maybe the fatigue going through for Portsmouth, but honestly, Salford just look undeniable right now.
Yeah, they definitely looked in control of that game, and Aaron on offense looked as you would expect him to, which isn't something that I thought we'd be saying. You know, as coming in as a substitute, he really has at times looked like the best player on this team. A lot of people, including myself, would have said, you know, halfway through this domestic season that Jiggy was probably Salford's best. But at the moment, Aaron has come in and has really kind of just set this Salford team alight and is showing what he's made of.
I don't know what it is that has helped them really make this run. It's honestly comparable to the sort of Northern Gaming Season 3 with the subbing in of Turbo Pulsar, where the constant sort of, lack of pressure due to the fact they're using a sub, but the sub is really damn good. And they're suddenly on a 6-series winning streak through this lower bracket. And you can see they've got their sights and crosshairs aimed on this Portsmouth side here. And they're going to continue to do so on Forbidden Temple. Thank you, Slipstream, by the way, for the raid. Shout out to you guys here, as Portsmouth may have looked fantastic in the winners final, but they're up against it in the lowers.
Yeah, definitely needing to speed up a little bit as well. Like, I think Mercy really was the only player that was being a bit speedy, and that time I think that was another bump attempt from Camo. Was just tried to, it was Riker actually that ended up putting that one middle, and Camo, just his presence alone there was enough to scare Mercy into having to jump early for that one. And Salford, exactly the same as last game, 4:48 left on the clock, and they have scored again.
It is, and that Mercy just forced back on his back. Well, they have to be scared of this Salford offense. So many demos as well coming out from Camo, and anytime that loose ball, you see that it's going towards Aaron. I just felt like no matter what happened, he was going to score. He's looking so on form right now here, and again, forcing saves out of this Portsmouth side who don't want to be playing from behind. They managed just one comeback in the 7 games against the Berlin Phoenix, and whilst you may not say Salford are of the stature of Berlin Phoenix, I don't even know if the difference is that big anymore. Their defense has looked so strong in all the series they have played, just so structured, professional, and until Portsmouth step it up, I don't think they're going to be able to break it through.
No, I don't think so either, but Aaron is just flung himself at that ball and gotten a piece of it again. Portsmouth just not having the speed to contest with Salford right now, finding themselves on defense, but Camo getting quite a fortunate dunk there. Aaron going to send this one over to Camo. It's into the midfield. Jiggy is there. Can he get back to this? Jiggy? No, not enough boost that time. Aaron, though, with just a muscle of a dunk, and Jiggy to turn it in. Portsmouth, yeah, I can't put my finger on what's wrong, but something definitely is wrong.
It's just when the chips are down, unfortunately, Raiko panicking a bit on the defense there. Salford have got their numbers and they are looking comfortable. Simple click and collect there for the 2-goal lead. And whilst you may say that you've got a best of 7 to turn things around, right now they need more than turning around on Portsmouth. Salford, they just don't look like stopping. The fact you can see how they're on this run of 6 series straight and how it may easily be 7. They look so hot right now that you need a goal, not just for your own confidence, but to try and break theirs.
well, cutting that sentence short, they need a goal. They're going to get one here, finally. They hadn't scored up until this point, and now after seven and a bit minutes of Rocket League, we are going to get a goal on the board for Portsmouth, but still trailing by 1. They've only managed just to cut the deficit in half for the time being, but getting on the board, you know, Rocket League, all about momentum, so I'm sure that they'll take that in their stride and try and keep building going forwards.
6 and a bit minutes around, nearly 7.
6 and a bit, yeah.
Caster math. It's unacceptable, clearly.
I study rocks for a reason, Steve. You're the physics person.
Rocks. That's harsh. That's harsh. It's much better than just rocks. I mean, right now, some of the defense in Portsmouth has been very, very rocky because, well, I mean, it's just been shaky any time they've been put under the pressure. I mean, look at this. It's another uncontested chance, but Camo off the crossbar. They're going to get away with that one.
Jiggy dropping it down there. That was a deft little touch from him, but nobody from Salford wanted to commit. It's now Aaron back on the defense, following up his own touch. Can he beat Psycho to it? Yes, he can. It's a drop down for Camo. It might already be in. It was a bit of a strange one. I don't quite know how it's ended up in with Jiggy there, but it has, and he's dealt with it pretty well. Camo there is going to let that one roll past the net. Here comes Ryko, but Jiggy with the demo onto Mercy should snuff out the danger for the time being. What's funny, Steve? Do tell.
Someone called. Oh, it's an equaliser from Psycho, by the way. That is a huge goal, and I just can't talk about it because my mind is saying how there's a lovely gentleman or gentlewoman in the chat called RoxRL, alright? And they think we're being very mean. I actually can't keep a straight face. That's a fantastic equaliser by Portsmouth, keeping themselves. I mean, to bring this 2-goal swing turnaround, that is completely series changing in terms of mentality, in terms of momentum. Salford are now suddenly being tested. Their confidence is going to be lacking, and Portsmouth have finally got their engine started.
Yeah, they have, crucially. And, I mean, Salford still look good, but it seems like Portsmouth are now, you know, showing what they can do on offense instead of showing what they can't do on defense. So,
true.
A good bit of a good bit of momentum for them. Here comes Psycho trying to get something over the top. That's going to be a dangerous one, but again, no one from Portsmouth really, you know, just wanting to throw themselves at it. You saw Ryko there just dashing back and didn't really need.
What?
What did we just witness?
Hacks? An executable score goal is running with a brute force operation from Mercy. He's outplayed 2 players with the dunk at a stupid angle. And Portsmouth have come from 2 down and stunned Salford.
Yeah, and it will remain to be seen whether Salford looks stunned or whether they score off this kickoff. Jiggy just built different there, absorbs that 50-50 Aaron off the crossbar. I thought Psycho was gearing up for an own goal there, but thankfully avoids that one. Jiggy gets 50-50 there. Aaron trying to get another 50-50, but Psycho just barreling through everyone. Camo with a pinch. Can he find a teammate in the middle here? Psycho, great touch there, but Aaron straight back into the box. Mercy, just like a rabbit in the headlights there, had to just do something with his car. Finds himself on the front foot at the moment, trying to pinch this one in field. Camo, great touch over the top on defense. And, well, there's a minute left in Salford. They looked in control. They definitely don't look in control now, as it might be a 2-goal lead for Portsmouth.
Oh, everything has changed, even off the back of this game. If Portsmouth can see it out, suddenly they are the... Never mind. We have got one hell of a game too on our hands around Portsmouth. Unable to keep things tight at the back. A touch from Ryko, good enough to get it past Jiggy, but Aaron again, too fast, too clinical. Mercy going for boost, and it's a 6-goal shootout. And, you know, if Portsmouth invests so much into this game, only to go 2-0 down in the series, that is going to hurt.
Yeah, it really is. I've seen a lot of loose touches coming out from Ryko as well, just not quite getting the ball clear and then putting his teammates in a very awkward spot when he gets challenged. It seems like Salford are almost giving him space on Mercy with a flip reset. Opts not to use it. Camo had to bail out Jiggy there, who had his axles completely broken by that play. 10 seconds left now for one team to stick their nose in front. It's not going to be Ryko, who just gets absolutely deleted by Jiggy. It might be Psycho. Oh, off the post and wide from Psycho.
0-second play from Portsmouth, so close there, the ceiling pass. It was a 3-man passing play to boot as well. Salford gonna watch it nervously come off the inside of their post, and they're gonna stay alive. And can they whisk this one away from under the noses of Portsmouth in such tantalizing fashion, or will Portsmouth clutch it up here to tie up the series? This game too, it's so early on in the series, but it feels like such a tipping point. Both teams fully invested in this one, and Jiggy required to make a nervous save at the near post. Aaron having to do some unusual defensive work for once here. He's going to do another great bit there and get it past one player. Can he get it past two with a touch? It's a little bit loose. Mercy should be okay. Not if he gets absolutely slam banged off that wall by Aaron jumping to get that demo. That was BM.
Yeah, that was quite the demo there. Just it almost like went for a Cuxia pinch, but on the player.
Yeah.
Deleted him from the field. Camo there was looking for an air dribble, but not enough boost. It's staying in this Portsmouth half for quite some time here. And Aaron getting it over one. Jiggy with the bump.
Oh my goodness!
No! Jiggy, that is literally the odds of that happening are so low.
The other end. At the other end.
Oh, Jiggy's giving it straight to Ryko. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm so scared. I'm so nervous. Why am I so nervous? I'm not even playing.
No, Jiggy must absolutely hate physics right now. The chance of him bumping in and saving the shot himself. So unfortunate for Salford, and they're going to have to come up with the goods once more. But maybe Psycho is going to be the one to find the pass. Jiggy, though, he's there tracking back well, but the shot is going to come through. He's going to make another save. Huge defensive work from Jiggy, and he's going to buy his time. Try and bait in the player with the air dribble. Mercy, he is equal to it, and Camo required off the sidewall. Aaron up so confidently. No one can beat this man right now. He whistled that, like, he was just so fast to that ball compared to the opposition. But that being said, Portsmouth are back onto the backboard again. Jiggy making another big defensive block here. I mean, it's already 13 shots for Salford, and to be fair to Portsmouth, they've got 11 of their own. It's so close right now. Typical that a 6-goal game would have over a 2-minute overtime, but it's not gonna last any longer. The bouncer bump plays coming out again, and look who's putting the ball in the back of the net again. It's Aaron with his hat trick.
Yeah, Mercy did his absolute best to try and wrong foot Jiggy there. The second that ball was in a 1v1 situation, Jiggy went straight for the bump, and Mercy tried to escape onto the backboard, but to absolutely no avail. And as you say, despite Portsmouth putting in so much work there and coming back to, they were 3-2 in the lead in that game. Yeah, it's just completely gone away from them, and Salford now in that overtime, Aaron himself putting up 10 shots all by himself, 3 goals, hat trick for him as well. That feels like it could be a real pivotal moment in the series. You know, Portsmouth, they threw everything there. Like, everything was on the table, and Salford still had the better hand.
Yeah, that is literally the fact of the matter there. Perfectly summed up. Salford just so clutch. Aaron just cannot stop scoring, and so many bumps. They're so frustrating to concede, but I want to give massive props to Jiggy there. Multiple times that game kept Salford in the game, as Portsmouth could have opened up a 2-goal lead if not for him there as well. And Portsmouth, they'd be trying for anything right now. They've had to fight from behind early both times. That may be about to change, except it's not going to. Salford with a lovely team passing play off the inside of their own goal.
Just 200 IQ plays there, you know, you wouldn't even think of it, but it almost worked. Again, in the same breath, it almost didn't. Camo now in control a bit more here, as Jiggy going to try and dunk Mercy, does so, but into his own final third, unfortunately. Psycho has just sent one into the corner, and Camo to give it another kick away. Jiggy has just dropped that one straight down. Mercy, can he get the double touch here? No, Camo going to rush across that backboard and get it to safety, but only as far as Ryko. Aaron now to the midfield. Psycho. Seems like Portsmouth are definitely pressing Salford a lot more now, which is exactly what they needed to do. They were giving Salford way too much space before, and it also seems that they're starting to gain control of the boost, although that might not matter if this goal goes in from Camo. The miss on the backboard from Psycho, allowing Salford once again to get on the board first here.
Yeah, he tried to time it right, didn't jump though, was confident in the perfect touch, and he certainly did not get it. Camo, the Chad, just going like, yeah, you'll miss, and yeah, I'll score. Salford again gonna strike first, and Portsmouth making their lives difficult, having to play from behind. If they don't manage it this game, they'll be 3 games behind.
Yeah, this is it. If Salford retain this lead, then it's going to be match point for them, which is very scary for Portsmouth. Like, you know, reverse sweeps in a best of 7 are definitely possible, but I mean, under this kind of pressure in these circumstances, it's going to be a really tough ask. If anyone can do it, I think it's Portsmouth. But they do not want to be in that situation. They've got to come from behind again here.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone would be victims of it as well, it wouldn't be the first time Salford have been reverse swept in a best of 7 in University Rocket League, but certainly, as you say, once in a blue moon event as well. I certainly do not see it myself, but, you know, hang on a minute. Camo, he's going to be able to make that defensive stop, no problem, but it just seems such a mountain to climb for Portsmouth. They don't fight back with this game. As we say, game 2, so invested in it were both teams that you worry with the fatigue that Portsmouth could be amassing today and might have knocked the wind out of them. And Aaron is a man who seems to have infinite stamina right now. He just cannot stop being threatening on the offensive end as we cross half-time. Still, it's advantage Salford in game 3, and still Aaron just absolutely styling on his opponents.
So much respect being given to Aaron as well. Like, he was just so much faster than Psycho there, and he just has free reign of the offense right now. Like, no one seems to be able to challenge him in time, and you know, when he can consistently do things like that, we saw him only about 10 seconds before look for a flip reset, and Portsmouth just kind of watched him like, are you going to score or not? Okay, you haven't. Let's wait for the next time. And that time, off the ceiling with the double tap, Aaron on offense, just putting the team on his back right now.
Oh, Camo with a big stop, but is it enough? Yes, Aaron is back to make the stop as well, despite the bump from Psycho. It wasn't enough, and the 2-goal lead stays intact. Jiggy with a bump of his own, though. The amount of physical play coming out from these UK lads is ridiculous right now. Speaking of ridiculous, Aaron nearly got another one to his name. He is looking in the form, the likes of which I don't know if we have ever seen him in. Camo slamming it away from the back post. They're going to buy so much time onto the backboard where Psycho missed, and he's going to miss again here. Aaron going to be given time. I mean, I say that, he just makes it look that the players aren't even there. He took it past one, bumps out the way for the other. Jiggy is gonna put it in, and Camo, look at this, man. He's trying to sign up to be a bouncer right now.
Well, yeah, he definitely made Raiko bounce out of the way there and opened up the net for Jiggy. And do you know what? This is a real redemption arc for Salford, because the last time I remembered being in this kind of space where we were watching a team just get not decimated, but, you know, made a team look second best, was that NSE Grand Final where Bournemouth just completely annihilated Salford. And now Salford are doing to Portsmouth what Bournemouth did to them. Like, I cannot see, as things stand, a real genuine way back for Portsmouth in this now. Like, they've barely, I think they've scored 4 goals total in the series over 3 games so far. And, I mean, they've been shut out in 2 of them. So, yeah, just crazy from Salford right now. No one, well, some people expected this. I wasn't one of them, so I'm going to say no one expected this.
I didn't expect it in this fashion.
No,
I figured
exactly.
Salford had the stamina and were playing more informed, less feeling of the pressure. And, I mean, I just didn't know if I quite expected this. Like, they're just absolutely undeniable. I cannot help but reference that this is a team on the back of a 6-win streak, and it is showing so much right now. Aaron in particular, I cannot take away from his performance. It's looking so, you know, when a player's just playing so confident that it literally knocks the confidence out of you. It's like, how do we beat this guy? He's just attempting play after play after play, and he's forcing the best out of you at every moment, and the second you don't step up to that standard, you're getting punished. And it's so disheartening when you get given no slack like that. You invest so heavily into a game like Game 2, and it still isn't enough. And now you're 3-0 down in the series. You have to reverse sweep. The only thing in Portsmouth's mind is that, well, in terms of the reverse sweep, the hardest game to win out of it is going to be this next one. But can you see them even getting that one?
No, is the honest answer. I mean, on paper there, Portsmouth had a much more offensive game. They outshot 8-4. Salford were forced into 8 saves, actually. They saved every single shot that Portsmouth fired at them. So that just goes to show, you know, Portsmouth are being clinical, but Salford equally, their defense is absolutely stellar right now. So, I mean, I can see Portsmouth getting one. I can see them finding some of a way back.
It's just if they find that one game, it could potentially knock the confidence out of Salford. It's just the weird thing was that the closest the ball was to going in to the Salford net that game was actually because of Salford themselves playing it off of each other accidentally and hitting the inside of their post. And while that's the case, you know, it's a little bit unfortunate. If Portsmouth can get the lead in the next game, maybe they can actually break the sort of confidence that we're seeing out of all of them to go for such aggressive bumps, to go for any play that Aaron seems to want to go for at this point. He's got a license to do what he wants, but if they can get the doubt in their minds, like half of them being able to win is being able to make Salford play worse. But the thing is, even when they did get the lead in game 2, it ended up getting thrown away.
Yeah, this is exactly it. As you say, Salford in all 3 games so far have managed to score the first goal, and that really has kind of set the tone for the game. I think we've only seen Portsmouth in the lead once. Oh, we're not going to see them in the lead here either. Jiggy, balls of steel on that, man. Didn't move a muscle until Psycho went for the flick. It's going to be Psycho again trying to get that shot, but not coming through. But yeah, I'll reiterate that Salford, they've got the opening goal in all 3 games so far. Portsmouth, they had a lead once, but it quickly evaporated and they ended up losing that game. So an opening goal could be very important for Portsmouth here.
Yeah, it certainly could, as Jiggy putting on more defensive work. I did notice that Mercy was looking for bumps as well at the other end of the field. Speaking of which, he tries for another one. Maybe Portsmouth are just too fed up with getting absolutely bumped and chattered around by Salford that they're taking a leaf out of their book as well. We've seen it to some extent. It did work as well in game 2 when they got a couple of their goals, but no success so far in this 4th game. But no shots registered yet for Salford. It's just they look so clinical when they do get them that it's still quite the scare.
Yeah, Salford haven't really mounted much offense this game so far, and they've overcommitted a little bit here, but Psycho not really able to capitalize just yet. Gets it over Aaron though, and Mercy was looking for a demo on the back line there. It seems like Portsmouth are trying to give Salford a taste of their own medicine. Mercy's going to have to chase this one into the corner. Leaves it for Psycho, but the net is wide open at the moment. Psycho manages to get some sort of a touch on it. Here comes Camo trying to look for it off the back wall. I think Mercy's going to get there. Camo realizing that, bailing out. Not committing too hard, but still only 2 players back for Salford at the moment. Jiggy's going to have to race to meet this one at the near post and get it clear, which he does with a pinch off the ceiling. Aaron chasing Jiggy, not going to get the block, and a little bit open again there with Salford, but it seems like they're getting the balance right between pushing up and being a thorn in the side of Portsmouth and overcommitting.
It just seems that you'd never think that this was a team using a substitute. The amount of faith they have in each other and the amount of composure and well-positioned they are is truly astounding for a team that basically got thrown together coming into this play-off stage of the competition. Have you ever seen a double commit out of them this series? I actually don't think we've actually had one this series. I genuinely cannot remember one off the top of my head. And when you force Portsmouth under pressure, you clump them up on defense. Even there, that wasn't even on defense. You will get them, and it's a minor sign, and it's easy to point out, but they never feel good. They're never great for morale with double commits. I mean, speaking of committal, though, that's going to be an open net for Psycho. It's a beautiful pass from Ryko, and practically a triple touch at that one. He's going to pass 1, gets to the 2nd touch with the flip reset. It's only going to be, he went for the triple, but Psycho will be the 3rd touch and will be the one to give Portsmouth their lead.
Yeah, and Portsmouth do get that opening goal in this game now, so we have flipped that trend, and I mean, I would say that in terms of this game, this has been the game where Salford have looked least like scoring. Like, they looked very dangerous in the previous games, but it seems like Portsmouth a little bit have managed to get it under control. There's only Psycho back at the moment, and he does very well just to force that ball into the corner. Mercy grabbing the boost as well is going to help out. Ryko puts that one up towards Mercy, but still not getting the ball clear just yet, and still not getting the ball clear onto the backboard. Psycho missing the touch again. Mercy there to bail out, though. Camo didn't even commit for that one, and well, he has committed there. I thought he was still behind the play. Big dunk coming out. Can Camo get this one back? No, it's going to be near post. Jiggy forced into a save. Camo into the midfield. Here comes Aaron again, looking for the double touch. Mercy reading that on the backboard, though, and denying that. So Portsmouth, I would say this is the best game that they've had so far, and I think the score is definitely reflective of that.
Yeah, Salford are still pressing with a lot of possession, though. They're doing so very patiently. A team that is still very confident, but maybe too much so. There's not really a lack of urgency. I respect the composure there, even on the defensive side as well. But Portsmouth, they are looking to just swarm over this Salford side in the midfield and just break up anything that can sort of start to connect here as we're going to head for the final minute here. Portsmouth need to see this one out to get their first on the board, and they'd hope the first of many. In fact, the flip reset pass there nearly being enough to get it through, but Camo will have a chance and Psycho will immediately deny it here. The earlier Portsmouth tend to challenge, the better, as Salford may get a chance in the midfield here. That is a direct shot and it is not quite on target. The demo though, the pressure still coming through. Aaron with an awkward first touch is going to struggle to keep this one dangerous, but he's managed to force the 50 and keep it in that purple Portsmouth penalty box, and Jiggy is going to keep a challenge to do the same. Mercy working it around the corner into the final 30 seconds. Salford still without a really direct shooting chance. That's going to be one, but Jiggy is going to help Portsmouth clear the ball. The pinch downfield. Aaron is back in time, but Salford, they can't seem to get this one through.
No, but they are doing their absolute best. It has barely left the Portsmouth half. It has now. It might even be on target. If Mercy can maybe get a demo, Camo sending it over to the left-hand side. Bit of an overcommit coming out from Portsmouth. They just need to hold on here. Aaron running out of boost, fakes out his own teammate. Can they get this back on target? Has the boost now. Jiggy with the bump. Oh, it was put just past the post, and Portsmouth surviving in game 4, surviving the sweep here. And I mean, you know, that is exactly what they needed if they want to gain any momentum behind them. We might see Salford's confidence knocked a little bit, but they are still on match point, and we are still talking about a reverse sweep in a best of 7.
Yep. We certainly are. Salford did look dangerous at the end. They just look so comfortable, so composed despite that. Portsmouth, though, credit to them. That is huge. Getting that go-ahead goal and being able to defend it will be huge for their confidence and will certainly spur them on to try and do the same again in Game 5. And if the same happens in Game 5, suddenly things will certainly get quite uncomfortable for the Salford Lions.
Yeah, speaking of uncomfortable, though, that one-goal cushion did look quite fragile in that final minute there. It definitely looked like Salford could have equalised, and so, I mean, it's quite simple what I'm about to say, but Portsmouth, they scored once. I think they need to score a bit more if they want things to be comfortable for them going forwards.
No, I mean, that certainly makes sense. It'd be certainly great for their confidence if they can open up more of a margin and really put the doubt into the Salford players' minds as well. Speaking of offense, immediately off the back here, Salford required in numbers to get it away from their penalty area, and Aaron is going to be the one required here to try and ferry it away and buy some time. But Portsmouth, they're certainly looking to pick up where they left off, and maybe with a chance here, they'll get one. The shot will come through, but it will come off the crossbar.
Yeah, good opening chance there for Portsmouth again to get that opening goal, and I definitely think it was that opening goal that allowed Portsmouth to, you know, take that game. I think if Salford had gone ahead and Portsmouth had just managed to equalise, then it could have been a lot different. Oh no, what's happened here, Salford? What has happened here?
I mean, I think the less we ask, the better. The fact is, the confidence may have been knocked out of them because Jiggy is making an uncharacteristic whiff, and Psycho, credit to him with the pre-flip read here. It's not even been a minute, Orion. Portsmouth already have 5 shots.
Oh, I wasn't expecting that. I mean, out of the 5, it ended up being probably the worst one that went in, which is, you know, Sod's Law, but I think that was definitely Salford beating themselves there rather than Portsmouth really creating something. Speaking of creating something, Aaron off the crossbar. If he'd put that top shelf, I think that could have been a goal, and it might be 2. Can Psycho squeeze this one in? Camo has managed to get it clear. Psycho just trying to keep it in that corner, and Ryko trying to keep the pressure up. Jiggy has absolutely no boost here, and it is going to be Mercy putting it in straight over the top of him.
Oh my goodness me. It seems early to call, but we did mention that the first game is always the hardest here, and Salford could very easily turn into Salford if things continue to go wrong here. Portsmouth continuing to ramp up the pressure, and if anything, Salford are stepping down. The question marks are being unanswered, and really, Portsmouth again looking continuously dangerous. You know, they're only back within 1 if they can see this one out as well.
Yeah, and it really looks like Salford aren't quite on the same level that they were. Well, Jiggy went for a pretty mean fake there, but yeah, going back to that, Salford, they're they looked pretty exceptional in the first 3 games, and all they needed to do was hold that for another one. But it kind of seems like they just took their foot off the gas a little bit, and it is very easy to do in series like this. When you look so in control, you do become a little bit complacent, and I think that is potentially what we're seeing here. But we'll see if Salford, when they decide to start playing, or if they decide to start playing as they were in the first 3 games, I think we might be back to seeing Salford back on top again. But as for the time being, it's Portsmouth.
I don't know if we'll ever get to see them playing like they were playing in the first 3 games. That level of comfort and confidence just cannot be replicated when you're against a Portsmouth side that is now the ones with the momentum, with the confidence of their own, and with a 2-goal lead, very much threatening the reverse sweep. They've sort of got it on a pamphlet. They're waving it around in front of you, just like, you know, like the sort of newspaper you get given for free when you don't really want it. And Portsmouth are trying to sell Salford here, and they really don't want it, but they can't do much about it right now. They're kind of getting stuck on the defense, awkwardly so, and I just don't know. I mean, the shots, they've had a couple this game, and in previous games they've been clinical. Aaron, with any chance, has been pretty much able to convert, but even here again, it's just not the same level of danger. The shot there from Jiggy, nowhere near to being on target, and when those are the things that you cannot ignore and you have to look at after the game, there's no confidence to be had. The infield again's going to connect, but again going to be off target, and Psycho going to deny on the back end, and it's so easy to get frustrated and play worse when you're Salford in this case. And again, Aaron, if that's the first 2 games, or first even 3 games, that gets buried.
Yeah, it does. I also want to point out that I think Portsmouth defense is becoming a lot more wise to Salford's approach. Like, Salford aren't really mixing things up. Like, They played in a very specific way in the first 3 games, and it really worked. But now it seems like Portsmouth are wise to that, and they're preventing that from happening. They're not giving Aaron especially as much space, getting challenged constantly, so doesn't have free reign of that final third or that final third for Portsmouth, sorry, does Aaron anymore. And I think that is kind of the key difference maker, that the defense just looks so much more solid for Portsmouth now, and I think that is kind of the main change that has driven them towards at least 1 game, and 2 if they don't choke this lead.
I mean, there's still time left on the clock, but it might be a 3-goal lead if Camo doesn't make a fantastic save there, avoiding the bump and keeping the ball out the net in one fell swoop. He's going to find a pass to Aaron as well, but this time it's again off target. And when the talisman is not as clinical as he was, you know, the offense, they've had it this game, Salford, but the final product has not been anywhere near the quality. I mean, it was proper mint condition in the earlier games of the series, but right now it's some scuffed second-hand thing that you don't want at all, because it's going to go shore to shore, and Portsmouth have taken game 5 as well, and this one with a bang.
Yeah, they really have 3 goals unanswered now, and I believe if you count the last game as well, it's 4. Salford, they haven't scored in 2 games of Rocket League now, so this is quite worrying, because their offense was probably their strong point. You know, they were defending well, but they weren't really having to do a whole lot of it, just because they were constantly pressuring Portsmouth and ending up on offense. So yeah, I mean, going forwards now, 3-2. Portsmouth, they're halfway to this reverse sweep that they need to complete, and I think the more that they sniff it, and the more that they, you know, build confidence, I think the more that it's looking likely.
I mean, the most terrifying thing is the opening goal this next game. If it's continuing, Portsmouth with a 5th unanswered goal, threatening to shut out Salford again, I think Portsmouth become favourites for the series.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous, but all it takes is Salford to get that one chance, to take that one chance. If they immediately put Portsmouth in check, force them behind, suddenly they're back in the driver's seat, and they just need to see out 1 game, see out 1 lead, just get 1 lead in the first place, and they will be onwards to the grand finals. But it's looking increasingly harder to do that with a Portsmouth side that is refusing to get out of their face, and they are refusing to stop scoring right now. They're on to DFH for game 6, and this is a terrifying game if you're a Salford fan.
Yeah, Salford definitely look like they've had the wind knocked out of them. Just didn't look quite as good the previous 2 games. I mean, the game 3 they looked okay, but it just seemed like Portsmouth did just enough to keep them at bay. But then the game after, we definitely saw the confidence for Portsmouth and just not quite as much energy from Salford, which is interesting because you talked about endurance before this. Portsmouth have played so much Rocket League today, yet it still seems like they're the ones with all the energy. Mercy with the musty flick.
Oh my goodness, this man just refusing to go away. Look at this play. Salford are down. They're on their knees begging, please, Portsmouth, please don't reverse sweep us. And Mercy just tipping his fedora. He's heading right in that direction.
Yeah, and not the first one that Mercy scored today either. One off the ceiling earlier in that tournament, and now one off the ground here to put Portsmouth ahead for the 3rd consecutive game in a row, I believe. And yeah, that goal is going to be so important for them going forwards. And in terms of just Mercy as a player, like, he has the most pop-off potential, I would say, in Portsmouth. So if he is really starting to feel himself and go for plays like that, that is exactly what you want to see if you're a Portsmouth fan.
It really is, but there's still plenty of time on the clock for Salford to get themselves together here. But Portsmouth, if that isn't confidence, I don't know what is. Ryko there with a big challenge in the midfield as well. He had a quiet series up to this point, but he is really stepping it up here as well. Going to keep up the midfield pressure with another challenge, but the loose ball will be Jiggy's. He's up here, but the ball is loose. It's free for Mercy, and Aaron will turn it around in that midfield once more here. Camo with a chance. He's up, but the shot really underwhelming. The wind really has been knocked out of them and the power of their shots. Likewise, Salford, this is now, it's heading for 12 minutes of complete 0 goals for them, and that is, that takes a toll on any team, no matter how, no matter how much you're playing with a sub. In theory, at this point, I wouldn't even call Aaron a sub. I mean, the fact is, Mercy is going to get another chance. He's going to get a bump, but the shot from Psycho is not going to be on target in the double touch. Likewise, saved by Camo here, but again, time ticking down. And if anything, in terms of where the chances fall to them, Portsmouth look the more likely team to concede. Is exactly what I was going to say.
I thought so. I really did think so, as that ball flew over there from Aaron and Mercy missed it. Yeah, good call, Tylacto. I think that was, the lava lamp really working well for you there.
It did.
But yeah, that is the first goal that we've seen in a long time for Salford, and crucially an equalising one. So I think this game is probably going to be kind of the biggest slugfest we've seen so far, unless Ryko can pull some magic. That is a monster flick and a shot from Mercy. Very bottom right. That lead did not last long at all for Salford.
Whips out the staple gun, just straight to the bottom corner. The efficiency of this man, doing it big on both ends of the field here. He's had a part in pretty much every goal, and really that big whiff was the only thing that let Salford back into the game. And you might say the series with how the momentum is looking, but he's made up for that previous error with another fine finish here as we're heading for half-time in Game 6. Salford, they could still end the series here if they step it up, if they find that spark. Mercy, though, making a big save off the backboard and an even bigger dunk on Jiggy. Is it on target? It's off the post. He's kept it mid. Psycho with the shot, but Aaron with the save. Salford still within one. Can they counter-attack Ryko? He's there with the big 50, but Portsmouth, they've had time to get back. The infield immediately cut out by Psycho, who's up the wall. Salford on the back foot here. They need to scramble. They need to control it. They're going to try and stay composed, but Mercy just slaps Aaron in the face.
Yeah, Aaron expecting to have respect, expecting to have time. Mercy giving him absolutely neither. That ball is fired top shelf, and a 2-goal lead now for Portsmouth. They're trying to take it to Game 7, Tylacto, and I'm starting to believe that they might even be able to go all the way here.
I'm starting to think you needed to call an ambulance after Game 3, but not for Portsmouth, because Salford are seeing demons. They're having nightmares of series of the past here, because it does look a whole lot like we're heading for Game 7. Even Ryko now finding that bottom corner, getting himself on the board.
Man, what must be going through these Salford players' heads right now? Like, they played so well in games 1, 2, and 3, and we thought that they were done and dusted. I thought we might even see a sweep in this lower bracket final, and now here we are with Portsmouth looking to be the better team, with all of that momentum, 3 games unanswered, almost 3 games with no goal. Like, Salford have only scored 1 in the past 3 games compared to Portsmouth's. I've lost count. It's more than 4. I know that much.
I think it's 8.
Maybe.
1-0, 3-0, and now 4-1. It could even be more than 4-1 at this point. Like, Salford, it's just, you can see they're in their own heads. It's not the first time they've had practically mid-series or mid-season implosions. It's all summed up pretty well with this series, but they still have time, or at least a game, to turn this around. Everything is going to come down to this Game 7, but with how dire things are looking, I mean, our poor producer Kizza, he's probably wanting to sub himself in at this point, anyone, because you can imagine the comms, everything right now. I mean, they won't be silent, but they're the sort of thing where everyone is thinking the same thing, like, please no. Like, they're getting the prayer mats out there, hoping to everything, but right now the only god on this pitch seems to be Mercy. He's got a hat-trick this Game 6, and what a hat-trick it has been. And going into Game 7, you have to say the Paladins are favourites.
Yeah, well, I definitely talked about Mercy, you know, having that MVP potential, and we definitely didn't see it for a while, but now with the confidence behind him in his teammates and the confidence from Portsmouth overall, we're definitely starting to see what an absolute menace Mercy can be on offense. But also, credit to the other two, you know, Psycho and, well, I don't want to call them the other two. Credit to all of Portsmouth, I'll say that. Psycho and Ryko have honestly stepped up as well. Mercy has definitely taken the biggest step, but all of Portsmouth now look like they're just a tier above. Like, we saw it against Berlin as well, and we've seen it so many times recently, and we didn't see it at the start of the series, but importantly now we've got to a Game 7, Portsmouth with the momentum. I still think anything can happen, but it definitely looks like Salford are on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, Salford, I feel like they have to strike first in this Game 7. I don't know if you can stop Portsmouth if they strike first here. I'm worried about the opening kickoff, the opening few seconds here, as the nerves will be right in full force in this lower final. Elimination on the line, trying to get to the grand final here on Champions Field. You can bet the whole of Salford right now, all their players, all their fans, the entire city at this point is full on overdosing on the copium. They are so stressed out here with the potential if this reverse sweep, and what a performance it's been from both sides. But in the past 3 games, it has been all Portsmouth.
Yeah, it has, and we'll see if they get the opening goal here. Psycho needs to make an important touch here, turns that into the corner towards Mercy. That one has gone centre, but Camo was actually demoed there. Aaron taking control, tries to get it underneath Mercy and almost did. Ends up in possession again. Camo lofts that one towards net. A very important touch from Ryko there, setting up Mercy. And Ryko with a big booming clear away. Salford going to have to compose themselves on defense. Mercy stealing boost, looking for a demo. Don't think he got it. It's Aaron with not a lot of boost. They're trying to get that one clear. Jiggy with an open net to shoot at, but Mercy, he was at one end of the pitch and all of a sudden he's making a save on the other. This man is just, like, has supersonic speed, like just a button bound. It's like, yes, Sonic. Supersonic. He is Sonic, yes. I can
He just
agree
literally
with
is
that.
Sonic. I mean, his car's pretty purple, but we can approximate it to bright blue here. He's coming off the
Mercy.
ceiling.
No
He's
way.
taking the ceiling shot. Oh my goodness, please censor it. He's just no stopping this man.
Oh my goodness. He was up going for that ceiling before Camo had even thought, I'm going to hit this ball at the ceiling. Like, this man is just playing a chess game, and Salford right now, they're just pawns in his universe.
It literally is right now. He's just so on point. You just cannot stop him, Salford. Oh, it's complete DEFCON 5 right now. The alerts, the alarms, they're all going off. They've set all the alarms there on their iPhone. They're just pinging and pinging away. But right now, the shots are pinging in from Portsmouth and Ryko non-stop here, and the pressure is palpable. I don't know if they'd ever be able to come back if Portsmouth get a second here, and they look so dangerous. Aaron has got the edge, although he's found the back of the net, and he may have been quiet for a few games, but he's been found. In the lost and found category here, he showed up most when required.
Yeah, that's what's been missing for the past 3 games for Salford, is those plays from Aaron, just bringing them out there over the top of Ryko, who thought he would probably reach that, but Aaron had a lot more boost in the tank that I thought that most people thought he he would have, and was just able to turn on the afterburners there and give that ball a little bit more airtime, although they are going to find themselves back on defense again. Mercy giving Aaron absolutely no time to even think there. Here comes Camo, though, on that sidewall. Can he get it around Mercy, who is backwards? A bit of a miscommunication there, but a crucial demo onto Jiggy. Aaron with the shot. Camo can't get himself around that one. So close are the margins right now between these two teams, Tylacto.
Each chance could be the chance that makes the difference, and you could see Camo felt that pressure right there. His shot, his attempt, his read way off the mark, and that's not going to help his confidence. That could, again, any of these one chance could be the difference maker. And Mercy with a huge stop on the defense there is going to deny Salford a chance, but they are knocking at the door here now that they're back on their feet. The patience, but it's gone to the mid, and oh my goodness, Camo, he couldn't get out the way of Aaron's shot. It was an open net. Salford, surely that had to be the chance. We're still going into the second half of the game. They're still putting up the pressure, but how costly could that be?
Oh my mouth is wide open right now. This is crazy. The save, and now crossbar save from Psycho. Salford are throwing absolutely everything, but nothing is sticking right now. Camo is trying to get something centered. It's pandemonium on the defense right now for Portsmouth. Salford, this is the most offense they've put up in as long as I can remember, about 3 games so far. So they have definitely woken up again here in Game 7. Jiggy is forced into a bit of defending there. Might be able to get it over the top of Psycho, but reading that one, or air on a bit of an awkward touch. Psycho, here comes Mercy. Camo needs to make this touch off the backboard. It's an awkward bounce for him. Not getting it clear right now. Salford, here comes Mercy. Jiggy onto the backboard. Aaron not able to get clear just yet. 50-50 in the corner, not going to benefit Salford. Here comes Ryko onto the backboard. Aaron clear, finally away. Salford surviving that one.
Camo is looking so shaky right now. He's made a big touch there. That'll help his confidence, but the backboard read, the save of his own shot, and the whiffed attempt earlier here. It's been a rough Game 7. Salford, they put up 10 shots in under 3 minutes. It's been a quiet past minute or so here, heading for the final minute of this potential Game 7 here. I mean, it is Game 7, but the potential of an overtime is terrifying at this point here. Camo will make another big defensive touch, and Jiggy will be there to collect. He's going to get it past Ryko here. He's going to have to watch him go past, but Mercy, he is back. He has been the man for Portsmouth right now at both ends of the field. Psycho with a big misread, though. Aaron, he's up. Ryko looking terrified like a poodle in the back of the net, but he's going to rise and make the big challenge here. Mercy off that backboard, sending it so deep into the Salford half, and with Psycho able to get the rebound. The shot, though, from Mercy. He's going to have Mercy on this occasion, and he's going to get that one low. And Aaron, will he do the same here? It's downfield towards the top corner. Psycho, he's going to be the one to make this save, and Camo finds himself at the offensive end of things again. Last time he was here, Mercy, he saved his teammate's shot, and so therefore he's going to get out of there real quick. Aaron, he's back. He's in time. He controls it. Ryko with a big challenge here. We're heading for the potential overtime. Psycho controls it on the wall, though. Control is very, very generous. Given that point right there, Jiggy is going to work it round the corner. He's going to get the bump. Aaron playing it off the backboard, but surely the shot won't be there. Ryko, oh my goodness, it's going to be forced in with 2 seconds left on the clock. Portsmouth have tried so hard, but it may have just been thrown all away here.
Oh no, Ryko went for that, and Psycho had it into the corner. Just jumped for it, trying to stop it going in front of goal, but did the exact opposite. We have 2 seconds left, going for a kickoff. Ryko's not able to get there. Camo is probably going to put in a third, and it is going to drop. And despite Portsmouth fighting all the way back to Game 7 and looking like we were going to overtime, it was one mistake from Portsmouth that cost them in the end. Salford are going on to the grand final now against Berlin Phoenix.
Unbelievable. Salford never giving up, and Aaron with 2 huge goals here. The man when Salford needed him every time during this series. How fantastic they were in the opening 3 games. Portsmouth, it's such a shame for them to be led on so much like that, but this run from Salford, Engine Stuttgart eliminated, you know, the Groningen Martinis eliminated, Beckett Bears eliminated, Erasmus Esports Rotterdam eliminated, Basilisk but eliminated, Portsmouth Paladins got led on for so long and then they just got terminated, and Salford have gone the length of the lower bracket, and that is quite some length, Orion, and they are in the grand finals.
Yeah, and honestly, not something I was expecting at all. I remember saying something like in terms of I think it was in terms of like the top 6 or something. I probably said that Salford were the weakest team, and oh my god, I have been forced to eat my words here, as the one to challenge Berlin Phoenix now in that grand final is none other than the Salford Lions. And yeah, what an emphatic way to do it as well. Starting off in lower round 1, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 series on the bounce in EURC. I believe they won 5 in the group stages as well, so they've only lost 2 series this whole tournament out of a possible 14. So yeah, I mean, on paper they look pretty good, but we'll see how good they look against Berlin Phoenix. I'm slightly worried about that, but we won't talk about that just yet.
No, that's all good. I mean, I do have word that we will have an interview with the Portsmouth Paladins. I don't know if it's one of them or all of them. I do not know at this point, but I know we'll have an interview with them following that heartbreaking elimination. But how proud they have done us here from the UK. A 3rd place in EURC. What a performance from them, and what a series we have just seen. We'll head to a break. We'll set that interview up ahead of our grand finals, and we will see you then.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the EU University Rocket League podcast, and I'm here joined by Hemi. Of course, Hemi, it's been quite a while since we've been here. How have you been?
I'm not doing too bad, to be fair. I mean, you just get on with life. Things are starting to open back up again. Usual shizzle. Yeah, I had an amazing experience a couple of days ago. I got to meet. Finally meet up in person with Joel of Bath Rocket League rep fame.
Whoa!
And what a man, honestly. It's like the sort of like when you sculpt like gods and stuff, like back in ancient Greece, they would use like a model.
Yeah.
It's like, imagine that.
Phoenixes, how are you doing on this fine evening, and how do you feel about the rumours that I'm hearing going around that Nagflow may not be available for the winners' final on Sunday against Portsmouth?
I'm doing pretty good, Tylecto. Thanks for asking.
Yeah.
It's hard to say. Gnafla has a tight schedule this weekend. Nitro League finals are coming up, and I heard he was gonna go for a deep run. But I'm not worried. We have an incredibly talented sub, which we will use if needed. But I think Gnak has everything sorted out at the moment.
All right, that's perfectly good, and it's interesting. I mean, it's fair to say you've really slaughtered much of the competition so far in EURC, having a flawless record in Group A and running through the upper bracket in playoffs. But I do remember you saying earlier in the tournament after one of your matches that you guys didn't want to drop a single game, and yet in that semi-final, the Basilisks were able to take one off you in the best of 7. Was that credit to them, or more, do you think, a slip up from you guys? And what's the relationship with them, like in terms of friendly or a rivalry, given that right now they are the only other remaining German university in the competition?
Yeah, I kind of ruined that flawless record a bit. I changed my boosted arrow controls a week prior to the Berlin versus Berlin game, so I messed up a lot of muscle memory, which is why I couldn't really perform at all in the semis. So yeah, I guess you could blame that game on me. But talking about the Basilisks, they're extremely strong, stronger than I expected, and I'm super glad that they made it this far. All of them are my friends, and I only wish for the best, and hopefully a Berlin versus Berlin final again.
All right, that's interesting. You're sort of drinking away the pain of that, dropping that game in the competition here in this fine nightclub. I respect that. I also remember you mentioning you knew of Rotterdam more so than any other team in the competition at that point. But I mean, I've travelled all the way here. I will remind you that 3 of the remaining 6 universities in the competition for Grand Final Sunday, they are British. And are you worried about those at all now that we're approaching Championship Sunday, of course? And in general, what are your feelings regards to predictions for each series, given that, I mean, your first, that winners final will be against the Portsmouth Paladins?
I mean, we have already seen 2 of the best British teams play against us, and yeah, we all know what happened there, so I'm not too scared of the British teams in general.
Wow.
My prediction for the rest of the bracket is actually pretty simple. We're definitely winning this.
Okay.
Now we have the question: who's gonna face us? I think we will probably face our German mates in the grand final. If they play like they did against us, there is absolutely no doubt they will make it far in the tournament. I am super hyped to see how Championship Sunday will turn out.
I mean, it's a fantastic. You've got Berlin Basilisk beating out Bournemouth, then Rotterdam, then Portsmouth in back-to-back Game 7s. And yeah, of course, nobody in all the predictions we've seen so far, Quint, have had you guys losing out in the grand finals. One had a bracket reset if Portsmouth won that winners final, but it doesn't get any closer than that. Currently, unanimously predicted to win the competition, and you're here in this nightclub celebrating in advance.
Of course, I am already celebrating. I am already spending the money, which is, it's helpful, and I'm just having fun here. Honestly, it's a great nightclub. Berlin is the best place to go to nightclub.
It's like almost as if COVID doesn't exist. I mean, it's just fantastic. Honestly, I have to respect the confidence coming out of you and all the guys there. Looking forward to seeing you play on Sunday, and I think that's a fantastic interview to round out the night. But unfortunately, that does mean that we have to come home to England, and I'm going to have to go see Hemi again. So I'll drink the sorrows away, and thank you very much for joining us for this interview, Quint.
No problem.
Well, that just about wraps it up, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all very, very much for listening and tuning in. I've had an amazing time making this one. Be sure, April 25th, it's the Sunday, to tune in to see the EURC Championship final day. We will see the crown be placed upon the heads of some team in Europe as they win the thing. Anyways, thank you all very much for listening, and enjoy the forthcoming festivities, I guess.
gon' burn it down. Burn it down. We gon' burn it down. Burn it down. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder.
I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker.
Show them. Change the station with a new shit. Show them. Change the station with a new shit. Change the station. Change the station. Change the station with a new shit. With a new shit. Change the station. Change the station. Change the station with a new shit. With a new shit.
It's murder. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker.
I killed it. I killed it. I killed it.
I killed it, it's murder.
Show them. Change the station with a new shit. Show them. Change the station with a new shit. Change the station. Change the station. Change the station with a new shit. With a new shit. Change the station. Change the station. Change the station with a new shit. With a new shit.
I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder.
Go crazy, berserker.
Welcome back to EURC Finals Day, where we are now
at the business end of the tournament for absolute definite. We have locked in our 2 finalists. That means we have said goodbye to 30 of the teams that we began this tournament with. And team number 30, Portsmouth Paladins. We are joined by Psycho. And Psycho, I have to say, Portsmouth Paladins, I think single-handedly between the 3 of you have made our finals day that much more exciting.
Yeah, we were the worthy sacrifice. Let's put it that way. We took Berlin to Game 7, which was pretty cool. And then we took Salford to Game 7, which was less cool. We kind of wanted to do a bit better than that, but yeah, it was such an intense series.
Yeah, they've both been kind of terrifying, and I think, just a couple of goals swinging in the other way, and we'd be looking at Portsmouth Paladins in the final, and I think you have to be looking at that as well, and feeling like asking what could have been. But to be fair, you've also, given good account for yourselves. You've played a lot of Rocket League so far today.
Oh, God, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, a whole extra tournament going on in the background there as well. I mean, look, it's a little bit difficult, right? I mean, and fair play to you boys for actually making it this far and doing as well as you did. 3rd place, nothing to sniff at. But I'm joined, by 2 more panelists as well. So I'll give Achnal a little bit of time to, talk about what he's seen in you guys today as well.
Hello, Psycho, firstly.
Hello.
Yeah, my main question for you, I will do my very best to phrase this in a way that's not offensive because I don't want to offend you, but
Got it.
I think it's fair to say your domestic performance perhaps not what you'd hoped. You got to the NSE Grand, the championship bracket, which was fantastic, but then didn't make it perhaps as far as you thought you might. Was that a distinct turning point for you? Did you guys feel motivated then to push it as far as you have in Europe, or was that just sort of an unfortunate day and you just carried on as you were?
Well, I can't really speak for my teammates because I haven't really asked them directly, but for me, you lose the domestic competition, so we lost NSE to UE, which was a team we weren't expecting to lose to, and then we lost to them. But we had EURC as a fallback, so that loss didn't feel so devastating because we knew we could put in a better shift in a different competition, I guess. Okay. So I don't know if it motivated us more to do well in that one. There's probably something subconscious telling us that, we probably should put a shift in, but I didn't really notice any sort of mental difference between the way we played today and the way we played in NSE, really.
Okay.
It's interesting to hear. It's been something, it's been interesting to hear, the mental side of players throughout the tournament. I mean, Wet Tiger, Portsmouth Paladins, unfortunately dropping out there, but they went all the way to Game 7 against Berlin Phoenix, and now Salford, having beaten Portsmouth, are going to be up against them. I mean, that's an interesting one.
Yeah, they're definitely. It's definitely interesting. But just my question for you, Psycho, you've played so many games today, so you pretty much took all the time you had with 2 best-of-7s, and you played another tournament where you pretty much won the competition, but you had to take it to the last game as well. Are you still a little bit heartbroken by losing that game? You were so close to reverse sweeping then, and the last goal didn't look like it had to go in. Like there was a little bit of miscommunication, and you lost the game by that with 2 seconds left on the clock. Is it a heartbreaker? Because at the end of the day, you wanted to win it, and it was close against Berlin.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So the tournament we did before this lasted all of like 5 hours or something. We won that one just in Game 5. So after that, we were already pretty tired. We actually had the Berlin series before we finished that tournament. So it's just bam, bam, bam. Like we just kept having to play, right? So we were all pretty knackered. And I feel that that's, it's just the way it goes sometimes, honestly. Yeah, I'm not sure what to say. I'm not sure what to say.
If I can clink in on that, I think it maybe was a little bit of a disadvantage for you guys to adapt and to straight play after you best-of-5 series into the best-of-7 series, as you lost the first 3 games. So definitely was a factor. If you maybe had a little bit more time to cool off and to get ready for the game, it could have been different. But then in the end, I think a 3rd place is still a great achievement, and you're pretty much the first team I've seen that could go on the same pace as Berlin did.
Yeah, it was definitely difficult because obviously we were all pretty tired. We were grabbing some food in between or whatever. I think the first 3 games we lost was like a really clear demonstration that we were tired. Like we were so tired. It's like we were keeping the comms really energized or whatever because you have to, but I think it showed in our play that we were just not really there. There was double commits left, right, and center. I think throughout the first 3 games, there was 2 goals, which were really like not stoppable, given the situation. Everything else could have been stopped, but it was just double commits. It was poor positioning. It was trying to be too aggressive when you don't want to be. And then after those first 3 losses, we sort of locked into that and said, all right, we're not doing this right. We just got to chill. We got back in the right frame of mind, similar to like the series against Erasmus we had. It was a very similar situation. And then sadly in that last game, it was just that one double commit, and that can end it all. And that's Rocket League, you know. So yeah, it is what it is. We did our best.
Yep. Absolutely. And Psycho, I think one bit of good news for you coming out of all of today is at the moment you have more wins against Berlin Phoenix than the rest of the teams in this competition combined. You've managed to secure yourself a third place in EURC 2021, which I think, you know, it might sting a little bit now, but in a few days' time you'll look back and I think you can be absolutely delighted with what you've achieved here. Commiserations again on the last, but congratulations on what you've done in this competition, Psycho.
Thanks very much.
It's been a pleasure having you on. And with that, with 30 teams now gone from the competition, with 2 months of Rocket League played, we have made it all the way to our grand finals. It will be the Berlin Phoenixes facing up against the Salford Lions, and we are looking forward to it here.
Make this shot, and then you just miss hit it, and it's like, damn. And then it's really hard the next time you're in that situation to find that confidence that you need again, when Berlin are just completely tiki-taka it around the Beckett defense. And oh my god,
it's in game 6, so let's see if they can turn this around. P-grade shutting me right up with a brilliant job.
I mean, Portsmouth can't get out their own half right now, and Berlin are looking like once again they can't stop scoring. It
wasn't a sort of chasing the game kind of mentality that they adopted until they really had to. So hopefully they can keep their composure again. They've got loads of time on the clock, as long as they don't.
Oh wow! As long as they don't do that, is that what you want to say?
Yeah. Well, right. You can make a Twitter video about me, Ryan, if you like.
I mean, in that instance. Or with that kind of passing play.
Yeah.
To clear the ball from in front of their net, we head into the final minute. Still goalless here. The next goal could be decisive, and Camo, rising like a dolphin, is going to fish that one past the Loughborough defence.
Yeah, he may be called Camo, but he's definitely not invisible in this game. That's a great finish.
Save on the backboard required by Psycho there. The double demo by Camo. It's unnecessary cyberbullying. He's been reported to the police over it, but Aaron, oh my goodness, we're going to have to file a report over that. Well, what an angle was this?
Yeah, Portsmouth was still recovering from that demo, and Aaron smacked it forward.
Double commit from GA Mojitos. As often as up, the redirect comes through. Salford. Come in firing. They make it 2-1.
Oh well. Then all of a sudden you find yourselves 2-1 down.
Potentially the final time. We are back with a pre-game desk in EURC 2021. We've made it all the way to the grand finals. I think deep breath, pat on the back to everyone who's been involved, because it has been a long couple of months. There's been a lot of Rocket League played, as we just saw in that video. And at the end of it all, I think no surprise in one sense that we've got the grand final that we do have on our hands. Berlin Phoenix on the other side of it. On the other side of it, Salford Lions have made it all the way through the lower bracket. They are a 4th seed coming out of groups. They've knocked out all the other 1st seeds, all the other 2nd seeds, and they are up against the team from Group A, seed number 1. It's the Berlin Phoenixes. And I mean, Wet Tiger, we kind of have to focus in on those Berlin Phoenixes a little bit. I mean, a lot of the time we come into the day and we just say, well, it's Berlin Phoenix. They just sweep whatever, it's easy. We've seen them taken to 7 games already today. Do you think they're going to come back in with something to prove now in this grand finals?
I think so. Every time I've seen Berlin struggle or at least not perform the way they should be, they will just make it work and they will step it up their game, and probably will see it. You will see them play with anger, and that's not good for any opponent.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely not. But Orion,
You've been watching this Salford Lions team all the way through this lower bracket as well, including up until that lowers final just there. And I mean, while it's looked at times like the Cinderella story might be coming to an end, me and Atch were joking about it earlier. They get an extra British summertime hour added on or something, right? I don't know what they managed to pull out in that lower finals, but the Cinderella story, it's made it all the way here, and it could keep going.
Yeah, they've made it here, albeit in how can I say this nicely?
Unconventional.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe that's
Sure.
a good word. But they have made it here. That's the important thing. And I mean, I've doubted Salford ever since they lost the NSE Grand Final. I kind of backed them going into it, but then after that, I thought that would be their season over, and they have proved me wrong to get this far. I don't think that they're going to continue to prove me wrong. Like, this is Berlin. We saw them go up against Portsmouth, and we heard Psycho, I don't think it was during the interview, but beforehand, he said that Berlin didn't look like they were playing the best against them. But yeah, as Wet Tigers just said, I think that we are probably going to see the best of Berlin now, and I'm worried for Salford. Like, they've got a lot of bit to be proud of getting here. If they're able to do this, then this will just be the craziest result that I've ever seen in any university competition. But my head doesn't believe that it's going to happen.
I think if for no other reason than the Quint wants to show his jacket off on stream again, they'll only get that if they get a winner's interview as well. But I mean, at the same time, like, look, let's focus in a little bit more on Salford, the underdogs coming into this, because they are coming in with kind of a sub. But I think Aaron today has really proved that he's worthy of a spot in this grand finals, no matter when he joined this team as well.
100%. I mean, I think there's a case to be made that Aaron has been not only a perfectly good set, replacement for this Salford team getting as far as they did, but he's been a catalyst. He's been part of the reason they've got this far, They've played really, really well together. It's been great to see. I think, like Orion says, it is possible in the loosest sense of the word. They've got to win twice, remember. Bracket reset if they get to 7 against Berlin. So it's a very, very big ask of any team. And it's, it's like what Wet Tiger said as well. It's, for me, the mark of a good team is they play well, and they play really well, and they do lots of really good things. And obviously every team we've seen today for the last few weeks is like that. For me, a great team still gets those wins when they're not playing to their best. We saw Berlin not quite playing to their best. Psycho, I think, was being nice, as Psycho is. He and his team played out of their minds to force Berlin to game 7. You can't take that away from them. Berlin could have given a bit more, I think, in that time, but they still managed to eke out that win. So, like Orion, a little fearful for Salford here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think with that, we'll move swiftly into predictions. And a reminder, this is just going to be predictions for the first series, because there's a potential for a bracket reset here. So, I mean, hey, if you want to get wild and predict Salford, you can still, call a prediction for Berlin in the second series as well. And Orion, we're going to send it over to you to get it off. I think you've made your feelings fairly well known already.
Well, the last time Salford ended up in a grand final, they got swept. I'm going to predict the same. I think that they're going to get swept again, to be honest with you. I really think that it could be a walkover for Berlin here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the final fact that we want to call out, actually, before we move on with predictions, is that this could be Salford coming second in every competition they've entered this year. Newell, NSE, and EURC. And with that, consistency is king. Wet Tiger, we're going to ask you for your prediction as well.
Yeah, consistency is exactly the thing that I think Salford lacks here against Berlin. And not that they're not a great team, they definitely will play second, but I think they are doing some mistakes that Berlin just will counter, and that will be the pretty much closing deal for them. I think they probably will win this 4-1.
Yeah, that's generous giving Salford the game. And I mean, Achnal, do you think that Salford can take the game? I think they have potential to take 2, if I'm being honest.
I think they do. And as much as I know probably in my head that Berlin are very, very likely to win this series, it would haunt me until the end of my days if I don't stick to the underdog narrative that I've been pushing for the last 6 weeks, and Salford actually do win this. Then I would cry myself to sleep at night for a very, very long time. So, while I do believe Berlin Phoenix definitely have the edge in this matchup, I think we could see a bracket reset, and just for fun, I'm going to predict it.
So it's spicy, but I'm going to bring us back down to earth. I'm going to not leave the desk split as we head into this, and I'm going to say it's going to be Berlin Phoenix to take it. And honestly, I'm going to do what none of the rest of you could do. I'm going to say Berlin sweep this grand finals, and with that, I'm going to throw it over to Tylacto and to Orion to figure... Orion, no, don't point at yourself. I am the only one who'd call it. We're in it. Grand finals for EURC 2021. We'll crown a winner at the end of this series or the next. Take it away, Tylacto. Yeah, and you hear it here. That's 138 series and 586 games leading to this point. Orion, what a time we are at here. The Berlin Phoenixes in red here. All bets pretty much on them. Actionals doesn't count. He's deluded. And Salford Lions, as we say, always coming second. I think it's fair to say we all expect Berlin Phoenix to win, but we have seen that they can bleed in the upper final against the Portsmouth Paladins, and you know who beat them. You know who can very much win this series and has to win it back to back. That's right, it's Salford. No, I don't think they will either, but I'm sure looking forward to seeing them try.
Yeah, well, I mean, we definitely saw them put up against a good performance against Portsmouth. Games 1, 2, and 3 are probably the best I've seen Salford play all season, which was encouraging until they lost games 4, 5, and 6, and then barely won game 7. So, they're going to get scored on here early. Tigri with an early shot buried into the bottom right there.
Yeah, it's a clinical shot there. Beautiful pass from Quinn, though. Plays it off to himself, and Tigri with a shot. Camo just hesitating for a split second there. Saw something beautiful in the crowd. Probably, Arton there watching from the sidelines, and he got a little bit distracted. Couldn't quite reach it to the bottom corner, and that's okay, End of the day, we've got 7-game series potentially, and if you give it up a couple, it's not like you're losing or not. Well, kind of is. You don't really can't afford to be throwing games away against the Berlin Phoenix side, who will happily take them. But in fairness to Salford, this started very similarly for Portsmouth in the upper bracket. Berlin really did give them a reality check early on in game 1, and that still turned out to be a fantastic series. So I'm really hoping that Salford do find their footing in this one, and that the usual grand finals pressure doesn't get to them this time.
Yeah, talking about that pressure, I'm not sure that it will, because, every team that we've seen go up against Berlin Phoenix so far, there's been no pressure on them. Just because of, how good Berlin Phoenix usually is, it seems that every team that's gone up against them is, well, we've probably lost and we've got nothing to lose, so let's just have fun with it. And I think that is definitely where teams play their best. And, we saw Salford playing at their best in that previous series against Portsmouth for a few games, and they looked pretty good. They looked like they probably could go toe-to-toe with Berlin, and honestly, I really hope that we see that.
Yeah, I don't know about this right now. Berlin looking confident. They could easily have had a second, but that overconfidence could maybe work against them as Jiggy... Oh, such a good save from Nagflo. He had an air dribble coming straight at him down the field, and just before that, he had Jiggy's car. But speaking of Jiggy, what a save coming out there. I think that was from Quinn. On that beautiful touch for the open net, as Berlin are being tested on the defense, but they rise to that match. There are huge plays for Salford, but they were dangerous, just not able to put the final ball away.
Yeah, Berlin not quite being allowed to play the game that they want to at the moment. It is Salford that are trying to be speedy. Camo on the back line as well is looking pretty strong so far. Only 1 goal so far for Berlin Phoenix, and some decent opportunities for Salford. That air dribble bunch from Jiggy almost came through. Here's a shot, but it's a bit weak from Jiggy there. It's Aaron picking it up, pinching it, making it awkward for Nagflo here. Tigri double commits with his teammate. Camo has an open net to shoot at, and the equaliser here at half-time for Salford.
Yeah, a difficult touch for Nagflo to make, but he double commits with Tigri. Absolutely gets bumped by him, and the demo from Aaron means that no one is back, and Camo can put in the equaliser on half-time. And you talked about Camo, I think this series is going to have to be a gargantuous performance from him, but certainly on that back line. He made one mistake earlier in the game, and instantly, that was it. Goal for Berlin Phoenix. I don't know how many mistakes he can afford to make. He is going to need to make an immaculate performance here. Again, he's on the back line. He's going to dodge the bump by just standing there like an absolute Chad, holds his ground and makes that backflip save, and he's going to have to make so many more saves like that, I think.
Yeah, well, one thing I wanted to pick up on, we saw Tigri and Nagflo double committing there for Berlin, and that is something that we never usually see. Players of that caliber, and also the chemistry that they have as well. We've seen so many times how they just link up so flawlessly on offense. Jiggy has just sat on that ball and has not been able to really do much with the flip reset that he most likely got off it. Yeah, that was Aaron there trying to make something work. Camo is back once more. That is not a favorable 50-50, but Jiggy has dealt with it pretty well. Pays with it with his life. Here is Nagflow on the back. Aaron going to the ceiling, not able to get a piece of it. Nagflow, can he get it over two? No, but Quint can. Jiggy not the right touch there. Making a few mistakes right now are Salford, but hanging on by the skin of their teeth.
That's a nice touch from Aaron there to bring the energy out of the ball and get it to a non-shootable angle there. Berlin looking dangerous, but no clear-cut chance. Salford, the structure that we've given them compliments for on defense, is going to be tested absolutely, as Camo has made a mistake there, and he's going to get away with that one. Aaron covering for him, that redirect from the backboard looked up and dangerous. And speaking of that, it's going to be continued offense, but Camo with a big save on the goal line with Aaron with him the touchdown. Can they counter-attack? The ball is a little bit loose in Nagflow. He can turn, he can keep up that pressure, as Salford need to worry about how much boost they've got. A big mid-boost grab there, but a whiffed touch. Camo will clear it across here as Salford are trying to weather the storm, but I'm pretty sure the forecast is saying that there's more to come from the Berlin Phoenix. So an awkward backwards touch and a big dunk for Jiggy. Maybe there's time for them to turn the tide here in the final 30 seconds. What a time to score it would be for Salford to snatch this game one away, as Jiggy's surely not going to get given the time. Quint slams it off his nose, but Camo will get a shot. He'll try for a ground slammer, but no power, and certainly not what he was looking for, as 10 seconds on the clock. Like I say, it would be huge if Salford could rob this one away. Is an amazing attempt from Jiggy if he managed to put that one away, but the angle just a little bit too rough, as the last chance of the game will be Nagflow's. Aaron will cut it out immediately, and the ball is still up here. Camo will be able to reach it, but no power. We will have overtime in game one.
Yeah, Camo at the moment looking like the real backbone of the Salford team, and it just seems like he's trying to get Aaron and Jiggy to just chase on offense and not allow Berlin to have the space that they work so well with. Nagflow has to make that touch on the backboard. Tigri going to miss this one. Aaron with a shooting opportunity opts to go for Jiggy, and Nagflow with another miss. Jiggy might try and center this one to Aaron. Instead, the challenge from Tigri coming through. Quint now over the top of Camo, who's just going to put this into his corner, into safety. Might get the double. Tigri's going to stay in possession. Oh, Jiggy has opened things up here. Camo trying to go for it again, but nothing doing yet in this overtime for either team.
So many good 50-50s on the Berlin Phoenix's defense, meaning that just no clean-cut chance for Salford, as a whiff from Jiggy. He's going to get away with that one. Nagflow not punishing patience in the midfield, but maybe it has been punished. The shot from shore to shore is going to be Jiggy. It's going to be bottom corner, and Salford, they take game one.
Wow. Absolutely emphatic start from Salford. It seems like they've completely eliminated their woes from that Portsmouth series, where they lost 3 games in a row, and despite being fortunate to make it to the grand final, they're showing up here. Taking game one is absolutely huge for them. I predicted a sweep. I'm already wrong.
That's fantastic. Honestly, I'm gonna take a sip, sit back, and enjoy this grand final, Orion. That is 13 shots in game one from the Salford Lions here, as they may be up against it. They may have to bracket reset, but they have nothing to lose. Berlin Phoenix may have looked strong in possession there, but they were actually outshot, and they have got one hell of a match on their side. Of course, we saw them rise to it and beat out the Portsmouth Paladins in the upper finals, but they're going to have to do the same here, as onto the beautiful Forbidden Temple we go for game 2, and how huge it would be for Salford's confidence if they could get 2 immediately on the board.
Yeah, it really would do bits for their confidence. I believe in the series between Basilisks and Berlin Phoenix, that I think it was actually Basilisks that took the first game as well and put Berlin Phoenix on the back foot, so potentially could just be a slow start from them, but Salford...
Not true.
Not true?
No, I think they took game 2 or 3. I think so.
No, I think you're right. I think it was
the
game
first
2.
game of the series. No one's ever taken the first game of the series against the Berlin Phoenix. Until now. Okay, this is too tense. I can't watch. Oh my goodness. Okay. Right, there we go. The chance did fall to Aaron, but no, he didn't take the shot, as maybe it was a sign of things to come, but didn't quite happen, as Jiggy from the wall is going to continue the offense. And the fact is, There's been no shots for Berlin, all right? There's been not a single shot, and Salford now have 3. They're putting up the offense. Jiggy's up. The shot doesn't quite come for you. And then being said, all is it going to take is going to be 1 for Berlin Phoenix. That's all it's going to happen. As the fact it's going to go round the corner, it's not going to be there, and their sort of defense is going to hold on. As I'm trying to control my excitement here. Well, I am saying that Salford, they're looking like the better team right now.
I have to agree. I think, you know, obviously as players, we talk about Tigri and Nagflo being the star players on this Berlin team. And I think as players, Tigri and Nagflo probably do look better. But as a team right now, I have to agree with you. Salford, they do look to be the better team. They've started off in the same form as they were showing against Portsmouth. They haven't scored yet in this game, and they're looking a little bit shaky on defense now. But the save from Jiggy, confident there. Crucially, no double commit from Camo either, who has looked solid so far. So Salford are doing absolutely everything right at the moment in this grand final.
It's a double commit on the block, though. Will it be punished? Quint is up. His hit's backboard, but it's a pass to himself. What a shot from Quint is going to give Berlin the advantage.
Well, we always talk about Tigri and we always talk about Nagflo, but this man right here, Quint, proving why Berlin is so deadly. Third man on that team, I don't think so. Double touch, executed to perfection from Quint, and now Berlin do have an opener in game 2.
That's absolutely huge. In fairness, they took the opener in game 1 and it didn't end up mattering. The shot is beautiful, but it's not going to find the back of the net. Tantalizingly close on the goal line from Aaron. A fantastic attempt, but Tigri will keep it out, as it's going to take more than that to take down the Phoenixes here. Quint has made the difference so far in game 2 with a fantastic attempt, all able to punish off just 1 double commit from Salford. This is the level of play that we are seeing here in the EURC Grand Finals, as it's fought out in the midfield. Aaron already with 6 shots to his name as we cross half-time. He may be able to get a 7th, but the flip reset is not his, as Salford fling themselves at it, but they're unable to make any contact in front of the German net here past the half-time. We are now. Quint is up off the wall, looking dangerous now. He's now happy enough to go for the musty flicks. He's taken a couple tricks from Mercy of Portsmouth, but no clinicality on that occasion as the ball's out into the midfield. Camo trying for the Chad fake, but not quite going to find it. Quint is being let off the leash right now. He is being allowed all the time in the world. He's trying for the flip reset shot. The touch is going to be there, but Aaron, he makes the save on the goal line.
Yeah, and a bit of an overcommit coming out from Berlin there. There was all 3 players in that final third. If Salford had managed to find a way out there, they could have gone all the way, but it is going to be Berlin retaining that lead, able to compose themselves on defense here and break out in the midfield. Quint has another flip reset here, and it's over to Tigri off the inside of the post that time. Aaron in control, going for bumps is Jiggy, but not finding anything. Got to be careful that Salford don't overcommit here, and Camo has done just that. Nagflo down to Tigri, can't get the shot off, and Salford back on defense now. Camo gonna send this one over to Aaron, and it just ping-pongs between them, but somehow it's worked. Aaron, he's through on goal. Can he get there? No. Tigri holding firm at the back line, gonna ensure that Berlin stay in the lead.
Salford just trying to desperately scramble the ball into the German net as they're running out of time here. Berlin are holding strong. That was a big save from Tigri on the back line here, as Salford haven't been without their offense. They've had 9 shots to 6 here, but they've not had one that matters. And right now, Quint, big doubles touch. It was a threes game that he did it in, so maybe it was a triples touch, as you could call it. Maybe a double touch in a triples. No, a triple. I'm not sure. I'm not making any sense right now. I'm trying to figure out how I could say that with triples and doubles, but I don't think it makes any sense, as maybe Jiggy's save makes a lot of sense to put the ball into the corner there. It's a fantastic read here as the time is beginning to run out, and maybe all hope is out for Salford in game 2. It's 2 for Berlin Phoenix. Nagflo popping up with a simple redirect.
Yep, definitely looks like we're going to be looking at a tied series score and essentially a best of 5 from here, at least in this series. Obviously, as we say, if Salford win, we will be going to a bracket reset, which means another best of 7 to feast your eyes on. I'm not going to talk about that just yet because, you know, it is only 1-1 and there's a lot of time left to go in this series as Nagflo puts in a third. There's not a lot of time left in this game, and I think we already know the result of this one.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a very similar fashion and just general trend in the Portsmouth Paladin series in the upper bracket is once Berlin Phoenix get ahead, if you try to chase after that lead and bring yourself level. Of course, Salford did so, pardon me, there, successfully in the first game. They managed to pull it back, but game 2 here has just got away with them. And it's not the same degree, right? I mean, there was a Brazil over the Portsmouth Paladins that happened in that series. But unfortunately, you know, this one's going to end up in similar fashion in such that it becomes a 3-0 lead. It doesn't really matter. Like, the third one just doesn't matter at all. Just like the 5th, 6th, and 7th in the Brazil, likewise. It's just that when you go down against Berlin Phoenix, you have to be so careful because you can easily find yourself going 2 or 3 more way too easily. That's a 50-point game for Camo, and probably the less we talk about that, the better.
Yeah, but on the flip side of that, Aaron had 8 shots to his name that game, whereas Jiggy only had 1. So it was Aaron, definitely the offensive powerhouse that we've seen from him in the previous couple of series that Salford have played, but not able to find the goals. And I think that is definitely testament to Berlin Phoenix defense. Tigri with 5 saves to his name, Quint getting 2. So yeah, only one shot wasn't saved, and that one obviously off target because Salford, they were shut out by Berlin in that game. So doesn't look great going into the next game for Salford. They definitely didn't have the fire in their belly that we saw from them when they took that first game 2-1. And as you say, it does look like Berlin now have started to find their footing, and I'm sure will, you know, want to take the grand final in one series, one best of 7 rather than 2.
Yeah, I want to keep it concise, but, you know, Salford definitely have something to say about that. It was a very close game, too, for the majority of it. The difference only being, of course, the doubles touch in the triples game, as I'd like to call it. Yeah, I mean, some fantastic attempt from Quint, and not the sort of goal you're going to see coming out time and time again this series, as Salford certainly had their offense. It's just it was no real clean-cut chances, but we'll have to see if that changes here in Game 3 on Urban Central. And immediately off the back, they are looking for pressure. Jiggy trying to fake out the defense, but there's just too many red players in the way, and no success is going to be found right there as Camo got bumped all the way down to his own end. Tigri is up, but can't quite find the angle here as Salford, they look to counter-attack. Quinn has a big save to make. He can't reach the touch. He can't reach the second, and Jiggy is going to put it away.
Well, you said that they don't happen too often, but Jiggy is just given Berlin Phoenix a taste of their own medicine. Not quite a double touch, but the read off the backboard after that miss from Quinn is going to put Salford in the lead again once more here. And an early lead as well, only 30 seconds gone, so Salford can really work with that now. There's no desperation to try and get back unless Berlin score like very quickly here.
Yeah, it really is. It's Berlin immediately when this does happen. We've seen previously they try to chase that lead. They really try and get the equalizer as a statement sooner rather than later because they know they're capable of it. But when they get impatience like that, when they don't cover for themselves and leave the net open, things like this can happen. Aaron just slamming it from the halfway line, and it's 2 inside the first minute.
Yeah, the defense there for Berlin just ceased to exist. There was just a gap there. There might have been a bump on Quint, to be fair, from Camo, but Aaron just saw that gap and thought, well, if I shoot this at the net hard enough, then no one's going to be able to get there, and that's exactly what happened.
Oh my goodness, Camo saving it, but off the inside of his own post, and then a double commit. Salford, despite no Berlin players nearby, you can tell the pressure, the excitement, the adrenaline, it's all pumping through their veins right now. There is did not make a tidy dealing with that on defense, and even there, the big dunk coming through here. Tigri is going to pop it high, but Camo is going to be the one able to, no, I take that back. He ran out of boost as the nerves are on show here in this grand finals. 2-0 lead. Salford probably hadn't have dreamt of this coming in today. That'd be 2-0 up in a game in the grand finals here. This would be for 2-1, an advantage back in their favor for the series, as Aaron, he's been the man for them so often, is going to get himself dunked there. Camo required on defense again. The touch is nice to Jiggy. A brilliant 50 from him as well. He's going to get another one. Jiggy really showing up in the first couple minutes here of this game 3. He's now showing up in the corner, forcing the defensive block. It's going to go straight towards Camo, and he's going to control it. Pops it high, no challenge. He's uncontested. Quinn has to try. Oh man, what a 50 from Quinn there. Absolutely ratioed Camo on the 50, and now Aaron is going to have to get it past 2, but he's going to do just that. The recovery, unconventional, but he's going to yoink the boost. And those are the sort of small plays that if you can keep making them and keep possession of the ball, they really add up, because Aaron has come back around and tucked it in the back of the net.
Yeah, Salford are doing such a good job right now of not allowing Berlin to play the game that they want to play. The disruption coming out, Jiggy on Berlin's own backboard, just making touches and forcing Berlin to just kind of adjust and have to make a different read on the ball. Aaron taking boost and then looping back round and challenging on the goal line. It really is causing chaos right now. And I mean, 3 goals, it could be 4 here. Not able to get the shot off there was Aaron. But yeah, 3 unanswered goals against Berlin. That's something that I haven't seen personally because I wasn't casting their series against Portsmouth.
Let's hope this is the new normal right now as Salford are showing up big. No pressure on their shoulders, but the harder and harder and closer they get, then, I mean, that's a save from Nagpro there. As it just gets more difficult the more the series goes on. As you know, Berlin Phoenix are going to get more and more frustrated. Maybe that'll help them. Maybe that will hinder them as they get getting in each other's way a little bit here, as Aaron is going to have the time to go for the flip reset. High flying, slow, patient plays here are going to be able to kill this clock off here, as there's still time for Berlin to come back if they have the chances. But right now the chances are of Salford. Quint required to cut that one out as Aaron was about to air dribble it into a practically open net. The demolitions coming through, the challenges nice in the midfield here from Salford. They've had 6 shots to 2 so far in this 3rd game. Maybe they'll have another here. Aaron not quite connecting how he'd like to with that one, but you can see the defense from Berlin just nowhere near as comfortable as what we're used to seeing.
No, but I think that is more Salford being the engineers of that rather than Berlin making the mistakes. We saw another demo on the back line there. Speaking of mistakes, that's a big one from Salford, but thankfully it shouldn't cost them. If it does, then whoopsie daisy, but Tigri onto the backboard and Aaron back into his own net.
Yeah, that is an interesting touch from Salford, but of course they're so desperate to get this win on the board, and the fact that that has happened could have opened the door now for Berlin Phoenix. They've got to get 2 in just over a minute, though. The bounce is down and dangerous, but Camo's clear is incredibly good. Deep into the German half here. Tigri is up to Berlin, though he's going to take his time because he's got no boost. Jiggy will be able to put it off the corner, but the block comes through nicely from Quint. The follow-up from Nagflo, getting the ball deep into the Salford end here, but they are going to just have it and be able to clear it, but straight into the car of Tigri here. He's able to take that shot, but not dangerous enough here. The save forced and the dunk here from Nagflo, but time, Orion, it's ticking off the clock.
Yeah, it really is. We're into the final minute now, and another mistake there. Jiggy had to bail out the defense. Going to send this one into the midfield. Not really going to anyone, though. Double commit between Tigri and Quint could snuff out the danger for the time being. Aaron with a clear. Not quite, though, straight towards Nagflo. Here comes Camo, just killing that time off the clock. Quint went up for it. I thought Camo might have been able to get back to it from the ceiling there. I'll tell you, someone that has got back to it is Tigri with a shot, but 20 seconds left and 2 goals still required for Berlin Phoenix. Looking less and less likely.
That save from Jiggy there on the goal line is going to be the difference at the end, I think. A huge save from him into a huge dunk from Camo. Jiggy has put in work at both ends of the field this game. As you could say, game 1 might have been a fluke, but Salford say no. They're going to take a second here and restore their lead in the series.
Yeah, absolutely not a fluke. The way that Salford are playing right now, the same that we saw against Portsmouth, if not even better, to be honest with you. It's the same consistency, but just at a faster pace, and they're not relying as much on the solo plays from Aaron. They really are working as a well-oiled machine on offense and on defense as well. Camo definitely still kind of seems to be the glue holding the team together, but it is Jiggy as well making a few clutch saves of his own to keep Salford in this game and also keep them ahead. Salford 2-1 now.
I just think it's really a valid point you were talking about, is that Salford really so far at least have just been the better team from what we're showing. We know the better players are on the Berlin Phoenix side, but it's also no secret that they don't practice together. They're massively confident, you could say overconfident, but you also can't blame them. They've never been tested like this, but all solid players on Salford here playing together as a team here. Less pressure, really. They're just happy to be here and know that they're good enough to take this series. They've hit the ground running. And Berlin Phoenix, they were tested against Portsmouth, and they were in this similar situation in the upper final. They have been tested like this, but Salford, could they go that step further?
Well, yeah, I don't think they've been tested like this until today. Portsmouth were the first to do it, and now Salford appearing to be the second. That shot from Tigri, though, is an absolute ripper into the top shelf. it was a defender back there, but such a difficult save to make when it's put behind you like that. You really have to stop on a dime and try and just go straight up vertically. So difficult one for Jiggy there, and it is going to be an early lead now in favor of Berlin with only 30 seconds gone.
Yeah, it's a simple shot, but beautifully executed, getting it behind Jiggy, who was just driving into the net way too fast. And slam top shelf it will be. We saw a similar thing early on in Game 2, and it did not work out well for Salford, and hopefully for us and the UK, that trend will not continue here. But Nagflo, he's going to try and get the counter-attack going. Aaron has a big block to make, and he does make it. Rebounds into the corner where Jiggy gets dunked, though. The bounce is dangerous. Camo is required, and oh my goodness, boy, was he there. Quite the 50, getting it out the way to the side as Quint was flying in there, and very easy to put that one away. But with the demo on the midline and the boost steal, Berlin, they're back in control.
Does seem that way, yeah, definitely. And the offense so far from Salford haven't really seen their hand too much this game. Jiggy is going to try and send something middle, but Tigri playing a lot faster out of defense, I've noticed, is what Berlin are doing right now, and it is working for them. Nagflo up to meet Aaron, they're not even allowing him the respect of getting that flip reset or anything like that. Jiggy going to run out of boost, and that attack going to fizzle out. It's over the top of Aaron. Can Nagflo get the demo here? That one is up. He was sniffing at the behind of Aaron there, but wasn't able to make his car go boom. And so we stay 1-0 Berlin Phoenix. Although shot, Aaron, can he get back to this? No, Tigri not getting faked out by that one either.
That's a big save there, and he's going to turn it into a shot with Nagflo's 50 on the goal line. Jiggy has popped it up over Quint, who was rushing in to put it in to the open net, and Salford hold on their goal line, keeping the lead at just one. How important could that turn out to be? Because Berlin, they are looking hungry for a second right now. Camo needing to get this double touch, will not find it, but Quint, we gave him the respect, is going to get faked out, and Nagflo's loose touch is picked up by Aaron, who's up here from the wall, finding Camo, but Tigri way too fast. He's going to win that one out. Another double commit from Berlin, though. Is it going to work out? No. The smart touch from Aaron finds Jiggy in the corner, but Tigri, he stands in the way there, and despite the bump, makes the touch. Won't find a second. Quint helps him out. He's going to be there on the wall, and Salford, they have to be on the back foot. The counter-attack so dangerous, but Nagflo and Jiggy going to fake each other out here again. The lead still staying at 1 until now the 50. So unfortunate for Salford, but Tigri, the man of the match right now. This 50 is disgusting.
Yeah, Camo looked in the perfect place to be able to do something, but I think it was just the nature of the pinch there before he could even react to it. It was too high and just managed to dip under the crossbar. So 2-goal lead for Berlin Phoenix, definitely looking like they're in control of this game and looking to tie up the series again.
They really are. There's only a 2-goal deficit. Aaron and Jiggy getting a bit excited here. Jiggy has pulled out, but unfortunately Tigri is still back. This man's got 5 saves to his name and 2 goals. He's been the difference maker in the first 3 minutes, but there is still time on the clock for Salford to come back, and there's still time on the clock for Berlin to pull away further. Quint, maybe with an angled shot there, if he could have got to it a little bit sooner. Salford are back in numbers most of the time, but sometimes Berlin are just that bit too good. As a nice flick from Jiggy will find Aaron, but they've got to play so well just to make these chances happen, let alone put them away. Camo will get a hopeful hit towards the net, but Tigri, he'll just collect his second saviour medal of the game. Jiggy will get the double touch, but it's loose. He has to get the block. Quint will win out that 50, and it's around in the midfield, down to Tigri in the corner, and every single play that doesn't succeed for Salford. That one coming off the post, the rebound also not on target. You think chances like that might have to go in.
Yeah, they do. It was a very well-engineered play from Salford. 1, 2, 3, and the shot was onto a semi-open net in the end.
There
but
it is.
They weren't able to convert it, and yeah, as you say, there it is, overstretching themselves a little bit, trying to find that goal. Aaron not getting a very favourable touch, and Tigri up very quickly to fire that into the open net there.
I think he's on track for a 1,000-point game at this rate. Quint is yet to get to 100, unfortunately for him, but we'll see what the scoreboard looks like after the final minute here. As Salford, they could certainly get one for the road here in Game 4. As a lovely cut inside from Camo, but the challenge immediately going to come through there. No space given, no respect given, as Berlin back on top. Similar fashion, their leads far more dominant than Salford. So to be fair to Salford, a great one in the game we've just seen. There certainly was a little bit of cracks towards the end there, as even now the defense so closely clumped up. You can feel the nerves, you can feel the tension. They know they need to step it up if they're ever going to be taking more games in this series. They know they can do it, but this game, it just hasn't happened, and we're effectively going to be headed into a best of 3 just for Salford to stay in the championship.
Yeah, I think it boils down to, you know, that kind of nothing to lose mentality. Like, if Salford are tied up in the series, or if they're behind, you know, they have nothing to lose. It's Berlin's to lose. But then when Salford go in front, I imagine it's kind of a, oh my god, we could actually win this. And then the nerves start to set in. I mean, that's how my brain would do things psychologically, as Tigray is going to put in a fourth and Jiggy, what a saving himself there. But that's kind of how I would think about it. So I'm very glad that, you know, we actually have a contest for this final. I was so worried that all of this Rocket League over the past 2 months would just end up in a sweep for Berlin Phoenix. But for Salford to take 2 games, and I mean, that game on paper didn't even really feel like Berlin dominance. Maybe towards the end, but for the most part, that still felt pretty even. Like Salford, they definitely had chances there.
Yeah, I mean, we don't usually have to give them credit, the likes of Tigray and Nagflo, but Tigray in that game, 6 saves, 4 goals, 992 points. Now, I don't like to say it's a solo performance, but he was a ridiculous difference maker in that matchup there. And the funny part is, I think almost for every game this series, likewise here, Salford outshot. They had 9 shots, but none of them going in. Their shot percentage, their clinicality just not there. And when it isn't, it really doesn't look like they stand a chance.
No, I have to agree. And again there, it was only 1 shot that wasn't saved by Berlin Phoenix, and that shot again, obviously off the mark. Salford being shut out once more by Berlin Phoenix, and this time the biggest scoreline that we've seen so far from them. So going forwards again, Berlin had the momentum, but every time I've said that, it looks like Salford have just managed to find something else and claw it back and surprise me again. So going into this next game, which crucially will be a match point game, yeah, it really is. It is going to be big for both teams.
Could be a tournament point game on the side of Berlin Phoenix, as at no point this series have Salford been down, and when that happens, do their heads go down? Do Berlin know it's one away and then take it? Well, apparently not, because immediately off the back, Salford gonna get exactly what they need. This kickoff just camo too fast. Nagflo was like, wait, what? We lost the race to the ball? Completely whiffs it, and Jiggy is just like, hey, hello, ladies and gentlemen, I will put us 1-0 up.
Yeah, a touch from camo was absolutely crazy. I don't think Nagflo had much boost to his name at all, and just kind of had to watch that one fly over his head, bounce off the backboard and fly over his head again, and then be put away by Jiggy. Like, I think that was the quickest goal we've seen so far. We might have the quickest equaliser if Tigray is able to do something, but not much boost to his name there. It's going to be Jiggy now taking control, but an awkward bounce. Aaron trying to give it back to him, but getting dunked out by one of the Berlin players there. Tigray getting a 50-50 in the midfield. Jiggy trying to get a touch. Might be beaten by Nagflo here. He's actually just going to get absolutely just ratioed out of the way there as Aaron one over towards Camo. Camo can't make contact on this, and it is a slow burn of an attack from Salford, but an attack nonetheless.
It's just crazy, really, that Salford and huge that they can get that opening goal, no matter how convincingly so and how well Berlin just keeps knocking them down. Salford are just getting back up. They find a little bit more from somewhere, and they've found the lead here in Game 5, and it's very much game on as towards the backboard. The ball goes. Jiggy with a redirect. It's going to come to Aaron. The shot is going to find the top corner, and again, they double down on the advantage.
Yeah, back and forth is what is happening in this series right now. Quinn could have definitely made that save, but I think he just thought there was a bit more pace on it from Aaron, so flying past that into his own net, and Aaron getting the second for Salford now. 2 unanswered in just over a minute. It could be 3 unanswered. Jiggy, what on earth is that? Why are you up there?
He's just turned on the jigglers. Look at this pre-jump. What is this? He's so confident, Nagflo. He's never had that happen to him before. He's just like, what is going? Who are these guys? 3-0 up in just over a minute, and that's not their first 3-goal lead of the series here. They are hungry for this bracket reset.
Yeah, this is crazy. The offense has just completely come alive. Aaron with the ceiling shot. It was towards the top corner. I think Tigri had the angle covered, but it was just past the net. Looking for a ground pinch now. Quint is in a very awkward spot, getting bumped by Jiggy as well. Not going to help things. Aaron, last man back. Tigri might look for a bump. He opts to stay in the midfield. He's not going to reach this one either. Here's Nagflow. Actually, Quint going to get the 50-50. Aaron now just continuing to push that ball forwards. If you look how high that Salford line is, if it ever goes side to side, which it so often does on the back line for Berlin, there is always a player from Salford there. Trying to drop another one in there was Aaron. It's going to be Jiggy looking for something, and finally Berlin getting some breathing space.
The most important thing really is that Salford aren't trying to park the bus. They aren't trying to turtle up. Only now are Berlin getting an extended period of offense. They've been so good at trying to meet them at the midline, and when they have done that, it really takes the steam and confidence out of this Berlin Phoenix side. Now again, they have to be on the back foot. Nagflow, the only one back, and he's made a very good challenge, and it's turned into a good attempt, but Camo is back. But once again, the Rock is back. I mean, Dwayne Johnson would be proud of Camo right now, even with such little boost. He's getting the touch and the dunk to boot as well. And speaking of booting, Aaron's been booted back into his own net, and he's been booted into making that save as well, refusing to get out of the way of Tigri here and trying to keep this clean sheet intact for as long as possible.
Yeah, well, the offense for Salford looked really good at the start of this game, getting 3 goals for it, but the defense definitely looked a little bit shaky there. There were a few double commits, didn't have a whole lot of boost either, so I think Berlin doing a good job of controlling the boost situations. We see Quint take another one. Jiggy is full in net, though, and is going to get a nice 50-50 here, just allowing Salford a bit of breathing space to compose themselves, get some boost. Tigri, though, putting a shot on target, forcing Aaron into a save. Quint on the left-hand side, going to flip past that one. Jiggy going to get dunked out. Quint finding himself in a good spot. It's off the post. Camo taking his time now. Might be able to get back to this one as well, but Nagflow going to snatch it off him. 0 boost, and starting to turn the tide maybe are Berlin, but still no goals scored for them just yet.
Yeah, once again, they've left it late to mount a comeback. They got one a couple games ago, and they're going to try and get one here by faking out Jiggy, but he's made the save despite being left 1v2 here. He's going to be able to run away with it on the counter-attack. Quinn has to try and make a stop, and he just can't do it. Jiggy doesn't care. He's the last airbender. What was this goal?
It just kept going. Just kept boosting left, and then the angle there, that is such a difficult one to score. You're so close to the net, but you really have to wrap your car around that ball and give it enough power to go the other way. And now, I mean, we saw Berlin 4-0, 4 unanswered goals in the previous game. Haven't seen it all series. Salford, they've just thrown it right back at them, done the exact same. Could be 5 if it continues like this, or we might see a goal from Berlin. But right now, Salford in control in this game, looking like they're going to go on to match point here.
Such a good pass across from Berlin, and Tigri was so eager to take the shot. He ended up slamming it into the crossbar, and the marksmanship this time has been lacking from Berlin. Maybe they get one here. No, Camo is back to make the epic save here, and to keep the clean sheet in terms of morale would be a big deal right now, heading into what could be a series winning game for Salford here. They'd be moving 3-2 up in the series in 30 seconds time, barring a freak of nature event here. Jiggy is going to touch it out, but the shot is going to be way over the bar. It's a nice pass, the shot, but won't be on target. Tigri again, not as on point as he was last game here, and unfortunately the game just hasn't even been close. He's trying for the fantastic read to get a nice highlight reel play, but it's just not going to happen. And if it keeps up like this, Salford will have the clean sheet, barring whatever on earth is happening right here. They will make the save. It's Jiggy's again this time. You know, you think a crazy performance from Tigri in the previous game. This time, Jiggy with 3 goals and 3 saves to his name. What a performance from him. The goal will not be... How's that ball stayed up? What?
Physics.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think you're spot on. Can Salford get 5? I think it's possible. Maybe? 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 Not quite. Not quite.
Oh,
but,
man.
like... How did you... I didn't think I would be saying this, but we currently have Salford 3-2 up in the series against the favourites, the Berlin Phoenix, who, ironically, this is the game that they outshot, the one where they lost 4-0. They had 13 shots. That's because they had to chase the game, and because of that, Salford were able to find pockets of space, and boy, were they able to punish. That lead went from 1 to 3 real quick.
Yeah, well, all season long, we have been putting Berlin Phoenix on a pedestal and saying that they're completely untouchable, and now it is
Take
Salford.
away the pedestal.
Yeah, well,
get rid of it.
Trying to do what Portsmouth could not by taking a series off Berlin Phoenix. This isn't grand final defining, so this isn't championship defining for Salford if they win this, but it would force a bracket reset and another best of 7. So yeah, Salford right now, I said we put Berlin on a pedestal. They've started wrapping the chains around them, and they're revving up the tow truck as we speak.
Oh my goodness, that's a dark image from Salford. But to be fair, I would be scared of them too if they're playing like this. And you can see that there is fear in the Berlin Phoenix players here. Salford have been clinical in multiple games this series, and if they can do it one more time here in Game 6, they'll be able to take this series and reset the bracket. Sure, we won't talk about the fact that they have to win another best of 7 at that point, but what a statement that would be. And if they can take this one, then why wouldn't they be able to take another?
Yeah, very good point. I mean, to take one best of 7 against Berlin Phoenix would be just... I wouldn't have thought it was possible. I don't really think anyone believed in their hearts it was possible, especially when Tigri is just absolutely leathering the ball like that.
Oh my goodness, this pass from Quinn is perfectly weighted, and Tigri has just broken the ball. We're going to have to get a new one. Can we get one brought? Okay, we've got a new one. No problem. The Ford F-150 obviously brought it onto the field of play here as Salford. They're going to have to figure out what they've just been hit by in the opening 15 seconds there and get themselves back put into pieces. Well, put their pieces back together, I should say, here, as they're certainly able of trying to strike back. But again, first goal has been quite decisive in this series so far.
Yeah, it really has. It's kind of set the tone for the rest of the games, has the first goal, and Berlin have got an early one again here. When they got an early one before, they didn't stop scoring. They then went on to shut out Salford in both of the games where they got the opener. So, and I mean, they really need to win this one. Otherwise, Salford will be forcing them onto bracket reset, as we always have a rule 1 in the corner there. Jiggy, I'm not sure what on earth that touch was, but it is going to work out for him. Still quite dangerous though in that half. Tigri going to make a very light touch here. Jiggy jumping for it, getting a piece of it, forcing Nagflow back a little bit, and still 1-0, but Berlin, they're definitely looking to get a second here.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to prove they're worthy of their crown right now. And what a performance it would be to come back from 3-2 down to take the championship in Game 7, back-to-back Game 7s at that, as it would be a fantastic performance. They've had a fantastic goal already in this 6th game here, and if they can double down on that, they could easily take us and then take the Game 7 all in one fell swoop. What a performance it would be, but we all know that the British fans here will want Salford to get the reverse sweep. It's just, I say the reverse sweep, the bracket reset, it's just better from a spectator standpoint. As a neutral here, which I'm not, I'm completely biased, I would love to see it, but unfortunately, it's looking all like we may have Game 7, and there's still time in this Game 6, but that is a wide open net, and Nagflow is going to open and welcome it with wide open arms.
Yeah, Nagflow's just absolutely egoed Quinn there by touching that ball, even though it was completely wide open. Quinn just wanted to try and get involved in the play, but Nagflow is like, nope, I'm the alpha here. You can just assist me. There you go. That is your job. Old Nagflow here trying to get another one though. Shiggy, can he get the Quinn here? Yeah, poor Quinn.
It's such a good double touch earlier in this series, and he's just getting his goals yoinked at this point.
Yep.
Oh well. Oh well. Oh well. Maybe he'll get one before the end of this game, to be fair. At the rate that they seem to be scoring. And speaking of which, he's going to get an uncontested shot. But you see, when he now gets to take his shot, there's 3 Salford goalkeepers in the net. And that's just not fair. Salford certainly don't need to be parking the bus right now. It's not the position they want to be in, as we do again across half-time. Now at a 2-0 deficit in the side of the Salford Lions here. If they want to be forcing this bracket reset, now they're going to have to be coming back in this one, or they'll be going to an all too familiar Game 7 right now here. Of course, Salford's Game 7 record, not too bad right now. They nearly got a decent chance on the offense there, but Berlin able to move it across the goal, able to diffuse that pressure. When they're winning the races to the ball in the midfield like this, it's so difficult for Salford to get a foothold.
Yeah, I think that's crucial, is, you know, winning those races. And I mean, even when they're not, they're still getting dunked out. It seems like Berlin, they're starting to win those midfield battles, and I think it's showing in the fact that Salford really haven't had a whole lot of offense this game. They've been reasonably quiet, I would say. Yeah, just 2 shots registered so far by Salford. So that's not going to do a whole lot for their confidence. They've looked decent defensively. They've only let in 2. But yeah, the just... How can I put this? The hounding offense, shall we say, that we saw from them, where they just were all over Berlin, hasn't been present this game at all.
No, it really hasn't. I mean, they're going to get a pocket of space here, but again, Jiggy, he's made some really nice confident dribble plays in the series, but Tigri has just tuned in on that. He knew what was coming. It makes that dunk look easy and simple. There's maybe another chance here. It's quite a big chance as well. Maybe that could be the one, though. Camo going to be pushed up a little bit too far forward, and they're going to have to reset, and they cannot afford too many chances like that to go untaken. As into the final minute, they're still without their first of the game, and the harder they press, the easier it could be for Berlin to get a classic third.
Yeah, and I think it is, well, it is still the case at the moment. I don't know if it will stay the case when we hit 0 seconds. Oh, what a save from Camo. That was just an absolute chat of a save, but
it's just the confidence. No, but despite the fact they're 2-0 down, potentially about to go into a game 7, he's just like, yeah, I'll drive off the inside of my goal and get the save. I don't care one bit. And to be fair, yeah, Camo, that was a chat play.
Going back to my previous point, it does seem like it could be a shutout again here. It seems like when Berlin are scoring, the dynamic that they have is they just don't allow Salford to even take an inch, because they know that they'll take a mile and potentially they'll lose the game because of it. So it does look like we are going to go to a game 7 and a championship deciding game 7 as well. Salford, if they win this, it's bracket reset time.
It's a goal. It's a goal.
It is a goal. It is a goal for Salford. That Camo has put the ball in the back of the net, and we can confidently say that a goal has been scored. But
VAR.
Yeah, VAR review. Yeah, that's it. That's a goal.
Nice. Just getting that one checked.
Yeah. But yeah, game 7 now. Berlin, championship point, bracket reset point for Salford. They need a win here to force another best of 7.
They really do, as Berlin are 1 game away from taking it all here. They earn it going through that upper bracket. Salford, they were never in the upper bracket here. 5-2 in groups. They entered from 4th in their group. They had to enter into the lower bracket. They have ran the entire length of it to get here. They've gone the length of this series to game 7, and it means nothing. I mean, it means fantastic performance. They'd still get second if they can't take this game 7, but you know they want that bracket reset. You know they know they can take this championship. They are good enough. They have shown us that they can. Berlin have probably never been this scared of a team, and yet they know as well themselves that they can be better. They can retake that throne, that crown. It belongs to them at the end of the day. We all know that on paper, they are the strongest team, and yet they're being pushed the distance here. And map change is successful, by the way. We will have Champions Field for Game 7. Hypers in the chat here. Berlin, Phoenix, will they strike first in this Game 7? How will it go? Will it be a runaway? Will it be a blowout? Or will it be desperately close? I am terrified of an overtime.
Well, opening goal usually, so far this series, has decided who actually takes the game. So I think that is going to be hugely important going forwards. And I mean, you know, we talked about this. We said that Salford know that they can force a bracket reset. I would go one step further. I would say that they deserve a bracket reset. And Aaron, with a shot like that, Berlin were just absolutely flustered on defense there. Nagflo, second best, just flops at it, and Aaron putting that one straight over the top. Very early goal for Salford.
Yeah, Tigri and Nagflo both experienced and both back on the defense there, but neither comfortable reading that post bounce, which turned out to be pretty vanilla. And Aaron, he was just patient, able to just pick up that open net, and that could be a huge difference maker. You said it yourself here, Salford. I mean, they have a 100% win rate when they've scored the first goal of the game. You know, the only people that have pulled off a comeback have been Salford. It only happened once, and to be honest, the other two times, you know, Berlin just completely ran away with it here. But now they have to chase the game here. The Germans, if they want to see it out here, they're going to need to find a shot. And Quint may have had a double touch earlier in the series, but he's not going to find the one that he wants there. But a double commit on the back end. Salford, they're nervous, they're panting, they're sweating. They know that they're ahead, but they know that Berlin are eager to bring it back. And if they keep double committing off the defense, it is so uncomfortable for Salford. But the shot has not come through, and they're gonna hold on for now.
Yeah, I feel really good about Salford on offense, but I'm not feeling so good for them on defense. Berlin, they look so good whenever they go forwards, and that shot from Nagflo is going to confirm my worst fears for Salford there. Up towards Quint. Quint straight back down to him. Goes early for that one. Baited the defender in. 1-1 tie game in game 7.
Yeah, just too concise a play. Lovely shot from Nagflo. Baited in Camo, even though Camo could never reach it. And Jiggy, he wasn't back in time. He couldn't reach it either. And now Berlin have tied level. Who will strike next here? As we've already had 2 goals in just over a minute here in this potentially championship deciding game 7. Double touch off the ceiling from Tigri is going to fall on deaf ears. He's going to be found across the field by Quint. A lovely pass, but Aaron will cut it out, and he's going to be in the corner here. He's going to realize that he's got time. He's going to keep it close, baiting the defender, but Nagflo, he's just going to take it past 2. He's going to whisk it over the British net here, and Quint is going to be round to keep up that pressure, but broken out well. Salford, the touch, though, leaving a bit to be desired. Tigri is able to, cut that one out, but he's going to have to use a lot of boost to do it, and the sort of changing hands here is possession here, but no clean-cut chance being generated just yet, and Jiggy, his shot going to be blocked. Salford, though, they look like they could strike again at any moment.
Yeah, they do. They were doing a great job there of controlling boost as well. Berlin didn't have a whole lot. That was a shot that almost went a distance from Tigri there. Nagflo going to pop this one up high. Here's Quint off the sidewall. Might be able to get the double, but Jiggy kind of cut that one out. Here's Camo on the sidewall getting 50'd by Tigri. Aaron going to send it up high. It's Quint up for it. Jiggy a bit caught out here, very awkward. Quint onto the backboard again. Jiggy still flopping at it, manages to get the block in the end, so he did quite well to get there, but Berlin pressing on defense, looking for chances. Aaron blocks that one at the last second. Nagflo now in the midfield, trying to keep the offense for Berlin going. Here's Tigri trying to bait Jiggy and does so, but pays with his life. Camo shot on target. Aaron not able to get the 50 in now. Jiggy on the sidewall, beats out 2 here. Can he get it over the top of Tigri? It's in the midfield, but Nagflo getting that one away, and Quint finally giving Berlin some breathing space.
Yeah, you'd think there was maybe a chance on the cards for Salford with the double commit from Berlin, but Nagflo, he still had boost in the tank, and no matter how much boost he has, it's not going to matter as Camo gets it over the top of him, and Jiggy finishes it off.
The composure from Camo there. Nagflo in front of him, straight over the top. Jiggy to finish. Back in front now are Salford, and time is ticking for Berlin Phoenix. Got to find a way back in this if they want to take the championship at the first time of asking. Otherwise, we completely reset and we go into another best of 7.
Under 2 minutes, and Jiggy with a pre-flip save here is going to keep Salford alive here, keep their championship hopes alive. They have to hold for 90 seconds, and Berlin, they are going to try all they can. The kitchen sink is going to be thrown here. It does not matter at this point on Champions Field. It's loose, but Aaron is first to it. Tigri out of position, gets it put past him. Jiggy is going to be there, but he's going to be second best, and Aaron has to back him up the clear. Going to be deep past Camo. He has to recover in time. He has to make this touch. It does, but it's a scrappy one. Jiggy is going to help him out and get it away from the British net. The 50 is in Nagflo's direction. He touches it back. Lovely to Quint possession from Berlin. Tigri is going to take the pass over to Quint, but the shot is blocked from Camo. They're holding on, but Berlin are still looking so dangerous. Can they really hold on for another 50 seconds?
Oh, I'm on the edge of my seat here. Is this one going to go all the way? No, Nagflo back just in time. Trying to get back to this one. No one really challenging it. Camo sends it over to the left-hand side, but only as far as Quint. Infield pass to Tigri. He's trying to bait out one. He does, but challenge from Aaron there. Great heads-up play. Knew he needed to go and get that block early. Here is Jiggy. He's faked out Quint. It's over Tigri. Camo makes it 3.
Oh my goodness, Jiggy, the man demoing one past another, past the third, and Camo returning the favour, finishing it off, and Salford are 24 seconds away from the bracket reset.
And 24 seconds away from seeing Berlin lose, I believe, one of their first ever, if not their first ever series in the EURC. We're going to have a bit of a pause champ here, as that shot has just been rifled into the net.
What a shot! Quint, that is a sniper rifle, as you say, perfect off the kickoff here. Salford need to hold to the whole of the UK's hopes on their shoulders, and the kickoff, it goes Berlin's way. Tigri is going to look for the dunk. It's round off the ceiling corner, 2 players up. The shot is there, but the save from Aaron off the crossbar into the final 10 seconds. Tigri, he's got time, but he's got no boost. The 50 from Aaron, it's out into the mid, but the block from Jiggy is there. The ball is out, it's down the line. Camo is going to finish it off, and the Salford Lions have hold on. They have done it in Game 7. We have a bracket reset in the grand finals of EURC.
I am stunned. I'm absolutely stunned. Tell you who else is stunned. Berlin Phoenix. They weren't expecting that, were they? Salford. They've done the impossible. This is Berlin Phoenix's first loss in this academic year. Winter split, spring split, the whole thing. This is the first time in the grand finals of EURC, no less. They could be champions now. We could be looking at the champions, but we're not. Instead, we're going to another best of 7 to decide it. And we've had one best of 7. Salford won it. Why can't they do it again?
And how difficult it will be to win it again, though. The mental warfare between these two teams. Who has that fortitude? Does that boost Salford? Does that put pressure on them? They know that they do it again. Does that take pressure off Berlin Phoenix? It all comes down to this one. Really is going to be the final best of 7. Of course, the players, that's an exasperating series to watch. Imagine what it was like to play it. We're going to give them some time. We're going to give them a break. So we're going to head to that break, and we'll see you for the final series of EURC.
picking up where we left, off and on again. We never quite could forget, 'cause what we got so intense.
to make this shot, and then you just miss hit it, and it's like, damn. And then it's really hard the next time you're in that situation to find that confidence that you need again, when Berlin are just completely tiki-taka it around the Becker defense. And oh my!
Once in game 6, so let's see if they can turn this around.
Great,
shutting me right up with a brilliant noise.
I mean, Portsmouth can't get out their own half right now, and Berlin are looking like once again they can't stop scoring.
It wasn't a sort of chasing the game kind of mentality that they adopted until they really had to. So hopefully they can keep their composure again. They've got loads of time on the clock, as long as they don't.
Oh wow!
As
long as they don't do that, is that what you're going to say?
Yeah.
Well,
right. You can make a Twitter video about me, Ryan, if you like.
I mean, in that instance. Or with that kind of passing play.
Yeah.
To clear the ball from in front of their net. We head into the final minute. Still goalless here. The next goal could be decisive. And Camo, rising like a dolphin, is going to fish that one past the Loughborough defence.
Yeah, he may be called Camo, but he's definitely not invisible in this game. That's a great finish.
Save on the backboard required by Psycho there. The double demo by Camo. It's unnecessary cyberbullying. He's been reported to the police over it. But Aaron, oh my goodness, we're going to have to file a report over that. Well, what an angle was this?
Yeah, Portsmouth was still recovering from that demo, and Aaron just smacked it forward.
Double commit from GA Mojitos. As often as up, the redirect comes through. Salford. Jump in, firing. They make it 2-1.
Oh well. Then all of a sudden you find yourselves 2-1 down.
Welcome back to the EURC Grand Finals. Now, I don't want anyone to panic, but we have one series left to decide it all, against all the odds, against everything. I think any of us thought coming into this, the Berlin Phoenixes have dropped to the Salford Lions. And look, I see you gesturing over there, Atch. We decided we'd come back to the panel one more time. We are moments away from getting into game, but we're going to have a little bit of time for anyone to update their predictions if they want to. Maybe throw a little bit of shade about predictions that landed, because actually you were the only person on desk to actually call the Salford Lions to win that first series.
Indeed I was. I shall bask in my brief moment of glory. Thank you all very much. Orion in the face again. The one that he did when I called Salford originally. I'm calling Salford again. I think if they can do it once, they can do it twice. Yes, potentially. Berlin could turn this around. This is going to be an intense series, but I've got to back them twice now.
I mean, I'm just hoping it's half as intense as Series 1. Of course, Orion, you know, you bet on the Berlin Phoenixes, and I think it's fair, but they took it all the way. It felt like any time a team scored the first goal, they just won the game. Berlin Phoenix, they just need to score more. It's easy for them, right?
Yeah, just score forehead, but honestly, I'm done sleeping on Salford. I've slept on Salford every single series since they lost the NSC Grand Final, and I am done. I've had enough of it. Salford Lions for the win. Berlin Phoenix, they're just washed at this point.
Ooh, I mean, I think at some point it's kind of fair, right? I've been calling them a Cinderella story all the way along. They've just been the only team all year to beat this Berlin Phoenix side. And Tylacto, that's got to count for something. This isn't really Dave and Goliath anymore. It's just two Titans clashing it out in one series to decide our champions.
It is. It's 7 series in a row that Salford have won, but I think I'm going to say it's going to be a Brazil. That last series was incredible, so non-stop, back and forth the whole way, but I just worry if their stamina can last, and at this point, I think it's too possible that Berlin Phoenix can get a chain of games going together. They can amass that momentum, and it's going to be too much for Salford if they eventually get into their own heads. I really, really want them to do it, but I will back Berlin Phoenix.
Yeah, and I mean, look, as much as I back Salford, as much as I think they have more experience than anyone else in this tournament, playing with their backs against the wall at the moment, I also think Berlin Phoenix are a side with just too much experience. Their players are just too good. I'm going to leave it at a split desk. I'm going to vote for the Berlin Phoenixes, and we are going to throw it for the last time in this tournament over to the casters, Orion and Tylacto. This is it. We will have a champion in at least 7 games.
In at least 7 games. Hopefully we don't go any longer than that, or else we could be here all night. As much as to be honest, I'd be quite happy if we did. And it's interesting that I only just sort of remembered that right in our last cast, Orion, is that it was non-stop back and forth the whole way. It just started off with Salford taking game 1, and it ended up being the trend.
Yeah, I don't think we saw any team take 2 games on the bounce. It really was just back and forth and back and forth. And again, another trend we saw, if you score the first goal, you're very likely to take the whole game. And Berlin Phoenix as well, if they score the first goal, then they're very likely to just shut out Salford. The last game kind of broke the trend, because it was Salford that scored first, and then Berlin got the equaliser, and then Salford scored, and again, 3-1 in that game 7. That was the last game that was played between these two. But now, a clean slate, and this one is for championship point. Salford, they were just fighting to stay alive. Berlin, they had one chance to do it. Now they've got a second, but Salford, they now have the chance to win the whole thing. Game 1, best of 7, rematch between Berlin Phoenix and Salford Lions.
It is, and Salford Lions have gone the length of the entire lower bracket. I cannot say it enough times here, but at what cost? Will they walk away with a silver or a gold medal? As straight away opening up, Jiggy is going to strike within 15 seconds. The ball trickling across the German net, and that is huge for Salford to continue this momentum.
Yeah, very early goal there coming out once more from Salford. Jiggy kind of faking Tigri there, but Tigri, I don't know, just wasn't really in a position to challenge that ball and get any real touch on it. And Jiggy, taking his time, was able to get 1. He might get 2 here. I thought he was going to look for the flip reset, and there was a miscommunication there. Tigri went for that quite late, but was able to get it clear in the end. Jiggy actually going to take this one off Camo, and Tigri, the 50-50 there, not going to go his way. Aaron going for a fast touch, and Camo, bit of a double commit. So Salford, they've got a goal, but they definitely need to find their footing at the midfield line.
I mean, the thing that really is great for Salford is that during that last series, all 3 of their players, speaking of a second, Aaron, too fast in the midfield. There was some hot sauce on that one, and it was slammed in with confidence.
Yeah, 125 over the top of Tigri there. Aaron has honestly seemed to be the dominant player in the air, I would say. Just seems to be that much faster at reading the ball and generating power off his aerials as well. And that one also, the accuracy there. So Salford, they have a 2-goal lead again, definitely proving that, you know, even though we are another best of 7 now, they've still got what it takes to really throw a spanner in the works for this Berlin team. And, you know, this is the first time all year that Berlin have lost. I just want to reiterate that, because, you know, when you're a team where all you do is win, and you don't know what it's like to lose. Like, we've definitely been in that position in Lancaster. And then when you do finally lose, you just find yourself in uncharted territory. And it is very hard to find the answer to, you know, what do we do now?
No, and they have looked a little bit shaky. A couple of times the miscommunication on the defense, and when what you'd say is your best player, Tigri, got absolutely burnt on defense for that second goal to go into Salford, certainly it's easy to worry. And I imagine that Berlin really are at this point, because Salford have got the boxing gloves on, and maybe even the gloves are off at this point. They have come out swinging again in game 1 of the series, this time in this grand finals bracket reset. And Berlin, they really need to step it up here. They're defending solidly, but they've had no real clean-cut chances, just 1 shot on the board.
Yeah, I mean, that really says a lot. Berlin, they look rattled. You know, we talk about Tigri and Nagflo being on this team, but right now, you know, if you take these nameplates away and just watch this series, you wouldn't go, oh, they've got 2 professional players on their team. Like, obviously, no disrespect, they are that good for a reason, but just not quite showing their quality right now.
It's just the point I was saying before Aaron decided to interrupt us and score a second, was that during last series and already so far during this, the Salford players have all had their standout moments, and they're so big for sort of boosting their own confidence. Jiggy was so clutch in that game 7. Aaron has been, you know, their reliable goal scorer all day, and that series was no different. And Camo, the amount of huge saves he had to make and has made. Speaking of which, Jiggy is going to get back in time to see that one away. It's dangerous in front of the net, but Nagflo, not enough boost. He cannot get there in time, and a loose, hopeful hit from Quinn is going to be easily slammed away by that man Camo with 2 minutes left on the clock. Berlin Phoenix still needs to.
Yeah, and Salford definitely looking like, you know, they're not a one-trick pony. They definitely still look to be the better team. Nagflo, though, was the better player there, just waiting for Jiggy. It was almost like a penalty kick, was just waiting for Jiggy to make a move. And in the end, tucked it in at the near post there. So getting one back on the board for Berlin Phoenix now. Lead cut in half for Salford, and they've got to hold on here. I think taking game one for them in the previous series was such a platform for them to build on. I think if they'd gone a game down, completely different dynamic. You know, you take the first game and it's like, okay, we can take a game, let's take another one. And they just kept having that winning mentality and that kind of growth mindset going forward. So if they can take this one as well, I think it's going to be exactly the same thing.
Speaking of growth, I think Berlin are really growing into this one. That chance that Nagflo took there to get them back within one was a huge play under pressure. It may have looked like an easy shot, but it's mainly because he made it look easy effectively. I mean, a great shot from Quint, though. He's going to come off the crossbar as Berlin Phoenix so close to equalizing here on the bell of the final minute. Yeah, Nagflo, he took his time under the pressure. He got the couple pads, improved his angle, and slammed it in so well off the inside post as Salford are on the ropes in terms of having to defend under this pressure. Nagflo's got no more boost, though. He can't punish. Jiggy has a chance at the other end. Can't quite get around it, though. And maybe the counter-attack. Aaron, he's back alone. The infield pass towards Nagflo, but Jiggy is going to get in the way and obstruct, and the block is made. Also, final 30 seconds left. Shout out to NSE. Thank you very much for the raid in this lovely grand finals bracket reset. How you doing? As I don't know how, Berlin Phoenix are doing. Tigri, he's been demolished off the field here, and with just 20 seconds left, Salford could take game one again.
Yeah, time running out for Berlin Phoenix. We'll see if the trend continues where Salford, they scored the first one, and we'll see if they can get the first game as well off the back of it. Jiggy's going to beat Nagflo to this one. Tigri up high, doesn't have that much boost, going to fake out for the time being. Air dribble, Camo was the first player there and was able to make contact. Now it's Jiggy on the backboard, sending it over. Nagflo has control, but no boost, sends it over to Tigri, but a bit of a stretch, and Salford again take game one.
Cannot believe it, how hot they came out to get that 2-goal lead. Berlin looks second best for much of that game, though the signs were there towards the end there. It was very much turtle up from Salford. Credit to them for holding on. Great performance from Jiggy, a part in both goals, a saviour medal, same for Camo as well. But Berlin, they were pressing at the end, 10 shots to 6, and most of them 10 came in the final couple minutes. They could easily have got a second, but credit to Salford. They made it, and it wasn't the first time that's been too little, too late for Berlin. That's the sort of thing that Salford did all the way during last series, and if they can do it then, they do it here. Why can't they do it again?
That's the thing, if you can beat this Berlin team once, then you can beat them essentially an infinite number of times. Like they are beatable in a best of 7. They've got their nose in front early on again here, which I think is very crucial for them going forwards. As you say, we saw these two teams trade blows in the previous series. It was back and forth, 1-0, 1-0, 2-1, 2-all, all the way to 4-3. And then, at that point the series was over. There was no opportunity to take it to 4-4 because that would be silly. And, Jiggy was almost able to get onto that one. But we'll see if the same happens again here. If Salford can get 2 games, or if any team can get 2 games in a row here.
On the bounce, yeah.
On the bounce, then, yeah, I think that will probably be a series-defining moment.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is, even when the games went back and forth last series, Salford, the Lions, still came out on top. So if Berlin can't take this one and they go 2 down, the pressure becomes ridiculous. Though, he showed up on this map last time, Quint, nearly with another fantastic play. That flip reset going just over the bar here. As credit to Sigmoid, he did remember to update the map. We're on the beautiful Utopia Coliseum for game 2 here. Still plenty of time on the clock, and I have to say that so far, Berlin, they've been the one ripping their claws around the possession.
Yeah, Salford are turtling up a little bit on defense, but they are, pretty composed at the moment, and Tigri not going to get a piece of that one as it's blasted right down the other end of the pitch. Quint is going to have to make a touch, but it's only towards Camo. It's not going to get back to that one. Nagflo off the backboard over towards Tigri, linking up a lot better there. Can Tigri get back to this? Not enough boost in the tank there. Jiggy looking for this air dribble again. Gets a flip reset over to both of them. It's centered as Jiggy scored here. I thought Jiggy might have even found the angle there, but doing so much work, but no opening goal yet for either side.
Quint is going for another flip reset. He did find it, though, that one less convincing of an attempt. Again, Salford back in numbers, but will it matter? Yes, a big block there coming out, but Nagflo is the one with the loose ball. We can't reach his second touch, though. How many people know that as a shot comes through? 2 goalkeepers again there to make the stop for Salford. They are fully curled and turtled up here, looking to punish on the counter-attack as they have done previously, but will it be the right strategy here as Berlin? They've got possession, they've got time, confidence. Tigri looking for the dunk, he finds it, but he cannot get it on target as Jiggy has to get out of Aaron's way. He does a good job running that one down field there, and Jiggy now is going to back him up. A double commit from Berlin. Quint is going to get a nice strong hit. It's going to be down towards Nagflo to get the doink as it spills out towards mid. Jiggy will pay with his life, but he will make the touch that was required. We cross half-time, still deadlock.
Yeah, Jiggy's doing a lot of work defensively as Camo tucks one into the bottom left. First goal again, but I'll continue my point about Jiggy on the defense. Doing so much work kind of defending from behind, like when Berlin are completely unsighted, Jiggy is just throwing himself at the ball and putting it into the corner or getting a 50-50, and it's proving very effective. You know, it means that there's someone in front of the ball still, so if it goes upfield, Jiggy is straight onto it. But it also means that he can come back and still help out on the defense as well.
I mean, Salford may have put them into a position where they have to rely on counter-attacks and have to be clinical, but that shot from Camo had clinical written all over it. That was beautifully placed in the bottom corner here, and right now, we talked about it enough, but Berlin are staring down the barrel of losing 2 in a row and how that might harm their confidence, which is certainly already looking shaky in Salford. You start to believe, you start to think, we really are doing this, we really can do this, and you have to make sure that doesn't go to your head as Berlin could twist it and just put it on its head at any moment here. We're again in a 90-second hold situation for Salford. They did it last time in Game 7. They have to do it here in Game 2 to double their advantage in this series for the championship here. Quinn will find the double touch. It is round the corner, but Salford, the 3-man defense, proving unbreakable for Berlin until a mistake happens or they make a fantastic play like this. The double touch, but the block is there. The shot may come through, but it's not on target from Quint. A difficult play. Salford make it difficult, and Berlin couldn't answer the fake as attempted from Jiggy, and Salford are still threatening on the counter.
It's Nagflo though with a shot. Aaron in the right place to deal with that one. Could
Again?
have been top shelf. That one is top shelf from Quinn. Equaliser now, and we do have a bit of a different dynamic here. We've got a real kind of last-minute battle to try and see who is going to take Game 2 here. And if we don't find a goal in the next 56 seconds, we're going to be going to an overtime.
Oh, so well recovered from Berlin, though. A lovely counter-attack. Nagflo will have wanted a better shot, but Tigri doing so well to immediately put it back into that danger zone. And Quint, under pressure, had to get the equaliser, and he finds the top corner, and a beautiful shot from him there. Tigri is going to look to double down on the pain. He's worked it past 2. He's forced another chance, and Nagflo is there to finish it off as Salford. They had the lead, and in the blink of the eye, Berlin Phoenix are on fire. A beautiful play, and they've twisted it on its head.
Yeah, and that is definitely more what we are used to seeing from Berlin Phoenix. It was so quick, the passing between, I believe it was Quint and Tigri there, and he got so many touches so quickly, just threw off the defense, able to find Nagflo in the midfield, who was reading that one like a book. And as you say, Salford's lead has evaporated, but for how long? As Jiggy, 29 seconds left, keeps them right in it.
And he's in the right place at the right time there. Quint's touch, the double commit, leaving the net open, and the granny shifter strikes right there. Beautiful title from Jiggy. He finds that equaliser. It's 2 apiece in Game 2 here, and this is so big, and not often is a Game 2 this important for the series, but you can see the players feel it as well, as Tigri having to make that backboard clear, make that a second one, controls it nicely, tries to bait in the player, but Camo, he's patient, he makes that challenge, and Quint is retired to work it around. And speaking of which, the infield from Jiggy, he's being so dangerous right now. Every time he gets on the ball, he's looking to make something happen here, as Berlin have to be wary of that, but so does Salford. The shot, and the save from Aaron there, keeping us at an even scoreline. The ball will hit the ground. We have overtime, Game 2.
This is a massively important overtime. Probably doesn't seem like it on the surface, but if Salford win this, then this will be the first time, like when these teams have played each other, that Salford or one team will have won 2 games on the bounce. But if Berlin win, then it's just kind of back to normal. It's exactly what we saw in the previous series, and it might be what we see here. But yeah, this overtime, I think, is going to be a real test of nerves and confidence from both sides.
Camo's held his ground there and slammed it difficultly off the ceiling, but Tigri with a big read jumping from that backboard is going to see it away there. Not an easy save, and important that it was made for the German defense. They have stepped up to it, but Camo is again piling on the pressure. He's looking for the dunk, but Tigri is in the way again there. Nagflo is looking to break down the line. Aaron will fake him out and look to buy the time, and he'll get the possession as well. Great patience from him. Sees out the storm of two players, buys the time, doinks it past another here, and now Nagflo is required on the defensive end to put that one downfield past the first minute of overtime. It's hopeful towards the backboard. Salford, though, they're comfortable. They know they've got the time. Let it come off, and a smart play again. The composure and structure of this team has carried them all the way through this tournament, and it's keeping them in it here as the bump is incredible, and it's gonna open up the chance. What a play from Berlin!
Yeah, excellent play from Berlin there, getting that bump on the back line onto Camo. Quint as well almost touched it, but I think Nagflo called him off, realised that he could tuck that shot in at the near post past Jiggy, and we do go back to normality here. Salford take game 1, Berlin take game 2, best of 5 from here.
Massive performance from Berlin there in that game. 2 shots absolutely identical, by the way. 12 apiece, 5, 4, and 3 shots for the respective players. A satisfyingly symmetrical scoreboard there as Berlin. A huge performance to take that game to. It's sad for Salford. They were so solid on defense. I was praising their structure when Berlin came through and just battered it to pieces with the bumps and opened up that opportunity, and maybe that's a weak spot they can find. Maybe that's a trick they pull out. As I don't think it's that cringe, guys, but to be fair, maybe it is, as we're now into a best of 5, effectively game 3, the go-ahead game, and now the pressure and the ball is back in the Salford Lions side of the court. If they don't take this game, suddenly the Uno reverse card comes out.
Yeah, and I think that play coming off the demo there, oh wow, what a save from Camo. I don't think he's going to get the second, but it won't matter as Tigri off target. Oh, Quint getting the dunk there is going to get a very early goal for Berlin. Yeah, that is a big goal coming out for them here. They're looking to take 2 on the bounce against Salford.
Beautiful from Quint, really. He's just the confidence under the pressure. He's managed to call off the whiff and put it between the 2 challenging players. You've just come off a difficult overtime loss, and 6 seconds into the next game, Berlin are right on top of you, just standing, staring down like, come on then, get back up. What you've got? They're just chatting in the ring here as Salford are trying to put themselves back together, but the 3-man defense is there once again. It's worked out, and they have been there on the counter, but I really feel like they've got to seize control of the game entirely.
Yep, well, here's Jiggy with a miss. Camo needing to do something here. I think he got the 100 boost, so able to challenge with Quint. Nagflo has sent one high onto the backboard. Aaron and Camo double committing for it. Doesn't seem like Quint is going to be able to generate much power, and a clear coming through of sorts from Aaron. Jiggy now onto the backboard. Nagflo not going to reach it. Camo with the shot. Top corner, Camo.
You only get one chance. Camo knows he has to make this shot. It's bouncing. It's just him and the ball, and he puts it top shelf. Tigri could not reach it. The double commit, too costly on defense. The miss proved even more costly. Camo, he only had that one shot, but boy, did he take it.
Yeah, and we saw Berlin so many times in the previous series where they would just score and then just keep scoring and shut out Salford. Not the case here. Salford, they were almost able to completely Uno reverse card Berlin there with almost a second goal. I believe it was Aaron. Camo going to take control of this one on the backboard. Now here comes Quint with a shot, but it's only as far as Aaron. We're going to be able to get the shot. He opts to go for the backboard. Might be able to get back to it here. Drops it down for a teammate. Jiggy backflipping, putting Nagflo in an awkward spot. Quint is going to send this one into the corner and try and get a touch into the midfield, but challenged by Aaron. It's going to be Tigri off the sidewall, dropping down. Jiggy trying to send it to someone, but only as far as Nagflo. Unfortunately for him, Camo with plenty of boost is going to do his best impression of a helicopter, but not really get control of the ball there. Aaron 1v1 fakes out Tigri. Where is Camo? Not able to get the shot off, and it does seem like Salford, they're asking questions, and that is another one from Jiggy.
Yeah, it really is. That is our verb of the day, Orion. Uno reverse card. You can look it up in the dictionary. You probably won't find it, but it's in ours, in Spirit. It's a verb now. We've blessed it so as Berlin. They're trying to do it, as you say, as a lovely double touch attempt from Quint. It's going to spill to Nagflo, and he can take the shot. He finds the angle. He finds the power, and once again, Salford are down.
Yeah, lead restored for Berlin now. It was chaos on defense, really. Yeah, there was a bit of a bump coming through there on Aaron and just prevented him getting contact, and Nagflo was able to just kind of tuck it in, really. So defense, again, just being disrupted by that aggression from Berlin.
It really is, and that's Salford. It really is under pressure for them to strike back. They do not want to go down in this series. You know, Berlin are so good at snowballing the way to victory here. Aaron is going to get beaten out by that defensive dunk here. We're only halfway through this game 3, and yet it feels like the entire game is on a knife edge for Salford. The whole of the UK on their shoulders, but the chance comes through. Jiggy with a massive save to keep them in the game. He's looking to get it past one. He will demo, but he'll lose possession of the ball, and Nagflo from that wall will win the race to it here. Tigri is looking to press Aaron. He's going to get the 50, but it's high. It's dangerous. Jiggy is required, and he's going to get beat out. The camo, he also does the same, but Nagflo's shot, thankfully, off target for them as well. Quint, he's going to take this corner boost. He's not going to be able to play the ball. He's going to need help from Tigri, and he's going to get it here. 2 minutes now, the timer for Salford here, and they're being pressed back. It's looking dangerous. Aaron's touch is required. The bounce, even more dangerous with the dunk coming through. Tigri is up to take the shot, but the block is there from Jiggy again. He's putting in the defensive work when required, but they need to do it at the other end of the pitch as well.
Yeah, they do. It seems like that Berlin are controlling the midfield pretty well at the moment. Although a miss from Nagflo, don't see those happen too often, but thankfully wasn't punished for it. Tigri has dropped this one down to Quint. The shot was absolutely ripped at the crossbar. Both defenders one-sided that one. Tigri there is able to bury that one, and a 2-goal lead now for Berlin.
Yeah, lovely dunk from Quint, and Tigri just too fast. He's able to win the race to the ball, but also work that angle under pressure. Nagflo did it before. He's going to do it there, and suddenly the gap widens to 2 here in game 3. Nagflo's going to get the ball off kickoff. He's going to be able to find the flick. Quint is there, and the shot is 2. It's 4-1, and Berlin Phoenix, they're steamrolling game 3.
Yeah, they've definitely broken the deadlock here. We saw back and forth, and this is the first time now, unless barring a miracle from Salford, that a team will be taking 2 games on the bounce. Thankfully, Salford, they've already got 1 game on the board, so it isn't a complete disaster for them. And I mean, they could just do the opposite and have 2 games, and then Salford take another one, and we end up in the same position. So you never know.
It's difficult, though. It's very, very difficult.
Yeah, it is.
Now it's not just the series. It's not just that this game that's on the knife edge. Now it feels like the series is you worry if Berlin open up with the opener in game 4. Do they just snowball and just run away with the entire series and the championship? At that point, I feel like you can't be surprised if it does. Salford, they're going to have to find something.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think this Berlin team, you know, they are a great team on paper, and we've seen today that sometimes when they are pushed to their limit, they don't perform at their best. But, you know, I think that can only happen for so long as Quint. That is an exquisite shot off the crossbar, and in 5-1 now the scoreline. We did see 2 4-goal cushions in the previous series, 1 for Salford and 1 for Berlin. This is the second one for Berlin, courtesy of Quint.
The shot was electric off the crossbar and the post there. It's 10 shots for Berlin, just 4 for Salford. They have been manhandled in this game 4, and forget manhandling. This is just taking business into your own hands as Quint with one of the goals of the tournament.
That is a beauty of an angle, reading the touch off the curb of the ceiling beautifully. Berlin have gone from being 2-1 up and us talking about Salford needing an equaliser to being on a potential Brazil here in game number 3 in less than a minute.
Yeah. That's what it's like playing Berlin Phoenix. You switch off, and then suddenly, when they get the confidence rolling, that snowball is more than rolling. It's picking up mass. It's getting heavier and heavier, and your comeback is getting more and more difficult. And Salford are going to be down a game in the series, but it feels like they are down with a mountain to climb. If they are a confident Berlin Phoenix, if Quint is hitting goals like that, then you have got a big problem on your hands.
Yeah, well, we often talk about series-defining moments. That one with Quint scoring 4 goals and MVPing a team that has Tigri and Nagflo on it. And 2 assists as well. Yeah, he had 100% goal participation.
Thank you. It's pretty incredible, to be fair. I mean, that's 13 shots tally there. What a performance from the man, always labelled as just the third who plays with Tigri and Nagflo. Very much putting himself on the map in that game. Be quite the signature if they do take the series from here. But Salford, they know they've got nothing to lose at this point. It's a different series to the last. They need to produce something miraculous. They already have, with 7 series on the back through the lower bracket. What a performance it's been for them, and yet it might fall just short of the final hurdle. What a shame it would be, and I do hope they can find a way to fight back, because that game is not ending on a very unsour note. It's not an ideal way to be heading into Game 4, and what a Game 4 it will hopefully be.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't used this word so far, but I have used it with Berlin Phoenix before, and that word is crushing. And that was a pretty crushing defeat for Salford there. 6-1 in the end. Almost 7 if Tigri hadn't hit the crossbar on 0 seconds. But, you know, I think they'll take 6 in this instance. Although Aaron was looking to try and get one on the board early again. Here is Jiggy Aaron doing some bumping in net and forcing a double commit out of Berlin there. Does look like Salford have regained a little bit of confidence here. Clean slate, although Camo, there's Aaron, there he is. Jiggy, can he get this on target? Oh, he actually was, but Quint coming across to block it in the nick of time. Berlin, they haven't really featured too much this game. I know we've only had 30 seconds, but it has been all Salford so far. Still not able to get a goal from it, though.
No, really not. Salford need this offensive pressure, but the longer it lasts without a breakthrough, the more frustrating it could be and the more dangerous Berlin could be on the counter-attack here, as we're nearly a minute into this decisive Game 4, tone-setting Game 4. Aaron has to reverse to control this one and stay facing the play. A beautiful delayed 50 here. He nearly gets it past 2, but a nice composed play that you can still see he's got the confidence to pull off despite the situation in the series here. As Jiggy's not going to have the best of time getting that mid boost, but he will get it on second attempt and he will make this touch, but Tigri is going to dunk it and he's going to fire it immediately towards the net. And when Berlin are looking this fluid on offense, you worry they could get a chance any second.
Yeah, you do, but they are being pushed back on defense quite a bit. Camo's going to take this one in the midfield, but immediately loses life for it, and Jiggy getting beaten to this. It's just Aaron back trying to buy some time for his teammates. Jiggy going up, also Camo going up as well. Aaron seeming like the player just having to pick up the pieces at the moment. Camo and Jiggy maybe just being a bit too keen to go for the same ball and try and, you know, keep that pressure on Berlin, and it's hurting them more than it's helping them.
A big bump there, that is, but Berlin is still going to get a shot. It's just a bit of a P-roller from Nagflo there. A big bump, going to buy plenty of time for Salford as, yeah, still deadlock here. 2 minutes in, Camo has to launch it long, but with no options. Immediately you see the mentality from Salford. They're like, all 3 players back on defense here, and he just had no target to work with. A nice dunk out of defense can maybe work it as a follow-up dunk as well. They are going to wrestle control of the ball in the midfield here. They get it into the corner and it is out and uncontested. Jiggy will be able to take the shot, but the block comes through with the boost steal, the hit to the backboard, but Camo is so far back. He's so used to having to be so cautious, and it's actually worked against him there. Tigri is going to work it past 2 players. He's going to work it to the midfield. Aaron has to make the save, and with help from Camo, he will, but the shot, the follow-up from Nagflo, it's in the bottom corner.
Yeah, great placement actually from Nagflo. He saw the net was stacked and he knew that most players would be jumping for it. Camo not able to get out the back of the net in time either. So Nagflo going to put in the first for Berlin Phoenix here, getting on the board first as well with about half time gone. Salford, I would say they up until that point, they looked like the more likely team to score. But as you say, the more that you try and score against Berlin Phoenix, the kind of more desperate you become and end up, you know, on the back line just a bit flustered, and I think that's exactly what happened there.
Oh, Jiggy, oh, he had such a chance, but he couldn't read the clear across the goal from Quint there. Had to gamble, and unfortunately the dealer came out on top as still requiring the goal. But this time, just to equalise here, Jiggy is up at the angle. Impossible. He's kept it dangerous, and the double commit from Berlin is out. It's back into the mixer from Camo, but Nagflo, he's the one back now as the Berlin defence stands tall and strong. Salford are going to have to do better than that, and with Jiggy on low boost and getting done. What a... It is Camo. The reliable man is going to be there to see it away, as it could easily have been 2.
Yeah, very easily could have been 2. That dunk from Quint there almost threw Camo off, but just managing to keep his composure and make that save. Nagflo again here, just putting this one on target. Jiggy gets a save for it, but it was a pretty routine touch and kind of just hanging about in the midfield at the moment. Tigri going to take this one slow, and it is going to be Quint in a bit of an awkward spot, getting beaten to it by Aaron. Into the midfield towards Jiggy, gets a touch there. Camo not going to commit for this one just yet, but hesitation coming through from Camo now. Kind of just, you know, needs to make a decision and stick with it. The more you hesitate, especially against a team like Berlin, the more you're just going to get caught out.
Yeah, it really is, and it's off the ceiling corner. Tigri gonna work it beautifully. Tiki-taka around the Salford defense, and Quinn is just gonna pop that one in.
Yeah, Jiggy thought he completely had that, and Aaron like a rabbit in the headlights there, watching that bouncer of a shot go over him, and it is starting to... I'm starting to get a certain feeling, Tylacto, and that is that Berlin are starting to run away with it now. And you said that's exactly what happens, you know. If you give them an inch, they'll take a mile, and I think that's exactly what they're doing here.
Yeah, it's just 38 seconds. Salford, they need 2, let alone the first one, to give them that hope. It's a nice controlled touch from Jiggy, but it's just not enough. Berlin can park the big red bus in front of the goal, but Jiggy, he has something to say about that, and you can't say nothing to him. He wears the freshest clothes, he goes to the chillest restaurant, and he hangs with the hottest dudes, and that shot, that shows why.
I don't know how to respond to that, but yeah, it was a nice shot from Jiggy, wasn't it?
It was good, no, but you need another.
Halving, yeah, they do need another. Only halfway to getting there. Jiggy might have another shot here. That was on target. Had to be saved by Quint, and I don't know how much Quint really knew about that, to be honest. Infield pass to Aaron, but Nagflo there. I think he's going to put in the third for Berlin here and seal this game. Great read from Nagflo just to cut the danger out there. That was a very dangerous infield pass looking for Aaron. But it does seem like Berlin, with that goal, are going to send themselves onto match point here, and 3 unanswered games now starting to be worrying for Salford.
Championship point that is as well. I was worried off the previous kickoff as Tigri appeared to be AFK, then suddenly he got life breathed back into him, and it was no problem for the Phoenixes. Quite a Phoenix move, you can actually say. They're rising from the ashes of probably a disconnected controller or grabbing a drink. Who knows? It'd be certainly a brave move to grab a drink with just the 1-goal lead, but Berlin will finish the game with 2, and down the ball goes here. They are 1 game away from taking the tournament.
Yeah, and I think, you know, if the first series wasn't a test enough for Salford, I think this is, you know, like, this is something else. They have to do what Berlin have just done to them and win 3 games on the bounce. They have to force a game 7 here. And, I mean, before it was back and forth. Like, Salford, at every time they were knocked down by Berlin, they got back up and they won another game. And they did that all series long, and finally they won in that game 7. And I just think that they're starting to look a little bit more fatigued. Yes, they still look good, but Berlin are starting to look better.
I just think they need to gamble at this point. So often they've got 3 players in, or at least around their own net, and that works when you're frustrating, you're punishing on the counter. But Berlin, they're confident when they're hitting their shots, and you're not really, you're never getting leads to defend in the first place to annoy them. It just doesn't work. They're going to be too clinical. They're going to make plays, and you just can't hold it under pressure. Aaron with an uncharacteristically quiet game there, and it just didn't feel like it was going to work unless they got that first goal. And guess what, guys? We're back on Manfield night. Shout out to Sigmoid there. That's his fault. You can all at him in the Twitch chat here. I'm really looking forward to Berlin Phoenix maybe winning the championship on this game, but can Salford strike back? If they can get this 1 game, who knows how far they can go, but I could so easily see it ending right here.
Yeah, opening goal is going to be very important once more, I feel, as Berlin, they've managed to get an opener I believe in the previous 3 games, I don't think they've actually had to come back. It has been Berlin on the front foot very much since game 2. So yeah. Salford, they need anything right now. An opening goal here would mean a lot. One thing I have noticed is that they're not quite going for the aggressive plays as much. Like Berlin,
no, the bumps, the demos.
Yeah, Berlin are being allowed to play their game a lot more. Salford aren't disrupting it as much. They're playing much more kind of like vanilla Rocket League, and while still being fast and still being pretty consistent, you know, Berlin can do that too, and they can do it better.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Vanilla doesn't work when the other team has better players that are more confident right now. But speaking of which, you know, Aaron nearly got an opening there. Jiggy is going to work into the backboard and is going to get a bump. But Nagflo, he's back on defense, and, you know, Berlin are going to be okay for now. But this is better for Salford. Another hit towards the backboard. Tigby, the really difficult read, is not going to be able to make it. Aaron is there for the shot, but he's going to make that. And then the rebound is put in by Jiggy. Salford, they are alive.
Yeah, managed to finally crack the defense there. Tigri had to commit for that one, and it ended up falling perfectly for Jiggy, who was recovering off his first shot, and crucially Salford getting that opening goal, and they need to hold this lead. And honestly, I think they need to extend the lead. If at this point they turtle up, then I think Berlin just comes straight back at them and do things like that, where Tigri was just barreling in to try and get that shot on target and completely reverse the lead here. Tigri with another shot. It was bottom left, but off the post. Jiggy, with a bit of time now, is actually just going to throw away possession here. Camo's tried to do his best, but still not really the best touch, and not getting the boost either was Jiggy there. So might start to see a counter attack coming through for Berlin Phoenix here. It's put over towards Quint on that side, where he gets a pinch up and down. Might be able to follow his own touch. Nagflo going to opt to go for it instead. Not a double commit there from Salford. Tigri, beautiful touch off the bottom of his car, but it's only as far as Aaron. Nagflo Tigri is not going to reach that one, but Camo was actually baited into going for an aerial there. Nice. So Berlin, on the mind games type of thing, good words, Ryan, nice one, is seeming to be the better team right now.
It's a big stop on the defense by Camo there. It's his first 2 minutes have been so much better for Salford, and it's been what's required. But Berlin, they are still very much in this, and boy, they are hungry and would rather finish this off sooner rather than later. They want the German efficient series, and maybe with that double touch, and the shot is gonna go off the crossbar. There was a pre-jumping goalie, but you'd be surprised that it wasn't on target here. Crossing half-time, maybe this one will be. Quinn cannot quite reach the ball. Jiggy was floating like an angel on the goal line, like, please hit me. And well, Quinn didn't even hit the ball, and it's still be 1-0 the scoreline. Salford still holding on. The 50 is gonna be mid, but there's gonna be no one there, and Salford, they are still holding on.
Yeah, Tigri with no boost there, just gonna have to watch that one go over the top, but only as far as Quint. Jiggy just trying to buy his teammates some time there with that touch, and it is now Aaron with plenty of boost, but not making contact. Almost rolled in front of net. Jiggy just taking his time again. Here is Quint with a shot. It's onto the back ball. Can he get the double touch? He's definitely dropped it down, but no teammates there just yet. But Berlin Phoenix, they're really starting to just throw player after player. Jiggy has absolutely no boost. His name gets a very favorable spawn, but it was just after he lost possession, so not able to do anything with that one. Tigri, knowing he has time, going for that air dribble, trying to force a defender. Camo does commit, but gets a favorable 50-50. No boost again for Camo, just being starved at the moment of Salford. Whenever they get out of their own half, they've just got nothing to go forwards with.
I mean, have you seen this one before? It's 90 seconds for Salford to hold. In Game 7 previous series, they pulled it off, but this time in Game 2, they didn't. But maybe they can do better than hold. It's onto the back ball, but Aaron's shot is so difficult. He's tried to find the top corner, and Camo hasn't found the contact here. Jiggy buys time. Lovely, though, with a nice fake. He's going to flick it inside to himself. He's going to flick it back over 2 players, but Tigri, he's seen that one before. He's going to whisk that one away. No problem into the final minute here of Game 5. It's down off the ceiling. Camo is there, but again, the shot not quite on target. This one saved by Nagflo. The pre-jump, fantastic defense from Berlin Phoenix, but they need to do better. Salford is shooting again on target. Quint is going to find a nice pass to Tigri here. He's going to be taking this one down. He's going to try and find Nagflo with the ground pinch. He finds it back to him. He's controlling it, trying to take the 50 here. Baits in Aaron, but the challenge is there from Jiggy. He's too fast. He's taking his time. He's baiting in Quint. He tries for another fake, but it doesn't matter. The time is bleeding off the clock for Berlin Phoenix. Aaron is up. He's going to run it all the way down the line here. He's going to get bumped, but the ball is cleared. Can Berlin Phoenix Matt just fester up one more chance here in the final 10 seconds. Will there be late drama? The players with a shot. He couldn't quite get around it. Quinn had that chance. Berlin had their chances this game, but they will not take the championship here. Salford strike back.
Yeah, that was an excellent chance there right at the final couple of seconds, though, for Berlin Phoenix. It was just the infield pass was a bit too far beyond that shooting player, and so not able to even get the shot on target, just wide of the mark. So Salford holding on, exactly what they need to do. 3-2 now. One more and we go to a game 7. At that point, it's anyone's game, but Berlin, they didn't look stunned that game. I don't think we can say that by any stretch, but no. Salford, they took that step up to meet Berlin, which they definitely needed to do.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is, if they can force the game 7, surely off the back of winning 2 in a row, they almost go in as favourites off the back of a bracket reset. The insanity that would be, and I am here praying for it, but you realise that they have to do what they have not done at any point during these series, and that is take 2 games on the bounce here. This game 6, for me, it could easily just be outright championship deciding.
Yeah, absolutely could be. Like Berlin, as you say, still on championship point. That's scary. That's so scary for Salford. Like they're basically just playing with their backs up against the wall, and they're just trying to distract Berlin for as long as possible, and then just sucker punch them in game 7. Whether that actually happens or Berlin is actually wise to it and is just, you know, going to be like to Salford, like, you had me monologuing. I've lost everything. I don't know whether that will remain to be seen.
It certainly will, as there was an opening chance maybe for Berlin Phoenix, but Aaron is finding himself on the backboard, playing it down, and he's found a way with angles and luck to put it in the net of the Berlin Phoenix players here. This is outright bizarre, but how crucial it could be.
Yeah, Nagflow, wrong place, wrong time, my friend. So unlucky. Just the ball dropped straight onto his car and had no idea about it. Salford, they've taken a lead again here. 1 goal in the previous game was enough to see them through despite pressure coming up from Berlin. 2 goals would definitely be favourable, but that one not going to go in. Camo is all by himself with Tigri racing for it. Doesn't have the boost to get back to it, though. It's Quint now dunking this one down. Aaron finding himself an awkward spot, not making the touch, and Nagflow there to punish.
Well, that place is that time he's in the right place at the right time there, making up for it as he makes that read. So difficult for Aaron coming down off the rolling corner. He'll be wishing he had that one back. You never want to make a whiff like that in a grand finals. It can be so costly, but that is just the name of the game, unfortunately. 4:20 on the clock, and we're back to a tie game.
Yeah, we are. That lead for Salford really didn't last long, and that's not what they would have wanted at all. But they do look like they have kind of shifted into top gear now, and they look like they've got a fire in their belly once more. But I tell you what, Berlin Phoenix are just linking up, finding players. The ball just traveling between them so quickly. Here's Quint sending it over towards Tigri. Beautiful control. Can he get it around all of them? 50-50 with Camo, who's now having to 50 with Nagflow. That one is a very awkward ball. Aaron opted to just take his time there and try and flick it, but there was a player, I didn't see who it was, from Berlin Phoenix, absolutely barreling in to try and get a piece of it. Here is Tigri dropping it back to Nagflow, who I don't think is going to get back to this one, no. And Camo sending it clear.
And they are trying to link up here and really take control of it. They certainly are on the front foot. Feels like Salford really relying on moments of brilliance, which have been coming. It has proven reliable, and they've gotten many dunks in the midfield. If they maybe haven't had as many passing plays as the save required on the back line, Tigri was being the bouncer in the net, but Camo will get the save here. How important that could be as the rebound again off the back ball, but Jiggy wins the race to it here. Nagflow is going to buy some time, but the loose ball is Aaron's. His flick not as good as he wants. He's trying to find Jiggy here, but it's awkward. Nagflow's onto the scent here. He forces the 50, and Tigri, he's going to win that loose ball. He's up again. He wants to take it past. He forces the 50. It's mid. It's dangerous. The shot, even more so, but Aaron on the goal line makes the save.
Great save from Aaron there. Both of his teammates had just overcommitted a little bit there, and he knew that he had to hold firm in net and make that save, and did so confidently. And now it is Salford who are just fighting to try and get out of their half. Here is Tigri trying to put one behind Aaron. It almost looked for Quint as well. Berlin, they definitely seem like they've got the more convincing attacks at the moment, but I still feel that Salford could just turn something on at any point here.
Big save from Jiggy. I will point out that Berlin Phoenix have had 9 shots. Salford have had 0. Yeah, that's right, because Aaron scored off of a Berlin Phoenix player. They have yet to register a shot here. The score is 1-1, but for how long? Jiggy reacting in time and making the save, make that 10 shots here. Salford are holding on for dear life, and this time Aaron is going to be the victim of the own goal, and it's so painful to watch, but Berlin Phoenix have the lead.
Yeah, I didn't even... Oh, that's what happened. I was completely smokescreened, so I didn't see it initially. Yeah, we've seen 2 players now. Wrong place at the wrong time. That would be an awful way to end it for Salford. Let's hope that they can get a goal back, and so that we do have a different championship-winning goal. If that's exactly what happens here, is Quinn trying to force it through the defense with an air dribble. Now all Berlin Phoenix need to do is hold on, and they are championship-winning. A championship-winning team. But Camo, let's see if he's got something to say about that. It's over the top, but no one from Salford committing. They have nothing to lose now. They need to just full send, as Daniel Ricciardo would say, lick the stamp and send it. That's exactly what Camo is trying to do there, but Nagflo getting in the way just at the right time.
A massive stop from Nagflo could be the save to see things out, but there's still just over a minute here, but Jiggy gonna get demolished. The loose ball is in the mid, but Aaron's hit straight at that Nagflo. He's the man in the way again, though a double commit from Berlin Phoenix is gonna be hard to punish. The ball deep in British territory here. That's not gonna be able to be controlled. The early dunk coming out. This time it's Berlin getting in Salford's faces to annoy them and see out this lead. They're less than 1 minute from the championship.
That's
here,
a
and the
goal.
shot is gonna be on target from Quint. Oh, Berlin Phoenix, they can taste it.
Yeah, mountain to climb now for Salford. That one from Jiggy, probably the only loose touch I've really seen from him all series, and right at the wrong time as well. Quint waiting for that one on the wall, just had to half volley it and into an open net. Aaron pushed up a little bit too far behind them. Oh, this one is an open net as well. Can Quint finish it? Yes, he can, and I think that could be championship point for Berlin here.
Really could. They're running away with it again and again. It's Quinn slamming it in the back of the net. Salford have tried so hard and they've got so far, but in the end, they're getting slapped around by Berlin Phoenix again. But what a performance it's been. They've reset the bracket in Game 7. They've got all the way to Game 6. We never thought this tournament would even be this close. A heroic performance from the British University. They're still trying here. They've got 30 seconds, but Quinn again is in the way. Aaron's going to have a chance. It's going to be a rugby conversion. The rebound is there, but Camo couldn't put it on target, while Jiggy, he has no boost. He's found the pass. It's a great pass, but Tigri is going to make the save, and it looks like the Kings are back on the throne. It wasn't as tidy as we thought it would be, but Berlin, Phoenix, and Germany are top of Europe against Salford, and the British tried hard, as like the Dutch and so many countries that came before tried their best too, but it just wasn't good enough.
Yeah, well, I want to say, you know, obviously commiserations to Salford, but I really think they should be celebrating right now. Like, to take a best of 7 off Berlin Phoenix, doing what Portsmouth couldn't do, doing what every single team that Berlin Phoenix has faced this academic year has been unable to do, and then they come into this tournament using a substitute, no less, in Aaron. I did inverted commas there, Steve, if you didn't see that.
True, yeah.
And yeah, they probably look the best that they've been all season. Obviously, no disrespect to Arton. He had some great performances during this academic year as well, but that really was a standout performance from Salford. And, you know, the talent on Berlin Phoenix, you know, we've talked about it time and time again. I also want to talk about Quint, though. I'm going to say this, and you can disagree with me if you want, but I'm going to say Quint MVP.
No, honestly, the goals he put are certainly memorable as well. It's understandable that they could never have won that series if he didn't step up in the way that he did there. And really, it's hard to give Berlin Phoenix credit being such the overwhelming favourites that they are, but they have been tested under pressure. And even if they look shaky at times, credit to them. because at the end of the day, that's still a 3-man team that doesn't play together outside university tournaments, and credit for holding it together under that pressure against teams that had massive underdog advantages over them and over their heads. They just still saw that one out despite getting bracket reset, held it together professionally, and ran away with a number of games there. The quality just on show, easy to see. And of course, we'll try and get them in for an interview as well, and it'd be great to hear their thoughts after an incredible grand final, after an even more incredible tournament. So we'll head to a break, we'll get Berlin Phoenix on the call, and we'll have a chat to them.
this turn like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night.
And welcome back to the EURC 2021 desk. We are joined by the Berlin Phoenix members, the victorious Berlin Phoenix, and Quint, I think, has already managed to hit up the clubs after that victory.
Yeah, man, going straight back.
Yeah,
You know the drill.
yeah, very important. You just got to immediately get out and celebrate. But beyond Quint, we also have Tigri and Gnagflo with us. And I mean, Tigri, it's been a long tournament for you guys, and it has to feel good to come out on top, even if you were hard pushed at the end there.
Yeah, it's really good to win.
Yeah, it's got to feel good. I mean, look, Gnagflo, I think one of the things we heard from Quint when we had him on the desk as well a couple of times was that you guys were kind of expecting Portsmouth to be the team that pushed you the hardest after the series, that they brought you to 7 games today. I mean, was Salford coming out and looking so strong, bringing you to the second series of the bracket reset? Was that a bit of a surprise this evening?
Well, I mean, if we see like the last season we've played, like where we actually faced Kid in the finals,
yeah,
we didn't expect something to happen like that. Like, we got so fucking surprised by them. They played so good, and like the chemistry between them is so insane.
Yeah.
So we kind of got caught off guard on that one.
Yeah, but I have to say, I mean, you guys recovered magnificently. Went from, you know, that game 7 in the first series of the bracket reset to winning 4-1. And honestly, I have to say, I think, look, Tigri and Gnagflo, we talk about you guys a lot of the time, but I have to give credit to Quint. I think you really, you know, popped off in that last series as well.
It was quite a struggle for me, to be honest. All the coolness aside, of course. Gnagflo pushed me and my mentality hard in the before the last series. I knew I was playing awfully. Like, stats-wise, we should totally beat them. But the chemistry was better. My rotation was just awful. And then Gnagflo didn't even have to say much, but he's like a harsh teacher. He's like a very, very harsh teacher, and it worked. I played better. Didn't play good. Played better, and it worked. So I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
I mean, I just wanted to say, if you're thinking that not playing good is scoring double touches, the likes of which I saw there, which were one of the best goals of the tournament. I mean, Tigri, to be fair, for you and Nag, obviously you're looking down on Quint, just like, yeah, you just got to do your job and we'll win no problem. But when he's top of the scoreboard scoring goals like that, do you have to have a little bit of a reality check and think who the real carry is?
I mean, I think we play the best, obviously, when Quint goes ham, and in the second leg of the final, he really popped off, and I think that's just it's really good for our playstyle when I can play more of a third man, and then I just let them both chase, and that worked perfectly, and I'm proud of Quint.
It's a lovely bit of wholesomeness at the end of the finals as well, you know. I mean, I'm sure as soon as you get off the stream, it'll get a little bit, you know, you can actually talk about what happened in the grand finals as well. But absolutely, and I mean, look, Atch, you've been here through the whole tournament as well, and I mean, it's nice to finally have our champions, and it's nice to have them here with us as well.
Yeah, 100%, you know, and like you say, you know, it was perhaps caught you off guard in that first series a bit. Guys, my main sort of question for you is, obviously, Quint, you say you talked about a bit of sort of mentality, just had a few words with Gnagflo in between the series. Was there a turning point? Was there a moment at which you thought the second series was sort of locked in? Were you like, yeah, this is it? Or did it really sort of come right down to the wire and it was only when you were in the lead in that final game that you started to sort of calm down a bit?
Honestly, the turning point was when I actually managed to cancel out everything and focus on playing, which was in the bracket reset and in the third game, I think, where where I don't know, I kind of popped off. I think I just hit the reads I normally do, and that's the point where I started playing like I usually do, and that is where I knew for a fact we were better. We were gonna win this, and I know I've talked a lot of shit in these interviews, and it's been extremely funny. But I have to give credit to the Salford Lions for playing this good. I did not expect it. They caught us off guard, like Vector said. Their chemistry is insane. But there's one thing that still... No, it doesn't bother me. I think I was right, wasn't I? We won this, right?
You did, but you didn't sweep all the series like you said you were going to.
True. Yeah, but we won this, didn't we?
You did.
Yeah, we won. Yeah, we won this.
Yeah. So I think, at the end of the day, you get credit for your prediction being right, and I think we give plenty of credit for Tigray and Nagflow as well, because you called back then that they're pretty good players, and I think you've all proved that magnificently here in this tournament. Again, congratulations, Tigray, Nagflow, and Quint, your EURC 2021 Grand Champions. It's been a magnificent tournament from you all. If there's anything else any of you would like to shout out right now, feel free to go ahead.
I'd like to shout out my sister because it's her 21st birthday today. Well, it was yesterday. For us, it's already half past, but
yeah.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday to my sister.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that they're all watching the stream in the background there. Very supportive family all around there. And then I suppose, Tigray, anything for you that you'd like to say on the stream here?
Yeah, just thank you for everyone watching, for the production. You did a great job with all the interviews and stuff. And also thank you to my parents, who probably still watch, but I want to go to bed. But I appreciate it.
Entirely. And we will let you go to bed as long as Nagflow doesn't have too much to say. Nagflow, is there anything in particular you'd like to say as well here before we wrap things up for the evening and wrap things up for the tournament?
I would actually thank you guys for doing all this stuff, like the tournament, casting stuff, and how you managed the whole thing. And yeah, I hope it keeps growing actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I think we all hope it keeps growing, and I will add my thanks to the production team, to everyone who's worked behind the scenes to get everything done, to the rest of the people on the broadcast. I think it's run surprisingly smoothly, as many of these tournaments often don't, and it's been a joy to be a part of. Thank you as well to all of the teams that took part. Thank you to the Berlin Phoenix. You've been absolutely wonderful the entire way through, and very gracious winners here as well on the interview. And we say thank you as well to all of the viewers, everyone who tuned in during this entire tournament. We hope it keeps growing as well, so we hope you will continue to tune in the future, and we will see you back for the next iteration of EURC. Thank you very much, and have a lovely Sunday evening.
Thank you, you too.
What does